You've probably heard people talk about the dead zones in the Appalachian Mountains, those stretches of highway where the mountains seem to lean in close just to swallow your radio signal and leave you with nothing but the hum of your own tires. I've been driving a rig for better part of 20 years, and I've seen my share of weirdness, mostly just exhaustion playing tricks on the eyes. But what happened on my run from Knoxville to Wheeling back in the autumn of 2019 is something I still can't find a rational drawer for. It was a standard haul, a trailer full of industrial parts that needed to be in West Virginia by daybreak. I'd left Knoxville late, hoping to avoid the worst of the daytime traffic, which meant I was hitting the deep, winding curves of US 19 right as the world was at its quietest. By 2:30 a.m., I was well into that lonely stretch near the state line where the trees grow so thick and the hills so steep that you start to feel like you're driving through a tunnel of black velvet. The first sign that things were going south was the loss of the signal. Now, losing GPS in the mountains isn't unusual, but this was different. Usually the maps just freeze or give you that spinning wheel of death, but my tablet didn't do that. It just went gray. The screen stayed backlit, but the map, the roads, the little blue icon representing my truck, it all just vanished, leaving a blank, flickering slate of gray light. I tapped the screen, checked the cables, but nothing changed. I sighed, leaning back into the worn leather of my seat, and checked my mirrors. There wasn't a single set of headlights behind me for miles. I was completely alone in the dark, and that's when the fog started to roll in. It didn't drift in like normal mountain mist. It felt like a solid wall that had been waiting for me to round a specific bend. 1 second, I could see the reflectors on the guardrails, and the next, the world ended 10 feet in front of my hood. I shifted down, the engine brake hissing as I slowed the 30-ton rig to a crawl. In that kind of soup, you don't drive with your eyes, you drive with your gut and your ears. The fog was so thick it seemed to muffle the sound of the engine, turning the roar of the diesel into a distant, wet thud. I was inching along, staring so hard at the white line on the shoulder that my eyes started to ache when I saw the light. It wasn't the white or red of another vehicle. It was a dull, pulsing amber, flickering with a rhythmic irregularity that set my teeth on edge. At first, I thought it might be a tow truck or a down power line, so I eased the brakes, bringing the truck to a dead stop about 20 feet from a source. The air outside the cab felt heavy, saturated with the smell of wet pine and that sharp, metallic tang of diesel exhaust that lingers in stagnant air. Right there, in the dead center of the highway, sat a makeshift roadblock. It wasn't professional. There were no orange barrels, no reflective tape, no road closed signs. It was just two battered wooden sawhorses, the kind you'd see in a suburban garage, and a single, outdated amber construction light sitting on the asphalt between them. The wood of the sawhorses looked old and gray, like it had been sitting in the rain for decades. I sat there for a moment, my heart drumming against my ribs, looking for any sign of a crew or a vehicle. There was nothing. No trucks, no flashing strobes, no men in high-vis vests. Just that lone, blinking amber light and the silence of the woods. I flipped my high beams on, hoping to cut through the haze and see what was behind the barricade, but the light seemed to just dissolve. It didn't reflect off anything. It just died a few feet past the glass, as if the fog were made of something denser than water. That was when I noticed the figure. It didn't step out from the shadows. It was just suddenly there, standing perfectly still behind the left sawhorse. My breath hitched in my throat as I tried to make sense of what I was looking at. The thing was tall, unnaturally so. If it were a man, he would have been pushing 7.5 feet, but the proportions were all wrong. Its limbs were spindly, like the legs of a harvestman spider, and its arms hung down so low they almost brushed the pavement. It wasn't wearing a jacket or a uniform. It seemed to be draped in something dark and patchy, like old, wet rags or perhaps just matted, dark fur that didn't catch the light. It didn't move. It didn't breathe. It just stood there, a vertical sliver of wrongness in the middle of the road. I felt a sudden, cold pressure building in my chest, a physical sensation like the air in the cab was being sucked out by a vacuum. My hand was shaking so hard, I had to grip the steering wheel until my knuckles went white. I decided to test it. I reached out and slammed my palm against the air horn. The blast was deafening in the confined space of the cab, a roar that should have sent any animal or person jumping for the ditch. But the figure didn't flinch. It didn't even shift its weight. It stayed rooted to the spot, a silent sentinel in the amber flicker. That was the moment the dread turned into pure, primal panic. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to get out of there, but I couldn't just pull a U-turn on a narrow mountain pass with a 53-foot trailer. The only way was forward. I threw the transmission into first gear, the gears grinding slightly as my foot trembled on the clutch. I cut the wheel hard to the right, intending to ease the rig onto the narrow shoulder and bypass the roadblock. As the truck began to creep forward, the pressure in my chest intensified, making it hard to swallow. I kept my eyes locked on the figure, terrified that the moment I drew level with it, it would lung for the door or step into my path. The amber light continued its erratic blinking, casting long, distorted shadows across the wet wood of the sawhorses. As my headlights finally swept past the figure, I caught a glimpse of its face, or what I assumed was its face. There were no eyes, no nose, no mouth that I could see. Where the features should have been, there was only a slick, pale surface, like a sheet of wet glass or a polished bone. For a split second, it caught the reflection of my own headlights, and I saw my own terrified face mirrored back at me in that smooth, featureless void. It wasn't threatening me in the way a predator does. It wasn't snarling or reaching out. It was just waiting. It felt like I was passing a glitch in the world, a piece of the scenery that hadn't finished loading, or something that belonged to a version of the mountains that wasn't meant for human eyes. The second my rear trailer tires cleared the sawhorses, I looked in my side mirror. The amber light was gone. Not turned off, gone. There was no sign of the roadblock, no sign of the figure, and the fog behind me was an impenetrable wall of black. I didn't stop to look closer. I mashed the accelerator, pushing the truck harder than I ever had on those curves, the engine screaming as I climbed toward the wheeling line. I drove the rest of the night with every light in the cab turned on, my eyes constantly darting to the mirrors, waiting for that slick, pale reflection to appear in the glass of my sleeper window. When I finally reached the terminal in Wheeling, the sun was just starting to gray the horizon. I walked around to the front of the truck, my legs still feeling like jelly, half expecting to see scratches on the paint or something caught in the grill. There was nothing. The truck was clean, save for the usual road grime and a light coating of mountain mist. I never reported it. What would I say? That I saw a tall man with a mirror for a face standing behind a sawhorse on US 19? They'd have me in for a drug test before I could finish the sentence. But I don't take that route anymore. Sometimes when the fog gets heavy on other highways, I can still feel that cold pressure in my chest, and I find myself looking at the empty passenger seat, wondering if that thing is still back there on the state line, waiting for the next lonely driver to pull to a stop. I don't think it was a ghost, and I don't think it was a man. I think the mountains have places where the seams are thin, and on that night, I just happened to pull up right to the edge. Story 2. There's a specific kind of silence you only find in the deep stretches of the Appalachian Mountains after midnight. It isn't a peaceful silence. It's heavy, almost physical, like the weight of the ridges is pressing down on the very air you breathe, squeezing the sound out of the world. I've been hauling freight for nearly 15 years, mostly running long-haul routes through the Carolinas and Virginia, and I've grown accustomed to the loneliness of the road. You get used to the hum of the tires, the rhythmic flickering of the dash lights, and the way the world seems to shrink down to the 20-foot cone of light thrown by your headlamps. But that night, somewhere on a forgotten state road deep in the belly of North Carolina, the mountains didn't feel lonely. They felt crowded. I was hauling a full load of cured lumber, a heavy, shifting mass that made the old Peterbilt groan every time I hit grade. The sun had dipped below the jagged horizon hours ago, taking the last shred of familiar warmth with it, and a moonless sky had settled over the forest like a shroud. There was no starlight, no ambient glow from distant towns, just a total, suffocating blackness that seemed to swallow the light of my high beams before it could reach the tree line. I remember stopping at a small, rundown diner about 40 miles back to grab a coffee that tasted more like battery acid than beans. There was an old-timer sitting at the counter, A man whose face looked like a topographic map of the very ridges I was about to climb. He didn't say much, but as I was paying, he caught my eye and told me to keep my eyes on the white line and not to stop for anything that didn't have a siren on it. At the time, I brushed it off as local eccentricity, the kind of cryptic warnings old mountain folk love to give to outsiders just to see them jump. Now, 3 hours into the descent down a winding, treacherous ridge, those words were looping in my head like a broken record. The road was a series of tight, hairpin turns that demanded every ounce of my concentration. To my left was a vertical wall of ancient rock, and to my right, a sheer drop-off into a ravine so deep you couldn't see the bottom, even in broad daylight. The lumber in the back would creak and moan with every shift of the weight, sounding like a living thing trying to claw its way out of the trailer. I was rounding a particularly sharp curve, my foot hovering over the brake as the nose of the truck dipped into a steep downhill stretch, when my high beams swept across the asphalt and hit something that shouldn't have been there. My brain didn't register at first. I thought it was a fallen branch or maybe a piece of discarded trash, but as the truck closed the distance, the shape sharpened into something undeniable. I slammed on the brakes, the air rushing out of the lines with a deafening metallic hiss that echoed off the rock face like a gunshot. The Peterbilt shuddered to a halt, the heavy load of lumber lurching forward with a dull thud against the back of the cab. I sat there for a long, frozen minute, my hands white-knuckled on the steering wheel, staring through the windshield. There, perfectly centered in my lane, sat the severed head of a massive buck. It wasn't roadkill. There was no blood smeared across the pavement, no mangled carcass nearby. It had been placed there with surgical precision, the neck cleanly sawn off, the head upright and facing my truck. Its eyes were wide open, glazed and milky in the harsh glare of my LEDs, reflecting the light in a way that made it look like it was staring right through me. The sight of it sent a jolt of cold adrenaline through my system. This wasn't an accident. This was a message or a barrier. My first instinct was to throw the truck in reverse and get the hell out of there, but the road was too narrow and the weight of the lumber on this grade made a backward climb impossible without risking a jackknife or a plunge over the side. I had to move it. I looked at the dark woods flanking the road. They felt solid, impenetrable. I couldn't hear any wind, any owls, any crickets, just the low, idling thrum of the engine and the ticking of the cooling metal. I reached over and grabbed a heavy iron wrench from the passenger footwell. I didn't plan on using it, but the weight of the cold steel in my hand was the only thing giving me the courage to open that door. As I stepped out onto the asphalt, the mountain air hit me like a physical blow. It was freezing, smelling of wet earth and something metallic. Not just the truck, but something sharper like old copper. The silence outside the cab was even worse. It felt like the forest was holding its breath, waiting for me to make a move. I walked slowly toward the front of the truck, the crunch of my boots on the gravel shoulder sounding like thunderclaps in the stillness. The headlights threw long, distorted shadows of my legs out toward the deer head, making them look like spindly black fingers reaching for the prize. When I got within 5 feet of the object, I stopped. It wasn't just the head. Now that I was closer, I could see that the asphalt around it had been marked. Someone had used a heavy tool, maybe a hatchet or a sharpened stone, to score deep, jagged symbols into the road surface. They weren't letters I recognized. They were geometric, sharp-angled shapes, circles with lines cutting through them, stylized eyes, and patterns that looked like thorns. They were filled with a fine, gray gravel, making them stand out against the black pavement. The effort it must have taken to carve into the road like that was staggering. This hadn't been done in a hurry. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. I realized I was standing in the middle of someone's ritual, a focal point of some dark intention I couldn't begin to understand. I reached out with my boot, intending to just kick the head into the ravine, but my foot stopped inches away. The buck's eyes seemed to track me. I knew it was just an optical illusion, the way the light hit the dead corneas, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the animal was still aware. I forced myself to move, delivering a hard, frantic kick that sent the head skittering across the asphalt and over the edge of the drop-off. I didn't listen for the sound of it hitting the bottom. I turned and practically sprinted back to the cab, the heavy wrench slipping in my sweaty palm. I scrambled into the seat, slammed the door, and hit the locks in one fluid, panicked motion. My breath was coming in ragged gasps, fogging up the side window. I reached for the gear shift, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard it felt like it was going to crack a bone. I just needed to get moving. I needed the safety of the highway, the comfort of streetlights, the presence of other human beings. But as I reached for the light switch to flick my beams from high to low, I saw a movement on the embankment to my left. It was subtle, just a flicker of white against the deep green and black of the rhododendron bushes. I froze, my hand hovering over the dashboard. I stared into the darkness, my eyes straining until they ached. Then I saw it again, a pale, vertical shape standing perfectly still among the trees. It wasn't a deer. It was too tall, too stationary. It looked like a person, or something shaped like one, draped in a colorless cloth, or perhaps just possessing skin so white it caught the stray light from my running lamps. I shifted my gaze a few yards to the right, and my stomach dropped through the floor. There was another one, and another. 3 of them, spaced out along the tree line like silent sentries. They didn't have flashlights. They didn't have weapons that I could see. They just stood there, their forms blurred by the shadows, watching me. They weren't hiding. They were observing, as if they were the audience and I was the entertainment. The grounded, rational part of my brain was screaming at me that they were just locals, maybe some bored kids out to scare a trucker, but the primal, lizard brain part of me knew better. There was no malice coming from them, but there was no humanity either. It was a cold, predatory curiosity. They had set the stage with that deer head, and they had waited for me to play my part. I didn't wait for them to move. I slammed the truck into gear and mashed the accelerator. The engine roared, the turbocharger whistling as the 30 tons of lumber began to roll. I didn't care about the brake pads or the transmission. I just wanted distance. As I accelerated past the embankment, I didn't look out the side window. I kept my eyes fixed straight ahead, but in the peripheral of my vision, I could see those white shapes remain perfectly still as I roared past. They didn't chase me. They didn't shout. They just watched. I drove like a madman for the next 20 miles, taking curves at speeds that should have flipped the trailer, my eyes constantly darting to the rearview mirror. For a long time, all I could see was the red glow of my taillights reflecting off the fog, but every time I saw a flicker of white in the distance, a birch tree, a reflective sign, a patch of mist, my heart would skip a beat. I didn't stop until I reached a massive, well-lit truck stop on the interstate. I pulled into a spot under the brightest halogen lamp I could find and sat there for an hour, the engine idling, unable to stop my hand from shaking. I eventually got out to check my load, half expecting to find those symbols carved into the side of my trailer. The lumber was fine, the straps were tight, and the truck looked exactly the same as it had when I left Knoxville. But as I walked back to the cab, I noticed something on the front bumper. It was a small tuft of gray-brown fur caught in the chrome, along with a smear of something dark and tacky that definitely hadn't been there before. I haven't taken that state road since. I've heard stories from other drivers, tales of the white folk of the NC Ridges or feral families that have lived in those hollers since before the Revolutionary War, but I don't go looking for answers. Some people say the mountains are empty, just rock and trees and wind, but I know what I saw in those high beams. I know the way those white shapes stood so still they didn't even seem to breathe. Most nights, I can sleep just fine, but whenever I'm driving through a moonless stretch of woods and I see a deer standing by the side of the road, I don't see an animal. I see a warning. I see those milky eyes staring back at me, and I remember the sound of that air break hissing into a silence that was never meant to be broken. I don't think they wanted to kill me that night. I think they just wanted me to know that in those woods, I was never the one in control. And the worst part isn't the memory of the head or the symbols. It's the realization that if I had broken down, if that engine had failed just a few miles sooner, I wouldn't be the one telling this story. I'd be just another piece of the ritual, left in the middle of the road for the next lonely driver to find. Story 3. I've spent the better part of 15 years behind the wheel of a Peterbilt, hauling everything from dry goods to heavy machinery across the jagged, spine-like ridges of the Appalachian Mountains. You get used to the loneliness after a while. In fact, you start to crave it. There's a certain peace in the hum of the tires against the asphalt and the way the world shrinks down to the glow of your dashboard and the twin beams of your headlights cutting through the dark. But Eastern Kentucky is different. It's a place where the mountains don't just loom over you. They seem to fold in on themselves, creating deep, lightless hollers that haven't changed much since the coal companies first started tearing into the earth. People talk about the silence of the woods, but true truckers know that the woods are never really silent. There's always the wind, the rustle of the brush, or the distant call of something you can't quite name. But what I experienced near a town that isn't on most maps, somewhere deep in the throat of a rain-slicked valley, was a silence so absolute it felt like it was trying to erase me from existence. It started as a slow, wet pull through a stretch of road that felt more like a tunnel of dripping hemlocks than a state highway. The rain wasn't heavy, just a persistent, gray drizzle that turned the limestone cliffs into slick, black walls. I was hauling a heavy load of steel pipe, and the engine was working hard, its rhythmic chugging the only thing keeping me company. Usually, I'd have the CB radio on, listening to the crosstalk of other drivers or the crackle of distant weather reports, but for the last hour, the radio had been behaving strangely. At first, it was just the usual intermittent static you get when you dip into a deep valley, but then it shifted. The static didn't sound like white noise anymore. It sounded rhythmic, a low-frequency pulsing that seemed to sync up with the beating of my own heart. I tried switching channels, but every single one of them was occupied by that same heavy thrum. Even my satellite radio, which usually stays crystal clear regardless of the terrain, began to skip and stutter until the screen simply went blank, leaving the cab in a dim, greenish glow of dead electronics. I chalked it up to solar flare or maybe some local interference from an old mining operation, but a knot of unease began to tighten in my stomach. The further I drove into the holler, the more the world outside seemed to lose its definition. The trees became shapeless shadows, and the road ahead felt like it was narrowing, the mountain walls pressing closer with every mile. I rounded a sharp, blind bend where the road clung to the side of a steep ravine, and that's when I saw it. About 50 yards ahead, a single black pickup truck was parked diagonally across both lanes, completely blocking the way. It was a late-model truck, matte black and devoid of any chrome or identifying decals. Its headlights were off, and its windows were tinted so dark they looked like sheets of obsidian. There were no hazard lights, no flares, and no signs of a mechanical breakdown. It was just sitting there like a wall of iron in the middle of the empty highway. I eased onto the brakes, the airlines hissing as the rig came to a slow, controlled stop. I sat there for a long minute, the engine idling, staring through the rain-streaked windshield. My mind was racing, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe it was a local who'd run out of gas, or someone looking for help. But in these mountains, a vehicle parked like that usually means trouble. I reached for the CB mic, my hand trembling slightly, and keyed it. Breaker, breaker, to the black pickup on State Road 12. You okay? You're blocking the whole pass, buddy. Copy. I waited, my eyes fixed on the dark cab of the truck. Nothing but that rhythmic, pulsing static came back through the speakers. I tried again, my voice a little louder, a little more desperate. Is anyone out there? I've got a heavy load and no room to turn. Give me a sign. Still nothing. The truck remained as still as a grave, its dark surface reflecting the dull gray of the rainy sky. I considered getting out of the cab to check on the driver, but a primal instinct, the kind that only surfaces when you're truly alone in the dark, told me to stay put. The air outside felt heavy, saturated with a tension that made the hair on my arms stand up. I decided I would try to squeeze past. There was a narrow, gravelly shoulder on the cliffside of the road, and if I was careful, I might just be able to inch the trailer around the pickup's rear bumper. I shifted into a low gear and began to creep forward, the Peterbilt groaning as it moved. But the moment my front tires crossed an invisible line about 20 feet from the black truck, the world changed. It wasn't a sound, at least not at first. It was a vibration. A low, gut-shaking hum began to resonate through the floorboards, so powerful that I could feel my teeth rattling in my skull. It felt like the very atoms of the air were vibrating at a frequency that didn't belong in this world. The hum intensified, a physical weight that pressed against my chest and made my ears pop painfully. I gasped for air, the oxygen feeling thin and metallic. That's when I saw the movement in my side mirror. I glanced at the glass and my blood turned to ice. A figure was now standing on the roof of the black pickup truck. I hadn't seen them climb out, hadn't heard a door slam. They were just suddenly there. The person was shrouded in a dark, shapeless parka, the hood pulled low over their face. They were standing perfectly still, their arms hanging loosely at their sides, facing the rear of my truck. They weren't looking at me. They were looking at the rig, or perhaps through it. The air around the figure seemed to shimmer and warp like the heat haze off an asphalt road in July. But there was no heat, only a soul-chilling cold that seemed to radiate from the pickup. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. They weren't there to rob me. They weren't looking for money or the cargo. They were there to stop the signal. The hum was coming from the truck itself, acting like a massive, localized jammer that was swallowing everything. The radio waves, the cell service, even the sound of the woods. It was a dead zone created by design. The figure on the roof didn't move, didn't gesture, but I felt a wave of pure, concentrated malice directed at me. It was the feeling of being an intruder in a place where the laws of the modern world had been suspended. My ears were ringing so loudly now, it was a physical pain, and the vibration was making the dashboard gauges dance and flicker wildly. I knew that if I stayed there much longer, something was going to break, either the truck or my own mind. Panic, sharp and blinding, took over. I slammed the shifter into reverse. The backup alarm let out a pathetic, distorted chirp before the electronics died completely. I didn't care. I buried my foot in the accelerator, the tires spitting gravel and mud as I forced the massive rig backward down the narrow road. It's a miracle I didn't send the trailer over the edge of the ravine. I kept my eyes glued to the mirrors, watching that dark figure on the roof. They remained motionless, a black silhouette against the gray mist, even as I gained distance. I remember a small, unpaved logging detour I had passed about a quarter-mile back, a rough, dangerous track that I would usually never dream of taking with a full load of steel. But right then, it was my only exit. I reached the turnoff and cut the wheel hard, the trailer jackknifing dangerously before the tires caught traction on the wet timber road. I didn't slow down, pushing the engine to its absolute limit as I bounced and swayed over the deep ruts. I looked back one last time before the trees swallowed the highway. In that single, fleeting moment, the black pickup truck's headlights suddenly flashed on. They weren't the yellow-white of standard bulbs. They were a searing, brilliant blue-white that seemed to cut through the rain like a laser. The beams were aimed directly at my retreating trailer, two pillars of cold light that seemed to search for me in the dark. As the truck disappeared behind the bend and I crested the ridge of the logging path, the humming stopped. It was so sudden that the ensuing silence was almost as deafening as the noise had been. I sat there for a moment at the top of the ridge, my chest heaving, the engine of the Peterbilt ticking as it cooled. I reached out and touched the CB radio. It crackled. Then a voice broke through, a familiar, gravelly tone of a driver named Big Joe, who I knew was at least 50 miles north. Yeah, looks like the rain is letting up near the gap. Over. The sound of a human voice was the most beautiful thing I'd ever heard. My satellite radio blinked back to life, the screen displaying the time and the song title as if nothing had ever happened. I didn't respond to the radio. I just sat there, looking down into the dark, silent holler I had just escaped. I took the long way around, adding 4 hours to my trip, and I never told the company why I was late. There are things in the deep Appalachian hollers that don't want to be heard, and they have ways of making sure the rest of the world stays at a distance. I've gone back through that area a few times since then, but only in the middle of a bright, sunny day, and I never, ever slowed down when I passed that bend. Sometimes, though, when the rain is hitting the windshield just right and the radio starts to hiss with that rhythmic, pulsing static, I feel that vibration start to creep back into my bones. I look at my mirrors, half expecting to see two pillars of cold, blue light following me through the mist, waiting for the moment they can pull the plug on the world again. I don't think I'll ever know who was in that truck or what they were protecting in that stretch of silence. But I know one thing for sure. Some places aren't meant to be traveled, and some silences are a warning that you should have listened to a long time ago. Story 4. I've spent the better part of 25 years behind the wheel of a semi-truck, and if there is one thing I've learned about the Appalachian Mountains, it's that they're a lot older and a lot more indifferent than most people realize. When you're hauling 40,000 pounds of freight through the winding guts of Tennessee, you aren't just driving through a landscape. You're passing through a series of isolated kingdoms, each with its own set of unwritten rules and long-buried secrets. People think of these mountains as scenic, a place for postcards and weekend hikes. But when you're out there at the edges of the map where the cell service dies and the radio only picks up crackling static or fire and brimstone preachers, the scenery starts to feel like a facade. It's a beautiful mask covering something very old and very hungry. I've seen things out there that I can't explain, lights in the trees that don't move like lanterns and shadows that seem to detach themselves from the ridges. But nothing ever truly rattled my sense of reality until that one crisp, sunny morning back in the autumn of 2014. I was running a load of industrial equipment from Knoxville down toward the Georgia line, taking a back highway route to avoid a major pileup on the interstate. It was a beautiful morning, the kind that makes you glad to be alive. The air was sharp and cold, smelling of pine needles and damp earth, and the sun was hitting the turning leaves just right, turning the ridges into waves of fire and gold. I was making good time, my rig humming along the asphalt, the rhythmic vibration of the engine acting like a second heartbeat. There wasn't another soul on the road. For miles, it was just me, the trees, and the long, gray ribbon of the highway stretching out into the distance. I remember feeling a rare sense of peace, leaning back in my seat and enjoying the way the light played across the dashboard. But in the mountains, peace is often just a lull before the air changes. I rounded a long, sweeping bend that hugged a sheer rock face on one side and a steep, wooded ravine on the other. As the road straightened out, I saw something in the distance that made me ease off the accelerator. It looked like a patch of debris scattered across both lanes. Usually, when you see stuff in the road in this part of the country, it's a fallen branch, a blown-out tire, or occasionally some trash that fell off a local's pickup. But as I got closer, the colors started to pop against the gray asphalt. They weren't the muted tones of nature or the dull gray of road grime. They were bright, primary colors, vibrant reds, yellows, and blues. I slowed the rig down, the air brakes hissing as I shifted through the gears, my curiosity quickly turning into a cold, inexplicable knot in the pit of my stomach. I brought the truck to a full stop about 20 feet away from the clutter. I sat there for a long minute, the engine idling with a heavy, mechanical thrum that seemed too loud for the sudden stillness of the morning. Across the entire width of the highway was a carefully arranged collection of children's toys. It wasn't just a random spill. It looked like a scene from a nursery had been violently uprooted and transplanted onto the asphalt. There was a small, red tricycle laying on its side, one wheel still spinning lazily in the wind. There were dozens of colorful wooden building blocks stacked in a neat, little towers that sat perfectly in the center of the lane. And then there were the dolls. 3 or 4 of them, scattered like casualties of a miniature war. The silence that followed when I finally killed the engine was immense. It was the kind of silence that has weight to it, the kind that makes your ears ring because your brain is searching for a sound to latch onto. I looked out the side windows, scanning the tree line. There were no houses for at least 10 miles in either direction. There were no driveways, no hiking trails, and certainly no parks. The woods here were thick and choked with undergrowth. Not the kind of place a child could wander through, let alone bring a tricycle and a box of blocks. My instincts were screaming at me to just drive over the toys and keep going, but there was a practical part of my brain that feared a block might get wedged in my brakes or a metal axle from the tricycle might puncture a tire. In these hills, being stranded with a dead rig is a death sentence for your paycheck and sometimes for you. I stepped out of the cab, the cold mountain air hitting my face like a damp cloth. I left the door open, a subconscious move to ensure a quick escape if I needed it. The only sound was the ticking of the cooling engine and the distant, lonely caw of a crow somewhere high above the canopy. I walked toward the toys, my boots sounding unnaturally loud on the pavement. The closer I got, the more the sense of dread deepened. It wasn't just the fact that the toys were there. It was the condition they were in. The red tricycle was rusted in patches, but the seat was strangely clean, as if someone had just wiped it down. The blocks weren't just painted. They had tiny, scorched marks on them, like someone had been touching them with hot needles. Then I reached the doll that was sitting upright near the center line. It was an old porcelain thing, the kind with the painted-on hair and the glass eyes. One of its eyes was missing, leaving a dark, jagged hole that seemed to track my movement. But it was the mouth that made me stop dead. The original, delicate pink lips had been scraped away. In their place, someone had used a knife or a sharp stone to manually widen the mouth, carving deep into the porcelain until it formed a grotesque, ear-to-ear grin. It looked like a silent scream, frozen in stone. I reached down to pick it up, intending to toss it into the ravine, and that's when the smell hit me. It didn't smell like plastic or old fabric. It smelled like the deep, cloying scent of a fresh grave, wet, heavy dirt, and the faint, sweet rot of something that had been underground for a long time. I dropped the doll, my heart suddenly hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I felt a wave of intense vertigo, the bright sunlight suddenly feeling cold and mocking. I started frantically kicking the blocks toward the shoulder, my movements jagged and panicked. I just wanted the road clear. I just wanted to be back in the steel sanctuary of my cab. I reached for the last building block, a bright blue one that sat right near the edge of my trailer shadow. As I bent down, the world went completely still. Not a leaf rustled, not a bird sang. And then I heard it, a sound that didn't belong in the natural world. It was a giggle, high-pitched, rhythmic, and bubbly, the kind of sound a toddler makes when they're being tickled. But it wasn't coming from the woods. It wasn't coming from the road ahead. It was coming from directly underneath my trailer, nestled right between the rear axles. It was so close, I could feel the vibration of the voice in the soles of my boots. It wasn't a ghostly whisper. It was physical. It was real. Someone was under my truck, inches away from my feet, watching my shadow. My muscles locked up in a way I've never experienced before or since. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. The logic of the situation tried to assert itself. Maybe a kid had crawled under there while I was stopped, but I had only been out of the cab for 2 minutes. I hadn't seen anyone, and the giggle, it didn't sound right. It was too repetitive, too perfect, like a recording played on a loop, but with a wet, raspy edge to it that suggested lungs filled with fluid. I didn't look under the trailer. I didn't want to see what was making that sound. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that if I leaned down to look, I wouldn't see a lost child. I would see something that had been waiting in the dark for a long, long time. I bolted. I didn't care about the last block. I sprinted back to the cab, my lungs burning in the cold air. I scrambled up the steps, slammed the door, and hammered the lock down so hard I nearly snapped the plastic. I turned the key, and for a terrifying second, the engine struggled, coughing and wheezing before the diesel finally roared to life. I didn't check my mirrors. I didn't look at my backup camera. I threw the shifter into gear and slammed my foot onto the gas. The truck lurched forward, and I felt the sickening crunch of the porcelain doll and the metal tricycle as my tires rolled over them. The rig shuddered, the heavy trailer swaying as I pushed it way too fast for the winding road, but I didn't slow down. I couldn't. As I sped away, I finally forced myself to look in the rearview mirror. The road was empty, just a smudge of red and yellow where the toys had been. But then I saw it. The red tricycle, which I had clearly felt the truck crush, was standing upright again. It wasn't mangled. It was sitting perfectly in the center of the lane, exactly where it had been when I first arrived. And as I watched, it slowly, deliberately began to roll. It didn't roll down the grade with gravity. It rolled across the road toward the center line, as if a small, invisible hand was pushing it back into position for the next person to come around the bend. I didn't stop until I hit a busy truck stop 3 hours away in Georgia. I sat in the booth of the diner, my coffee untouched, my hands shaking so badly I had to hide them under the table. I tried to tell myself it was a prank, some sick game played by local mountain folk to scare truckers. But I couldn't explain the smell of the doll. I couldn't explain how the tricycle had been crushed and then instantly restored. And most of all, I couldn't forget that giggle. I still run through Tennessee sometimes, but never on those back highways. I stay on the interstates, where the lights are bright and the world feels crowded. But every time I have to stop on a shoulder to check a strap or a tire, I find myself holding my breath. I find myself looking at the dark space between my trailer wheels, terrified that I'll see a bright blue block sitting in the shadows, or that I'll hear that high-pitched, bubbly laugh echoing out from the steel. The mountains are beautiful, sure, but they're also a graveyard for things that don't know they're dead. And sometimes they use the things we love, the things meant for our children, to lure us into the dark. I don't know who or what was under my truck that day, and I don't want to know. I just know that I wasn't the first person to stop for those toys, and God help me, I probably won't be the last. Whenever I see a doll in a store now, one with those painted lips and glass eyes, I have to turn away. I can still see the carved-out grin of that porcelain face in the middle of the road, and I can still feel that high-pitched giggle vibrating in the floorboards of my soul. Some things aren't meant to be moved. Some roadblocks are there for a reason. And if you're lucky, you'll realize that before you ever step out of the cab. I got lucky that day, but I know the mountains haven't forgotten my face, and they're still out there, stacking their blocks and waiting for the next engine to go silent. Story 5. I've spent most of my adult life in the cab of a Freightliner, pulling long-haul loads across the jagged, fog-choked spine of the Appalachian Mountains. You get used to the solitude after a while. In fact, you start to crave it. There's a specific kind of peace that comes with the rhythmic hum of 22 tires on the asphalt and the steady glow of the dashboard gauges in the middle of a moonless night. But Southern Virginia has a way of reminding you that you're never truly alone out there, even when the GPS dies and the radio starts spitting nothing but static and white noise. It was late October, and I was pushing hard to make a 6 a.m. delivery in Charlotte. I decided to take a shortcut off I-77, a stretch of state road that my old man used to call the Dead Man's Detour. It was a ribbon of cracked pavement that snaked through some of the deepest, most isolated hollers in the region, a place where the trees grow so thick and close that the sky is nothing more than a memory. The air that night was heavy and damp, the kind of humidity that clings to the windshield and turns the light from your high beams into a blurry, yellow smear. I hadn't seen another set of headlights for nearly an hour, and the further I drove, the more the silence of the woods seemed to press in on the cab. I usually keep a podcast or some old country tapes running to keep the mountain madness at bay, but my deck had jammed miles back, leaving me with nothing but the internal monologue of a tired man and the occasional hiss of the air brakes. I was rounding a sharp, descending curve where the mountain wall on my left was so steep I could have reached out and touched the moss, when my lights hit something that made me stand on the brakes so hard the trailer started to sway. It wasn't a fallen tree, and it wasn't a rock slide. About 50 yards ahead, someone had constructed a massive, deliberate wall across the entire width of the highway. It was made of fresh-cut pine logs, all of them roughly the same length, stacked with a precision that was absolutely chilling. This wasn't old, gray timber that had rotted and fallen over time. These were bright, sappy green logs, the bark still clinging to them, the sap oozing out in thick, amber droplets that glistened like sweat in my headlights. The wall was stacked waist-high and spanned both lanes, perfectly blocking any hope of passage. I sat there for a long minute, the engine idling with a heavy, mechanical throb that felt too loud for the stillness outside. My heart was hammering against my ribs, and a cold, primal dread began to seep into my bones. You don't see things like that in the middle of nowhere unless someone wants you to see them, or unless someone wants you to stop. I eventually killed the engine, thinking I might be able to get out and find a way to drag a few logs aside. But the moment the diesel died, the stillness of the mountain became absolute. It was a vacuum of sound. There were no crickets, no wind, not even the distant rustle of a nocturnal animal. The only thing that filled the void was the smell. It was an overpowering, sickly sweet stench of raw pine sap, so thick I could almost taste it in the back of my throat. It didn't smell like a forest. It smelled like a carpenter's shop that had been turned into a morgue. I sat in the cab, my hand hovering over my mag light, staring at that wall of greenwood. The way they were stacked, it wasn't just a pile. It was ceremonial. The ends of the logs were pointed toward the center of the road, forming a jagged, teeth-like pattern that seemed to warn me against coming any closer. That's when I heard the first sound. It was a dull, rhythmic thudding coming from the woods off to my left, up on the steep embankment. Thump, thump, thump. It was heavy, like the sound of a large sack of grain being dropped onto the forest floor. But there was a softness to it, an organic quality that suggested whatever was making the noise wasn't inanimate. It was getting closer, moving down the ridge toward the edge of the road at a steady, deliberate pace. I grabbed my flashlight and shined it into the darkness, but the light was useless. The trees were so dense and the fog so thick that the beam just seemed to be absorbed, disappearing into the shadows as if the woods were drinking the light. I swung the beam back and forth, my hand shaking, but I saw nothing, only the endless, vertical lines of the pines and the shifting gray mist. The thudding stopped right at the edge of the tree line, maybe 20 feet from my driver's side door. I held my breath, the silence in the cab, so heavy it felt like it was crushing my lungs. I waited for a voice, a shout, a growl, anything that would make sense of the situation. Instead, I heard a low, wet sucking sound like someone pulling their foot out of deep, thick mud. It was followed by a heavy, dragging noise over the dry pine needles, a sound that suggested something very large was shifting its weight, preparing to move. It wasn't the sound of an animal I knew. It wasn't the light, nimble footfalls of a deer or the clumsy crashing of a black bear. It was rhythmic, slow, and purposeful. I didn't need to see what was out there. I didn't need to know if it was a group of people playing a sick game or something that had belonged to these hollers since before the roads were paved. Every survival instinct I had developed over decades on the road was screaming at me to move. I reached for the key, my fingers fumbling in the dark, and the engine roared back to life. The sound was a lifeline, shattering the oppressive silence of the woods. I didn't even bother trying to get out. I knew that wall wasn't going to budge for a man with a flashlight. I threw the truck into reverse, the backup alarm chirping a pathetic, lonely warning into the night. Executing a 3-point turn in a 53-foot trailer on a narrow mountain road is a nightmare in broad daylight. Doing it in the dark while something heavy is dragging itself toward you is nearly impossible. I jackknifed the trailer once, the steel groaning in protest as I cut the wheel too hard, my eyes darting between the mirrors and the dark tree line. Every time I looked back at the woods, I expected to see a face, a hand, or a shape emerging from the mist. The dragging sound had started again, faster now, keeping pace with the truck as I maneuvered. I could hear the brush snapping and the wet, sucking noise getting louder, closer to the rear of the trailer. I finally managed to straighten the rig out, my tires spitting gravel and mud as they fought for traction on the crumbling shoulder. I didn't wait to see if the barrier was being disassembled or if the thing in the woods was going to step into the road. I mashed the accelerator, the turbocharger whistling as I pushed the truck back up the ridge, back toward the main road and the safety of the interstate. I didn't slow down until I hit the bright, humming lights of a truck stop near Wytheville 3 hours later. I sat in the cab for a long time, the engine idling, watching the other truckers go about their business, the normalcy of the scene feeling like a hallucination. When I finally got out to check my load, the smell hit me again. It wasn't the smell of diesel or the cold mountain air. It was the pine. The scent was clinging to the grill of the truck, the side mirrors, and even the fabric of my upholstery, as if the very air around that wall had been stained by it. I looked at the side of my trailer and saw a smear of something dark and tacky near the rear axles. A mixture of mud, crushed pine needles, and a translucent, thick slime that didn't look like any sap I'd ever seen. I've never gone back to Southern Virginia. I take the long way around now, sticking to the interstates and the well-lit bypasses. People ask me why I'm so afraid of a few trees, but they weren't there. They didn't see the precision of that wall. and they didn't hear the weight of whatever was dragging itself through the dark. I still wake up some nights with the smell of fresh-cut pine in my nostrils, and for a second, I'm back in that holler, waiting for the thudding to start again. Story 6. I've spent the better part of 20 years behind the wheel of a semi-truck, and if you do this job long enough, you start to develop a sixth sense for the road. It isn't some mystical thing. It's just a hyper-awareness of the machine beneath you and the environment outside your glass. You learn to read the way the wind hits the trailer, the way the asphalt changes color when it's getting slick, and the way the silence of the woods feels when something isn't right. I've hauled freight through almost every state in this country, but there's nowhere that sits heavy on my soul quite like the backroads of West Virginia. It's beautiful country, don't get me wrong, but there are parts of those mountains that feel like they haven't seen the sun since the coal mines first opened. The hollers are deep, the ridges are steep, and there's a specific kind of isolation there that can make a man feel like the last living thing on earth. It was late October, a Friday night, and I was pushing a load of industrial machinery through a stretch of road that didn't even have a number on some of my older maps. The rain had been relentless since I crossed the state line. A cold, heavy Appalachian downpour that felt less like weather and more like the sky was trying to drown mountains. The road was narrow, barely wide enough for my rig, and it hugged the side of a steep hill with a churning, overflowing creek on the left. The water was high, a muddy, violent brown that was white-capping against the boulders. My wipers were on their highest setting, slapping back and forth with a rhythmic, frantic screech that was starting to grate on my nerves. Every time a gust of wind caught the trailer, I could feel the truck shift, the tires fighting for grip on the asphalt that had turned into a shimmering sheet of black glass. I was exhausted, the kind of deep, bone-weary tired that makes the lights of the dashboard start to swim in your vision, but I couldn't stop. There was nowhere to pull over, no shoulders, just a rock wall on one side and the hungry creek on the other. I was white-knuckling the wheel, my eyes straining to see more than 10 feet in front of my hood when the world seemed to tilt. I rounded a sharp, hairpin turn where the road dipped down toward the level of the creek. My high beams caught the spray of the water, and for a split second I thought I saw a log or a piece of debris being washed up onto the road. I eased onto the brakes, the airlines hissing a warning, and as the truck slowed, the shape resolved into something that made my blood run cold. It wasn't a log. It was a man. He was emerging from the creek, hauling himself out of that churning, freezing water like it was a bathtub. He didn't scramble or struggle. He just stepped up onto the bank and then moved directly into the center of my lane. He stood there stock still, facing my truck. I slammed on the brakes, the weight of the machinery in the back lurching forward, and the rig came to a shuddering, screaming halt maybe 15 feet from him. I sat there for a long minute, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I could feel in my throat. The rain was drumming on the roof of the cab, a deafening, metallic roar that seemed to fill the small space. I stared through the windshield, waiting for him to move, to wave for help, to do anything. He was wearing a pair of old, mud-caked denim overalls with nothing underneath. His skin was a sickly, translucent gray, the color of a fish's belly, and it was slick with the creek water and grime. His hair was matted to his forehead, and his arms hung loosely at his sides, his fingers slightly curled. He looked like he'd been pulled through the mud for miles. I reached out and laid on the horn, a long, deafening blast that echoed off the hills and should have made any normal person jump out of their skin. He didn't flinch. He didn't even blink. He just stood there in the middle of that pouring rain, his feet planted firmly on the black glass of the road. I felt a surge of frustration mixed with a growing, primal dread. "Move, you idiot!" I shouted, though I knew he couldn't hear me over the storm. I flashed my high beams, cycling them on and off, hoping to blind him into moving, but he remained a statue. That's when the wipers cleared a path across the glass at just the right angle, and I saw his eyes. They weren't like human eyes. They were wide, fixed, and a milky, opaque white, like he had massive cataracts or had been blinded by the very water he just crawled out of. But he wasn't looking at the truck. He was looking through it, staring into a space somewhere behind my head with a vacant, terrifying focus. Then he started to walk. It wasn't a normal gait. It was a slow, heavy, deliberate movement, one soggy step at a time. Every time his foot hit the pavement, I could hear a faint, wet squelch even over the rain. But it was the way his body moved that really turned my stomach. There was no rigidity to him, no snap in his stride. His limbs swung with a loose, watery fluidity, as if his joints were made of wet rope instead of bone and socket. He looked like something that had been softened by the water, something that had lost its structure but kept its intent. He kept those milky eyes locked on my windshield, his expression a mask of hollow, unthinking determination. He was coming for the cab. I've heard stories about the people who live deep in those hollers, families that have been cut off from the world for generations, people who don't take kindly to outsiders. I thought maybe he was a local who'd had a breakdown or someone hopped up on something, but the way he'd come out of that creek. No one survives a fall into a creek that high and that fast, not without being battered to pieces. Yet here he was, walking toward me without a single scratch on his gray skin. My survival instinct, the one that usually tells me to help people, was screaming at me to get away. It was a physical pressure in the cab, a sense of wrongness so thick I could almost taste it. It smelled like old mud and stagnant water inside my own truck. I reached for the gear shift, my hand trembling so badly I almost missed the handle. I didn't have room to turn around. I couldn't go back up the ridge in this rain without risking a jackknife that would send me into the ravine. The only way was forward. The man was only 5 feet from my bumper now, his chest heaving with a slow, wet rhythm. I could see the mud dripping off his overalls, staining the road. I realized then that if he reached the door, he wasn't going to knock. He was just going to keep walking until he was inside. I didn't think, I just reacted. I threw the truck into gear and mashed the gas pedal. The turbocharger whistled, a high-pitched scream that cut through the roar of the rain, and the massive tires bit into the asphalt. I drove directly at him. I expected him to dive out of the way, to scream, to show some sign of self-preservation. Instead, as the chrome grille of the Peterbilt closed the distance, he did something that still haunts my dreams. He stopped walking and threw his arms out wide. It wasn't a gesture of defiance. It was an embrace. He opened himself up to the truck as if he were welcoming a long-lost friend home. I saw his mouth open, a dark, bottomless hole in his gray face, just as the front of the truck hit him. There was a sickening, heavy thump, a solid physical impact that I felt all the way through the steering column and into my seat. It was the sound of something dense and wet hitting steel. The truck jolted, the front end dipping for a second as if I'd run over a large animal or a heavy log. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I kept my foot floored, the engine roaring in protest as I sped away from that curve, the wipers still screaming their frantic rhythm against the glass. My breath was coming in short, panicked bursts, and I was praying to God I hadn't spoken to in years just to let me see a streetlight, a house, anything that looked like the world I knew. After about a mile of reckless driving, the road leveled out slightly and the trees thinned. My heart was still trying to escape my chest, but the immediate, crushing dread had begun to lift. I slowed down, my conscience finally catching up with my fear. I'd hit a man. I had to look. I had to see if there was a body, if I needed to call the state police. I wiped the fog from the side mirror with my sleeve and looked back. The road behind me was a dark, shimmering ribbon of rain and shadow. I shined my rear-facing load lights, 2 powerful beams that cut through the downpour, illuminating the stretch of asphalt I'd just covered. There was nothing. No crumpled body in the center of the lane. No blood. No mud-caked overalls. The road was perfectly, hauntingly empty. I looked toward the creek, thinking maybe the impact had thrown him back into the water, but there was no splash, no broken brush, no sign that anything had ever stood there. I sat there for a long time, the engine idling, the rain continuing its assault on the cab. I looked at the front of my truck in the reflection of a road sign further up. There were no dents in the chrome. There wasn't even a smear of mud. It was as if the impact hadn't happened at all, yet I could still feel the phantom vibration of that thump in my hands. I didn't sleep that night. I drove all the way to a truck stop in Charleston, and even there, under the bright, humming halogen lights with dozens of other drivers around me, I didn't feel safe. I walked around to the front of my rig with a flashlight, checking every inch of the grill and the bumper. I found nothing until I looked at the very bottom of the air dam near the passenger side. Tucked into a small crevice of the plastic was a single, long strand of river grass, dripping wet and smelling of the deep, stagnant mud of the mountains. I've never told this story to anyone else in the industry. They'd think I was seeing ghosts or that I'd finally cracked under the pressure of the long hauls. But I know what I felt. I know the sound of that impact. I don't think that man was a ghost, not in the way people usually mean. I think the Appalachians have a way of keeping things that should have stayed in the earth or the water, things that have forgotten how to be human but still remember how to want. Sometimes when it rains especially hard and the asphalt starts to look like black glass, I find myself looking at the creeks. I watch the way the water overflows, and I wonder if he's still out there, walking through the mud with his milky eyes and his joints like water, waiting for the next set of headlights to come around the bend. I don't drive that road anymore. I'll take a 3-hour detour before I ever set foot in that holler again. Because the worst part isn't the memory of the hit, it's the memory of him opening his arms. He wasn't trying to stop me. He was trying to let me in, and I don't think he's done waiting. Whenever I hear the wet squelch of a boot in the mud, my hand goes straight for the lock on the cab door, and I don't look out the window until I'm miles away from the nearest creek. Story 7. I've spent the better part of 20 years hauling freight through the jagged, ancient spine of the Appalachian Mountains. And if there's one thing you learn early on, it's that the woods in Pennsylvania don't play by the same rules as the rest of the world. There's a specific kind of darkness you find in the north-central part of the state, up in the PA wilds, where the trees grow so thick and the ridges are so steep that you feel like you're driving through a tunnel made of black velvet and pine needles. On a clear night, it's beautiful in a lonely sort of way, but when the fog rolls into the hollers and your GPS starts spinning like a compass in a magnet shop, that beauty turns into something else entirely. It becomes a weight. It becomes a pressure on your chest that tells you that you're an intruder in a place that stopped caring about human beings a long time ago. I was pulling a refrigerated load, a reefer full of perishable dairy, heading south toward Williamsport. It was one of those runs where everything felt just a little bit off. I'd started late out of Erie because of a mechanical issue with the trailer's cooling unit, and by the time I hit the back roads to bypass a major wreck on the interstate, it was nearing 3 a.m. The fatigue was a physical presence in the cab, a heavy fog in my brain that even the strongest truck stop coffee couldn't cut through. My eyes were burning, tracking the white line on the shoulder like it was a lifeline, but my biggest concern wasn't sleep. It was my fuel gauge. I'd miscalculated the distance between service plazas on this detour, and the needle was sitting uncomfortably close to the red. In a rig like mine, running out of fuel in the middle of a forest isn't just an inconvenience. It's a dangerous situation. You lose your air brakes, you lose your steering, and you're left as a 30-ton paperweight on a road barely wide enough for a pickup. The silence of the forest was absolute, broken only by the constant, low-frequency hum of the reefer unit behind me. That hum is usually a comforting sound. It means the cargo is cold and the money is safe, but that night, it felt like a beacon, announcing my presence to every shadow between the trees. I rounded a long, sweeping bend where the hemlocks leaned so far over the road they almost touched the top of my cab. As my high beams swept across the asphalt, the light hit something that didn't belong. For a split second, I thought I was seeing a massive spill of red paint, or maybe a sea of emergency flares. I stood on the brakes, the air lines hissing and the trailer groaning as I brought the massive machine to a shuddering halt. There, blocking both lanes of the highway from shoulder to shoulder, was a wall of red. It was a pile of gasoline cans, hundreds of them. They were those standard 5-gallon plastic cans you see at every hardware store, but they were stacked with a bizarre, chaotic precision. Some were standing upright. Others were tossed on their sides, forming a glittering, industrial mound that reached nearly waist-high. They looked brand new, the red plastic catching the glare of my LEDs with a sickly, artificial sheen. I sat there for a long minute, my hands white-knuckled on the steering wheel, my heart hammering against my ribs. There were no other cars, no signs of a wreck, no smoke, just this mountain of plastic in the middle of a deserted state road. The first thing I noticed when I killed the engine was the smell. Even through the filtration system of the cab, it hit me, the sharp, cloying, unmistakable stench of raw gasoline. It was so thick it felt oily on the back of my throat. I sat in the sudden, deafening silence that follows the death of a diesel engine, listening to the tick-tick-tick of the cooling metal. I should have stayed in the cab. Every survival instinct I had was screaming at me to throw it in reverse and find another way. But the desperation of that fuel gauge won out. I thought just maybe someone had abandoned a shipment, or there was a spill I could help with, or, God help me, maybe one of those cans had a few gallons left in it that could get me to the next town. I grabbed my heavy-duty mag light and cracked the door. The cold mountain air rushed in, carrying that overwhelming fuel smell with it. I stepped down onto the asphalt, my boots sounding like gunshots in the stillness. The woods felt like they were leaning in, the shadows behind the trees shifting every time I moved my light. I walked toward the pile, the beam of my flashlight dancing over the red plastic. As I got within 10 feet, I realized how absurd the situation was. These weren't discarded trash. There were no price tags, no dirt on them, no signs of wear. They were pristine, except for one thing. I reached down and nudged one with the toe of my boot. It was empty, impossibly light. I picked it up to inspect it, and that's when the hair on the back of my neck stood up. Near the handle of the can, someone had used a drill to make a single, neat hole about the size of a dime. I looked at the next one. It had the same hole, and the one next to that. Every single can in that massive pile had been systematically punctured. It wasn't a mistake. It wasn't a manufacturing defect. Someone had taken hundreds of these cans, filled them, brought them here, and then drained them directly onto the road. My light swept over the asphalt, and I saw the shimmering rainbow-colored sheen of the fuel soaking into the cracks of the highway. Hundreds, maybe thousands of gallons of gasoline had been poured out right here for no apparent reason. The realization sent a jolt of pure ice through my veins. This wasn't a prank or an accident. This was a deliberate act of insanity. I looked at the woods again, the darkness feeling more solid than the trees themselves. I felt like a fly sitting on the edge of a web. Who would do this? Why would they do it here, in a place where no one was supposed to be? I started to back away, my light shaking in my hand when the sound started. It wasn't a footstep. It wasn't the snap of a twig or the rustle of leaves. It was a hiss, a dry, rattling, sibilant sound that seemed to come from the tree line just beyond the reach of my headlights. It sounded like someone trying to whisper a secret without using their tongue. A hollow, raspy whispers. It didn't come from one spot. It seemed to drift around the perimeter of the light, moving with a fluid, terrifying speed. I froze, my breath hitching in my chest. I swung the mag light toward the sound, but there was nothing there but the gray trunks of the trees and the thick undergrowth. The hiss came again, louder this time, and it was followed by a soft, rhythmic clicking like teeth being tapped together. Click, 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 click. It was a sound of anticipation. I realized then that I wasn't alone, and I wasn't the one in control of the situation. Whatever was making that noise was comfortable in this dark. It had spent hours, maybe days, preparing this spot. It had drained the lifeblood of machines onto the ground as if it were making an offering, and now a machine had arrived to answer the call. I didn't wait to see what stepped out of the shadows. I turned and scrambled back toward the cab, my boots slipping on the gasoline-slicked road. I practically fell into the driver's seat, slamming the door and hammering the locks down. My hands were trembling so badly I could barely get the key into the ignition. The engine coughed, the starter motor whining in the cold air, and for a terrifying second, I thought the low fuel was going to fail me right there. I prayed. I actually out loud prayed to a God I hadn't spoken to in years. Then, the diesel roared to life, the most beautiful sound I'd ever heard. I didn't try to drive through the pile. I didn't care about my deadline or the dairy in the back. I threw the truck into reverse, the backup alarm chirping a lonely, pathetic warning into the void. I backed that 53-foot trailer up a narrow, winding road for nearly a mile, my eyes glued to the mirrors, waiting for a pale face or a dark shape to emerge from the red mountain of plastic. I reached a small, unpaved logging track I had passed earlier, a rough, gravelly path that looked like it hadn't seen a tire in a decade. I didn't hesitate. I swung the rig around, the trailer tires kicking up a cloud of dust and stone, and I drove. I pushed that truck through the gears, the engine screaming as I put as much distance as possible between me and that holler. I eventually found a small, independent station that was still open about 30 miles away. I sat there at the pump, the sun just starting to gray the horizon, watching the fuel flow into my tanks. I was safe, but the dread didn't go away. It stayed in the back of my mind, a cold, heavy lump. I never called the police. What would I tell them? That someone had a lot of gas cans and was making whistling noises in the woods? They'd think I was another tired trucker seeing things in the shadows. But I know what I smelled. I know the precision of those drilled holes. I still drive that route occasionally, though I never do it at night anymore. I stay on the main highways, where the lights are bright and the world feels crowded. But every time I pass a hardware store and see those red plastic cans stacked up on a pallet outside, I feel a chill run down my spine. I think about that dry, rattling hiss. I think about the amount of effort it takes to drain hundreds of gallons of fuel into the dirt for a god that doesn't exist. Most of all, I think about what happens when that thing finally gets whatever it's fueling. The Appalachians are old, and they've seen civilizations rise and fall. We think we've conquered them with our asphalt and our engines, but out there in the dark, where the gas smells like a grave and the silence has a voice, I think we're just the entertainment. I still have the smell of gasoline in the cab of that truck. No matter how much I clean it, no matter how many air fresheners I hang, it lingers. It's a reminder that some encounters don't end just because you drive away. Some things follow you home in the scent of the air you breathe. Story 8. I've spent the better part of 30 years hauling timber and heavy machinery through the jagged, ancient spine of the Appalachian Mountains. And if there is one thing I have learned, it's that those ridges don't belong to us. We've paved over them, sure. We've bored tunnels through their granite hearts and strung power lines across their peaks like spiderwebs. But the mountains themselves remain indifferent, if not outright hostile, to our presence. There are places in the Blue Ridge, specifically down toward the Georgia line, where the air seems to thin out into something that isn't quite oxygen, and the silence of the woods carries a weight that can crush the spirit of a lonely driver. You get used to the solitude of the long haul. You even start to crave it, but there's a specific brand of isolation you only find on the high passes after midnight. It's a feeling that the world has ended behind you, and the road ahead is leading you somewhere that isn't on any map. It was late October, a night so dark the stars seemed to have been extinguished by the rising mist, when I found myself navigating a narrow, winding stretch of state road that hugged the edge of precipice. The drop-offs were so sheer that if I'd drifted 6 inches to the right, my rig would have been a crumpled soda can at the bottom of a ravine before I could even hit the air brakes. I was exhausted, my eyes burning from the glare of the dashboard lights and the hypnotic rhythm of the windshield wipers, but the adrenaline of the terrain kept me upright, my hands locked in a white-knuckle grip on the wheel. The truck, an old Peterbilt with more miles on it than I care to count, was groaning as it crested the final rise of the pass. The engine's roar was the only thing keeping the oppressive quiet of the mountain at bay. I remember thinking about the cup of lukewarm coffee sitting in my cup holder, wondering if I should pull over once the road flattened out, just to stretch my legs and clear the cobwebs from my head. But as I rounded a particularly nasty hairpin turn, my high beams swept across the asphalt and caught something that didn't make sense. At first, I thought it was a fallen branch or perhaps a line of discarded trash from a local's pickup. But as I slowed the rig down, the object in the road began to take a shape that made the hair on my arm stand straight up. It was a thin, wavering line stretched across the entire width of the highway, from the rock wall on the left to the guardrail on the right. I eased onto the brakes, the air lines hissing a long, mournful sigh that echoed off the cliffs and brought the truck to a dead stop about 20 feet away. I sat there for a long time, the engine idling with a heavy, mechanical thrum that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. I didn't want to get out. Every instinct I had, honed by decades of dodging deer and debris, was screaming at me to stay in the cab. I reached for my heavy mag light, clicking it on and shining it through the windshield. The light cut through the thin mountain mist and illuminated the roadblock with a clarity that I wish I could forget. It wasn't a rope, and it wasn't a branch. It was a row of human hands. They were pale, almost translucent, like they'd been fashioned out of fine porcelain or carved from the very limestone of the mountainside. They were placed palms down, spaced about a foot apart, forming a perfect, horrifying line across the asphalt. There was no blood. There were no severed stumps or jagged bone fragments visible from where I sat. They just looked clean. Their fingers were all pointed directly toward the front of my truck, as if they were a set of directional markers guiding me into a trap. The sight was so absurd, so profoundly wrong, that my brain tried to reject it. I told myself it was a prank, some sick joke played by the local kids who lived in the hollers below the pass. I thought maybe they were plastic mannequins, though the way the light caught the fine lines of the knuckles and the slight yellowing of the fingernails suggested otherwise. I leaned forward, my breath fogging the glass, trying to see if there was a body attached to them, perhaps a group of people lying flat in a ditch or tucked beneath the guardrail. But there was nothing. The hands were solitary. They were just there, resting on the cold, wet pavement like they were waiting for a piano to be placed beneath them. The silence outside the cab was absolute. The wind had died down, and even the usual nocturnal rustle of the forest had vanished. It felt like the mountain itself was holding its breath, watching me from the shadows of the hemlocks. That was when the first one moved. I didn't see it happen so much as I felt a shift in the air. The hand furthest to the left, right near the rock face, gave a small, barely perceptible twitch. It was just the index finger, a slight curl, as if it were testing the texture of the asphalt. I froze, my hand hovering over the gear shift. I told myself it was the wind, or perhaps the vibration of my truck's engine, but then the hand next to it moved. And then the third. A wave of motion began to ripple down the line, a rhythmic, synchronized curling of the fingers that looked like the legs of a centipede. The movement was slow, deliberate, and utterly sickening. As they curled, they didn't lift off the ground, they gripped the road. I could see the fingertips digging into the cracks of the pavement, the nails scratching against the stone with a sound I couldn't hear, but could feel in the soles of my boots. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. This wasn't a warning. This wasn't someone telling me the road was closed or that there was a bridge out ahead. It was a net. Those hands weren't just sitting there, they were reaching. They were waiting for me to step out of the cab to investigate, or perhaps they were waiting for the truck to get close enough for them to latch onto the tires. A deep, cold dread began to pool in my stomach, the kind of fear that bypasses the rational mind and speaks directly to the lizard brain. I thought about the sheer drop-off to my right. If those things, whatever they were, latched on my axles or fouled my steering, I'd be over the edge in a heartbeat. I looked at the hands again, and they were moving faster now, the fingers clenching and unclenching in a frantic, hungry pattern. They were beckoning. They were calling me forward into the dark. I knew I couldn't stay there. I couldn't reverse. The road behind me was too narrow and the turns too sharp to navigate a 53-foot trailer backward in the dark. My only options were to wait until morning, which felt like a death sentence, or to go through. I took a shaky breath, the air in the cab smelling of stale coffee and my own cold sweat. I reached for the shifter and clicked the truck into its lowest gear, the granny gear used for crawling up the steepest inclines. I didn't want to go fast. I wanted to be precise. I gripped the wheel until my knuckles went white, and I began to ease the clutch out. The Peterbilt surged forward with a low, guttural roar, the headlights illuminating the line of pale flesh as it drew closer and closer to my front bumper. As the nose of the truck crossed over the line, I expected something to happen. I expected the hands to leap up, to grab the grill, to shatter the headlights. But they stayed low. I leaned out the side window, my heart hammering against my ribs, and watched as the massive front tires approached the first few hands. The moment of impact is something I still hear every time I close my eyes in a quiet room. It wasn't the sound of crushing bone or tearing muscle. Not exactly. It was a soft, wet crunch, followed by a series of dull, rhythmic thuds as the tires rolled over the bizarre objects. It sounded like someone stepping on 1,000 wet eggshells, or the sound of heavy boots walking through deep, frozen slush. I felt a slight jolt through the steering column, a physical resistance that lasted only a second before the weight of the 30-ton rig obliterated whatever was in its path. The sickening sensation of the thump, thump, thump echoed through the chassis, and for a terrifying moment, I felt the back end of the trailer slide just an inch toward the ravine. I held my breath, fighting the urge to floor the gas, and kept the truck moving at a crawl. I refused to look in my mirrors. I knew that if I saw what was left of that line, or worse, if I saw the hands reaching out for the rear tires as they passed, I would lose my mind. I kept my eyes fixed on the road ahead, on the narrow ribbon of asphalt that promised a way out of the pass. The air outside felt charged, like the atmosphere before a lightning strike, and a foul, metallic smell began to waft into the cab, something like old copper and stagnant water. It felt like it took hours to cover those few feet of road, but eventually, the resistance beneath my wheels vanished. The road began to widen as I descended from the peak, the sheer cliffs giving way to the gentler, wooded slopes of the lower ridges. I didn't speed up immediately. I kept the truck in low gear, listening for any strange noises, any scratching on the undercarriage, any sign that something had hitched a ride. But there was only the steady, dependable hum of the diesel engine. When I finally reached a small, gravel turnout about 5 miles down the mountain, I didn't stop. I couldn't. I drove until the sun began to gray the horizon, until the familiar sights of gas stations and roadside diners began to appear, signaling that I was back in the world of the living. I didn't check my tires until I reached the terminal in Atlanta. I walked around the rig with a heavy heart, half expecting to see bloodstains or pieces of flesh caught in the treads. But the tires were clean. There wasn't a mark on them. There wasn't even any road grime. They looked as if they had been scrubbed. I spent the next few days and a days, unable to eat, unable to sleep for more than an hour at a time without waking up to the sound of that soft, wet crunching. I tried to tell myself that I'd hallucinated the whole thing, that the exhaustion had finally gotten to me and my mind had filled the empty road with monsters. But then I remembered the twitching. I remembered the way that second finger had curled inward, gripping the asphalt with a strength that shouldn't have been possible for a disembodied limb. I've avoided that pass ever since. I'll take a 4-hour detour through the lowlands before I ever set foot on that high road again. I've talked to other drivers, the old-timers who have spent their lives in the Blue Ridge, and some of them have their own stories. They talk about the pale folk, or the things that live in the gaps between the ridges, things that don't have faces but have plenty of ways to catch a man who isn't careful. I don't know what those hands were, and I don't know who they belong to, but I can't shake the feeling that they're still there. I imagine them at night, a long, silent line of porcelain fingers pointing at the dark, waiting for the next set of headlights to round the bend. I wonder if they've grown since then, or if there are more of them now, a whole forest of reaching limbs hidden just beneath the surface of the road. The worst part of it isn't the memory of the sight, or even the sound of the tires. It's the feeling I get sometimes when I'm lying in bed, right on the edge of sleep. I'll feel a slight, barely perceptible pressure on the edge of my mattress, like a small weight shifting. And in the dark of my room, I find myself looking at my own hands, watching in the moonlight, waiting to see if they'll start to twitch on their own, or if they'll try to reach for something that isn't there. The mountains keep their secrets, and sometimes they leave a piece of those secrets inside you, a cold, nagging splinter of dread that never quite goes away. I don't think I'll ever feel truly safe in the dark again, and I know for a fact that the next time I see something in the road, even if it's just a branch or a tattered piece of tire, I won't be stopping to see what it is. I'll just keep driving, praying that whatever is waiting for me has already found someone else to catch. Story 9. I've spent most of my adult life in the cab of a truck, and I've seen just about everything the American wilderness has to offer. I've seen the way the desert heat can make the horizon look like a shimmering lake of fire, and I've felt the way the shadows in the deep south seem to move when you're the only soul on a back road. But there is a particular kind of wrongness in the woods of the north, specifically the vast, tangled interior of Maine. Up there, the forests aren't just woods. They're ancient, sprawling entities that haven't been truly tamed by the thin ribbons of asphalt we call roads. It was a clear, bitter night in late November, the kind where the air is so cold it feels brittle, and the stars look like ice chips embedded in a black sky. I had just finished a pickup at a remote paper mill nestled deep in the pines, and I was hauling a heavy load of pulp down a winding stretch of road that was little more than a reinforced logging trail. My GPS had stopped trying to find a signal miles ago, and the only light in the world was the twin, piercing cones cast by my high beams. The road was a gauntlet of sharp curves and sudden dips, bordered by trees so tall and dense they seemed to form a solid wall on either side of the truck. I was moving slowly, my eyes scanning the darkness for the usual hazards: deer, moose, or the sudden windfalls that frequent these ridges. The silence of the North Woods is something you don't forget. It's not peaceful, it's heavy. It's the silence of something that is watching and waiting. I was about halfway to the main highway when my lights swept over a massive, dark shape blocking the path. My first instinct was to curse the weather, assuming a localized gust had finally toppled one of the old growth oaks that lined the ridge. I began to slow the rig down, the air brakes hissing a sharp, lonely sound that echoed off the rock faces, and I eased the truck toward the obstruction. But as I pulled closer, the relief I expected to feel at identifying a simple fallen tree was replaced by a cold, crawling sensation at the base of my skull. This wasn't a windfall. The tree, a massive oak at least 4 feet in diameter, hadn't fallen over. It was standing perfectly, impossibly upright, directly in the center of the lane. My brain struggled to process what my eyes were seeing. The tree was there, vertically positioned as if it had grown through the pavement, but it was hovering. The entire trunk had been lifted straight out of the earth, and a massive, tangled root ball was dangling 20 feet in the air like a grotesque, mud-clotted chandelier. It was suspended in the empty space above the road, defying gravity, defying reason, and defying every law of physics I'd ever known. I brought the Peterbilt to a dead stop about 30 feet away, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I could feel in my throat. I didn't kill the engine. The low, steady rumble of the diesel was the only thing keeping me from losing my mind. I sat there in the cab, gripping the wheel until my knuckles turned white, staring at the sight. There were no heavy cranes nearby. There were no tire tracks in the soft, pine needle-covered shoulders of the road. No machine on Earth could have plucked a tree that size out of the ground with such surgical precision, leaving the trunk vertical and the roots exposed to the night air. The root ball was a tangled mess of dark earth and thick, pale fibers that looked like reaching fingers, and it swayed slightly in a wind I couldn't feel. I reached for my mag light, my hand trembling as I clicked it on. I shined the beam through the windshield, tracing the length of the trunk. The bark was scarred and raw, as if it had been gripped by something immense and pulled with a violence that left the wood itself shivering. Then, I lowered the beam to the base of the trunk. Directly beneath the hovering oak was the hole it had left behind, a jagged, dark pit in the center of the road. The asphalt had been peeled back like paper, and the exposed earth was wet and black. It looked less like a hole and more like a mouth, opened wide and waiting. As I stared into that pit, a strange, sour smell began to drift into the cab, bypassing the vents and the filters. It was a sickening mixture of burnt metal and something organic, like old meat left in a furnace. Then I heard it. It wasn't a sound from the woods, and it wasn't the wind. It was coming from the hole. It was a muffled, rhythmic grinding sound, like massive stones being slowly scraped against one another deep underground. Grit grind. Grit grind. It was a vibration that I felt more than I heard, a low-frequency thrum that made the dashboard of my truck rattle and the liquid in my coffee cup ripple. Every time the sound pulsed, the hovering tree would shudder, and a few clumps of wet earth would fall from the roots and vanish into the dark pit below. It wasn't a natural sound. It was mechanical, yet alive, a purposeful motion occurring in the lightless spaces beneath the mountain. The fear that hit me then wasn't the fear of a car accident or a forest predator. It was an irrational, gut-level terror that the tree wasn't the real problem. The tree was just a marker, or perhaps bait, a distraction meant to make a traveler stop and stare at the impossible while the real threat worked its way up from the dark. I felt like I was standing on the edge of a trap that was just about to spring. The smell of burnt metal was getting stronger, turning my stomach and making my eyes water. I swung my flashlight beam around the perimeter of the hole, and I saw something that made me gasp. The earth around the base of the trunk wasn't just disturbed, it was pulsing. The dirt was moving in slow, nauseating waves, as if something incredibly large and powerful was breathing just beneath the surface of the road. I didn't wait to see what was making that sound. I didn't wait to see if the tree would drop or if it would be pulled even higher into the night sky. I slammed the truck into a hard, screaming reverse. The backup alarm let out a series of frantic, lonely beeps that sounded like a cry for help in the vast silence of the Maine woods. I backed the rig up until I found a spot where the embankment was loose and relatively flat. I didn't care about the suspension or the cargo. I swung the wheel hard, the trailer tires biting into the soft earth and pine needles as I forced the truck off the road and around the obstruction. As the side of the cab passed the hovering root ball, I risked one final glance upward. The roots weren't just dangling anymore. They were twitching, the pale fibers curling and uncurling as if they were trying to sense my presence. I mashed the accelerator, the engine roaring in a desperate attempt to put distance between me and that hole. I drove like a madman for the next 20 miles, my eyes constantly darting to the rearview mirror. For a long time, all I could see was the blackness of the road and the towering shapes of the pines. But in the back of my mind, I could still hear that grinding sound. I didn't stop until I reached a well-lit truck stop on the interstate, miles away from the logging trails and the ancient, brooding forests. I sat in the booth of the diner, my hands shaking so much I had to hide them under the table. The waitress asked me if I'd seen a ghost, and I just shook my head. A ghost would have been a relief. A ghost is a memory of something that used to be human. What I saw out there didn't have anything to do with humanity. I never went back to that paper mill. I quit that route the very next day, telling the dispatcher I had family issues to attend to. I still haul freight, and I still drive at night, but I don't take the back roads in Maine anymore. I stay where the pavement is thick and the lights are constant. But sometimes when I'm lying in my bunk and the world is quiet, I can still smell that sour, metallic scent. I can still see that massive oak standing perfectly upright in the middle of the road, its roots reaching for the stars while something dark and grinding works its way up from the bottom of the world. I don't know what lifted that tree, and I don't want to know, but I know that the hole is still there, and the mountains are still breathing, and somewhere in the deep north, the silence is waiting for the next truck to come around the bend. I don't tell many people about that night. They think I was crazy, or that I'd fallen asleep at the wheel and had a particularly vivid nightmare. But I know what I felt through the floorboards of that Peterbilt. I know the way the ground pulsed. And I know that there are things in the oldest parts of this country that don't care about our roads or our laws. They operate on a scale of time and power that we can't even begin to understand. If you're ever driving through the deep woods and you see a tree that hasn't fallen over, but is just out of place, don't stop. Don't look into the hole. Just keep driving and don't look back. Because some roadblocks aren't there to stop your truck. They're there to see what's inside. Story 10. I've spent the better part of 15 years hauling freight through the jagged, ancient spine of the Appalachian Mountains. And if there is one thing you learn early on, it's that the New River in southern West Virginia doesn't care about your deadlines. It's one of the oldest rivers in the world, and there's a heavy, prehistoric weight to the air down in those canyons. On a moonless night, when the fog rolls off the water and gets trapped between the steep, timber-choked ridges, the world shrinks down to the 20-foot cone of your headlights. You feel less like a driver and more like a ghost passing through a place that hasn't changed since the coal seams were first laid down. I was running a load of heavy machinery parts down a state road that parallels the river, a treacherous ribbon of asphalt with a sheer rock face on one side and a drop into the black, churning water on the other. It was just past 2 a.m., that hour when the fatigue starts to play tricks on your eyes and the shadows at the edge of the woods begin to look a little too much like people standing perfectly still. The radio had been nothing but static for the last 30 miles, so I was driving in a silence so thick it felt physical. The only sound was the steady, rhythmic chugging of the diesel engine and the occasional hiss of the air brakes as I navigated the tight, hairpin turns. I rounded a sharp bend where the road dipped close to the riverbank, and my high beams hit something that made me stand on the brakes. The rig shuddered, the tires protesting against the damp pavement as I came to a halt. There, dead center in the middle of the white line, sat a massive gray object. At first, I thought it was a boulder that had tumbled from the cliffs, but as the truck settled and the light became steady, the shape resolved into something much more deliberate and much more disturbing. It was a perfectly conical cairn, a pyramid of river stones about 4 feet tall and nearly 5 feet wide at the base. These weren't rough-edged rocks from a landslide. They were smooth, gray, and wet, clearly pulled from the riverbed just yards away. They were stacked with a precision that was unnatural. No mortar, no dirt, just stone balanced upon stone in a way that seemed to defy the vibration of the road. I sat there for a long minute, my hands white-knuckled on the steering wheel. This wasn't a construction pile. This wasn't a joke left by some bored kids. To stack that many heavy stones so perfectly in the middle of a highway would have taken hours of back-breaking labor in total darkness. The stillness outside the cab was absolute, save for the low, rhythmic trickle of the new river, which sounded less like water and more like 1,000 whispers. I knew I couldn't just sit there. I was in a blind spot, and if another driver came around that bend, we'd both be in the river. I reached over and grabbed a heavy-duty folding shovel from my emergency kit, thinking I'd just knock the top off and scatter the rocks enough to squeeze the rig past. As I stepped out of the cab, the cold, damp air of the gorge hit me like a physical blow. It smelled of wet slate, ancient silt, and something else, a faint, organic must that reminded me of the inside of a cave. My boots crunched on the gravel shoulder, sounding like gunshots in the quiet. The cairn looked different up close. It looked intentional, almost artistic, like a monument to something that didn't have a name. Perched on the very peak of the stone pyramid was a single, large piece of bleached driftwood. It was bone white and smoothed by decades of water, looking like a skeletal limb reaching out toward the truck. I reached out with the shovel, my heart hammering against my ribs, and hesitantly nudged the driftwood. As it shifted, I saw that it wasn't just a random branch. Someone had carved a long, shallow spiral groove that ran from one end of the wood to the other, a perfect, twisting channel that looked like it had been executed with a surgical scalpel. It wasn't decorative. It looked functional, like a gutter for fluid or a path for something to follow. I pushed harder, and the driftwood fell to the asphalt with a hollow clack. I then turned the shovel to the top layer of stones, wanting to dismantle the thing as fast as I could. As the first few stones tumbled down the side of the pile, a sound drifted up from the hollow center of the cairn. It was faint at first, a dry, rhythmic clicking noise. It sounded like dozens of small, hollow shells being rattled together in a frantic, desperate cadence. Click, 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 click. It wasn't the sound of the stones settling. It was coming from inside the vessel. It was the sound of something alive, or something being animated by the very act of my interference. The sound intensified as the stones shifted, and for a split second, I felt a vibration through the handle of my shovel that didn't come from my own hands. It was a shivering, frantic energy. I immediately dropped the stone I was holding. It fell back into the pile, wedging itself into the gap I had created, and as soon as the cairn was sealed again, the clicking stopped. The silence that followed was even worse than the noise. I backed away, my breath coming in ragged gasps, the shovel shaking in my grip. I realized then that the pyramid wasn't just a barrier. It was a cage, or perhaps a vessel for something that had been pulled out of that black river and needed to be contained. Or worse, it was a warning, a marker for a boundary I had already crossed. I didn't wait to see if the stones would start moving on their own. I didn't want to know what was in the center of that stack. I scrambled back into the cab, slamming the door and locking it as if the thin metal of the Peterbilt could protect me from whatever was clicking in the dark. I didn't bother trying to clear the road. I threw the truck into gear and steered onto the narrow, uneven shoulder. The rig tilted precariously toward the river, the tires crushing the tall grass and grinding the gravel as I skirted the base of the monument. As my trailer cleared the cairn, I looked in the side mirror. In the red glow of my taillights, the stones looked like a hunched, gray shoulder rising out of the pavement, watching me leave. I drove for 3 hours without stopping, my eyes constantly darting to the rearview mirror. I half expected to see that spiral-carved driftwood sitting on my passenger seat, or to hear that dry, frantic clicking coming from the sleeper berth behind me. I didn't see another car until I hit the interstate near Beckley. When I finally pulled into a well-lit truck stop, I didn't get out to check my tires. I sat there until the sun came up, watching the steam rise off the hood of the truck, feeling like I had escaped something that was still holding onto a piece of my soul. I've talked to a few old-timers in the area since then, men who have lived in those hollers their whole lives. One of them, a man whose family has been in the New River Gorge since before the Civil War, turned pale when I mentioned the cairn. He didn't give me a name for it, but he told me that sometimes the river gives up things that were never meant to see the sun, and the only way to keep them from following you home is to give them a house made of stone and a path to follow back to the water. He told me I was lucky I didn't knock the whole thing over. He said the clicking wasn't a sound of anger, it was a sound of hunger. I don't take that route anymore. I'll add 60 miles to my trip just to stay on the high ridges, away from the black water and the gray river stones. But every time I'm driving through a heavy rain and I hear the sound of the water hitting the wheel wells, I find myself listening for that dry, hollow rattle. I think about that spiral groove on the driftwood, and I wonder if the thing inside was meant to stay in the stones, or if it was just waiting for someone to provide the vibration to wake it up. The Appalachians are full of things that we've forgotten, but they haven't forgotten us. They're still there, stacking stones in the dark, waiting for the next lonely driver to round the bend and wonder what's inside. The memory of that night has stayed with me like a stain. I can still see the wet, gray sheen of those rocks in my high beams, and I can still feel that cold, ancient dread. Sometimes I think about going back with a crew and a backhoe just to see what's under the asphalt, but then I remember the old man's face. Some things are better left in the dark, and some roads are better left untraveled. If you ever find yourself on a lonely stretch of highway near the New River and you see a pile of stones that looks a little too perfect, don't stop. Don't look for driftwood. Just drive and pray that whatever is clicking inside doesn't recognize the sound of your engine. Story 11. I've been hauling freight across these Appalachian backroads for nearly 15 years now, ever since I got out of the Army and needed something to keep my hands busy and my mind quiet. The pay's decent if you don't mind the long hours, the isolation, and the way the mountains seem to swallow you whole after dark. West Virginia's got a special kind of loneliness to it. Twisting roads that snake through hollows where the trees crowd and like they're trying to reclaim the asphalt, and towns so small they're just a cluster of weathered houses clinging to the hillside. I've seen my share of odd things out here. Deer that stare too long with eyes reflecting like polished glass, fog that rolls in thick as smoke and hides the drop-offs, even the occasional flicker of lights in abandoned mine shafts that folks say are just methane ghosts. But nothing ever stuck with me like that night in the summer of 22 when I ran into what I can only call the perpetual funeral procession. It's been years, but I still wake up sometimes heart pounding, convinced I'm back on that road, trapped behind those blinking lights. It started like any other late night run. I'd picked up a load of lumber from a mill down near Elkins, bound for a warehouse in Charleston. The dispatcher had warned me about road work on the interstate, so I opted for the Old State route, County Road 47, I think it was. It's one of those forgotten paths, barely maintained, with potholes that could swallow a tire and shoulders so narrow you pray no one's coming the other way. I left the mill around midnight, fueled up on black coffee and a stale sandwich from the truck stop. The radio was playing some old country tunes, Johnny Cash crooning about walking the line, which felt fitting as I navigated those tight curves. The hemlocks loomed overhead, their branches interlocking like a cathedral ceiling, blocking out the stars. Every now and then, a break in the trees would let moonlight spill through, casting shadows that danced across the dashboard. By 2:30 a.m., I was deep in the heart of it, miles from anything resembling civilization. The GPS on my dash showed I was approaching a speck of a town called Hollow's End, population maybe 100, if that. It's the kind of place where the post office doubles as the general store, and folks still hang laundry on lines strung between rusty trailers. I hadn't seen another vehicle in over an hour, just the occasional glow of eyes from raccoons or possums scavenging along the roadside. The air coming through my cracked window was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, that earthy smell that clings to everything in these parts after a rain. I was tired, sure, my eyes heavy from the monotonous hum of the engine, but alert enough. You have to be out here, one wrong turn, and you're in a ravine, waiting for dawn and a tow that might never come. That's when I first spotted the lights up ahead. At first, I thought it was just a string of taillights from slow-moving traffic, maybe loggers heading home or a convoy of locals. But as I crested a small rise, I saw it clearer. A line of cars, all black as midnight, crawling along at what couldn't have been more than 10 miles an hour. Their hazard lights were flashing in perfect sync, blink, blink, pause, like some kind of Morse code etched into the darkness. It took me a second to register. A funeral procession. Out here, they're common enough during the day, especially in these rural pockets where everyone knows everyone, and a death ripples through the community like a stone in a pond. But at 3 a.m., that struck me as odd. Who buries their dead in the witching hour? I eased off the gas, letting my rig slow to a respectful crawl. My truck's a big old Kenworth, loaded heavy that night, so stopping short wasn't an option. I figured I'd hang back, give them space. Funerals demand that kind of courtesy. It's unwritten law on these roads. The lead car was too far ahead to make out, but the ones in view were old sedans, maybe 70s or 80s models, the kind you see rusting in barns or passed down through generations. All pitch black, no chrome accents or flashy rims, just somber, unadorned vehicles that blended into the night. The road here was a single lane each way, with no passing zones marked by faded yellow lines, and the hemlocks pressed so close that pulling over wasn't feasible. So I waited, my high beams cutting through the gloom, illuminating the rear of the last car in line. An ancient hearse, its boxy shape unmistakable, polished to a sheen that reflected my lights back at me like accusatory eyes. 10 minutes ticked by on the dash clock. The procession didn't speed up, didn't veer off onto a side road. It just kept that glacial pace, hazards blinking in unison. I checked my mirrors, nothing behind me but empty blackness, and leaned on the horn lightly, just a polite tap to let them know I was there. No response. The hearse didn't budge, didn't acknowledge. Frustration started to bubble up. I had a schedule to keep, and this detour was already eating into my buffer time. I flashed my brights a couple times, signaling for them to pull aside if they could. That's when I caught it in the side mirror of the hearse. A face. The driver was an elderly woman, her skin so pale it almost glowed under the dim interior light. Her hair was pulled back tight, white as fresh snow, and her expression, God, it was like she'd been carved from sorrow itself. Eyes fixed straight ahead, mouth a thin line of enduring grief, as if she'd been crying for decades and had no tears left. She didn't glance my way, didn't react to my lights, just stared forward, unblinking. I killed the engine for a moment to listen, thinking maybe I'd hear something, muffled voices, music from a radio, anything to make this feel normal. But there was only silence, broken by the distant hoot of an owl and the rustle of leaves in a breeze I couldn't feel. No engines rumbling ahead, no tires crunching gravel. How is that possible? A line of cars like that should have been a symphony of mechanical noise, but it was as quiet as a graveyard. I restarted my truck, the diesel growl shattering the quiet, and inched closer. The procession stretched around the next bend, disappearing into the shadows. I counted them as best I could. 10, 15, 20 cars. It was hard to tell. The road curved too much. But something nagged at me. The uniformity. Every sedan I could see was identical. Same make, same model, same flawless black paint. And on each rear bumper, a single white stripe, hand-painted, crooked in places like it had been done with a trembling brush. 20 minutes now. My coffee was cold, and that initial respect was souring into irritation. I grabbed my CB radio, switched to channel 19, the trucker's lifeline, and keyed the mic, breaker, this is Big Blue on County 47 near Hollow's End. Anyone copy? Got a funeral train blocking the way, moving slower than molasses. What's the story? Static answered me. Then nothing. No chatter, no responses. These hills play havoc with signals sometimes, but usually there's at least an echo of distant voices. Not tonight. I tried my cell phone next, bars flickering between 1 and none. No service. The GPS on the dash still showed me creeping along, but according to the odometer, I'd barely covered a quarter mile since spotting them. That didn't add up. At this pace, we should have been farther. Dread started creeping then, slow like fog seeping through the trees. It wasn't panic, not yet, just a cold finger tracing down my spine. I've been in tight spots before, breakdowns and blizzards, close calls with wildlife, even a slide-off once that left me dangling over a creek. But this felt different, unnatural. The air outside seemed heavier, the hemlocks whispering secrets I didn't want to hear. I rolled up the window, locked the doors. Silly, I know, but it made me feel safer. Leaning forward, I peered through the windshield, trying to make out more details. The cars ahead were still moving, but so slowly it was almost imperceptible. And the hazards, always in sync, like they were connected by some invisible thread. I decided to get a better look. Easing the truck forward until I was bumper to bumper with the hearse, I angled my lights to catch the interior. Empty, except for the driver. No passengers, no coffin in the back. Just that pale woman, hands gripped on the wheel like it was the only thing keeping her grounded. Her face in the mirror, it was the eyes that got me. Hollow, shadowed, as if she'd seen too much and couldn't unsee it. I honked again, longer this time, but she didn't flinch. That's when I noticed the license plates. All the same. Faded West Virginia tags. The numbers blurred, but identical on every car I could see. My heart kicked up a notch. This wasn't right. Funerals don't have matching fleets like this. Not in podunk towns where folks drive whatever jalopy still runs. Half an hour gone. The road should have straightened out by now, leading toward the county seat, but the curves kept coming, the procession endless. I pulled out my paper map, old school, but reliable when tech fails, and traced a route with a flashlight. According to it, Hollow's End was just a mile ahead when I first saw the lights. We should have passed through by now, seen the dim glow of porch lights or the silhouette of a church steeple. But nothing. Just more trees, more darkness, more blinking hazards. A thought wormed its way in. What if this was a loop? Like those old ghost stories my grandpa used to tell about roads that bend back on themselves, trapping travelers until dawn. He'd spin yarns by the fire in our cabin up near Seneca Rocks. Tales of feral folk living in the woods, survivors of forgotten mining disasters who shun the light, or whispers of the Mothman sightings that still make folks uneasy. I'd laughed them off as a kid, but out here alone, they didn't seem so funny. I tried flashing my lights again, a pattern this time. Short, long, short. Morse 4 help, though I doubted anyone ahead knew it. No reaction. The dread was thickening now, settling in my gut like bad moonshine. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the cool night air. I cracked the window again, just a sliver, and called out, "Hey, can you pull over? I need to get through." My voice echoed off the trees, swallowed quick. But then a sound. Faint, like a sigh carried on the wind. Or was it a sob? I strained to hear, but it was gone, leaving only the rustle of leaves and the low idle of my engine. Desperation set in around the 40-minute mark. I couldn't sit here forever. The load had to deliver by morning, and being late meant dock pay, maybe losing the contract. But more than that, the isolation was gnawing at me. No other cars had come up behind, no signs of life anywhere. It was like the world had shrunk to this ribbon of road and the endless line of black sedans. I revved the engine, inching closer, close enough that my bumper nearly kissed the hearses. In the glare of my headlights, I saw it. Movement in the rear windows of the cars ahead. Faces. Pale faces turning slowly to look back at me. Not just one or two, every window in every car as far as I could see around the bend. All women, all elderly, all identical to the driver. Same white hair, same sorrowful expressions, same unblinking stares. They weren't angry or afraid, just resigned. Like they'd been mourning for eternity, and I was an unwelcome interruption. My hand shook on the wheel. This couldn't be real. Hallucination from fatigue? Carbon monoxide leak? I checked the vents, sniffed the air, nothing. The GPS still insisted I hadn't moved much, but the fuel gauge had dipped noticeably from idling. Panic clawed at my throat. I had to get out. The only way was to pass them. Illegal as hell on this road, with blind curves and no shoulder, but what choice? I gripped the shifter, heart hammering, and eased into the oncoming lane. The truck lumbered forward, protesting the weight. As I drew alongside the hearse, my lights swept across its side. The driver didn't turn, but in the back window, another face, her face, stared out at me. And in the next car, more faces, all the same, pressed against the glass, eyes following me as I passed. One by one, I crept by them, the rig straining on the incline. Each sedan was a mirror of the last. Black paint gleaming, white stripe on the bumper, identical plates. And the faces, dozens now, hundreds maybe, all that same weary woman, gazing back with profound sadness. No words, no gestures, just that endless, silent vigil. The road curved, and still they stretched on, disappearing into the next bend. How many? I lost count after 30. Sweat poured down my back, my breath coming in ragged gasps. A whisper seemed to fill the cab, or maybe it was the wind. A low, mournful keen, like a dirge sung by ghosts. Finally, after what felt like hours but the clock said was only 15 minutes, I cleared the last car, or what I thought was the last. But as I accelerated, glancing in the rear view, I saw them still there, hazards blinking, crawling on. And ahead, the road straightened, but hollows in never appeared. Instead, it was more woods, more curves. I drove hard, pushing the truck to its limit, the engine roaring in protest. Miles blurred by, but the dread lingered, a weight on my chest. When dawn finally broke, pale light filtering through the trees, I hit the interstate, shaking like a leaf. I never reported it. Who'd believe me? But I quit that route, stuck to interstates after. Still on quiet nights, I wonder, was it a glitch in reality, some Appalachian curse? Or just my mind cracking under the loneliness? I don't know, but sometimes when I'm driving late, I swear I see blinking lights in the mirror, and that sorrowful face staring back, forever mourning something I'll never understand. And I pray I never end up in that line. Story 12. I've been driving trucks for over a decade now, crisscrossing the Appalachians from Pennsylvania down to Tennessee, hauling everything from lumber to machine parts. It's a solitary life, but I've always found a kind of peace in it. The hum of the engine, the endless ribbon of road unwinding under my tires, the way the mountains fold around you like an old quilt. Virginia's Shenandoah Valley is my favorite stretch during the day, with its rolling hills and bursts of wildflowers, but at night, or when the weather turns, it can feel like a different world altogether. The locals have their stories, passed down in diners and truck stops. Tales of lost miners who never came out of the hollows, families gone feral after generations in isolation, whispers of things that lurk just beyond the treeline. I've always chalked them up to boredom and moonshine, but after what happened that afternoon in the summer of 19, I'm not so sure. It was one of those detours that starts innocent enough but ends up burrowing into your mind like a tick, leaving you scratching at the memory years later. The trouble began on I-81, just south of Staunton. I was running a load of steel coils from a foundry up in Winchester, headed to a construction site in Roanoke. Traffic was light that day, the kind of easy drive where you can let your thoughts wander. But then the radio crackled with reports of a chemical spill up ahead. A tanker flipped over, spewing something nasty that had the hazmat teams scrambling. The highway patrol shut down both lanes, diverting everyone onto the side roads. My GPS rerouted me automatically, spitting out a path through a maze of county routes I'd never heard of, 612 to 613, then a jog onto some unmarked blacktop that wound deeper into the valleys. At first, it was picturesque, farmland giving way to dense forests, the Blue Ridge Mountains rising like silent guardians on either side. But as the miles ticked by, the signal on my phone started flickering, and the app glitched, freezing on a blank screen. I pulled over at a wide spot, cursing under my breath. and tried restarting it. No luck. The paper map in my glove box was outdated, but it showed a network of back roads that should loop me back to the interstate eventually. I figured I'd wing it. I'd done it before. The air changed as I descended into the valley. It was subtle at first, a sweetness on the breeze, like overripe fruit mixed with a faint tang of decay. I cracked the window wider, thinking it was just the wild honeysuckle blooming along the fences, but there was an undercurrent to it, something cloying and wrong, like meat left out too long in the sun. The road narrowed, the asphalt cracking and buckling under years of neglect, potholes jarring the cab. Houses became scarce, occasional shacks with sagging porches and overgrown yards, no cars in the drives, no lights in the windows, even though it was mid-afternoon. I passed a rusted sign for a town called Ember Hollow, population 87, but if there was a town, I never saw it. Just more trees. Oaks and maples crowding in, their leaves forming a canopy that dappled the light into shifting patterns on the dashboard. My radio scanned for stations, but found only static, broken by the occasional burst of garbled voices that sounded like they were speaking in tongues. I turned it off, preferring the quiet rumble of my diesel engine. Hours slipped by, or at least it felt that way. The sun was dipping lower, casting long shadows that stretched across the road like fingers. My odometer said I'd covered 20 miles since the detour, but the landscape hadn't changed much. It was all steep slopes and thick underbrush, the kind of terrain where creeks carve deep ravines and fog lingers in the low spots. I started to get that prickly feeling at the back of my neck, the one you get when you're too far from help. No other vehicles had passed me, not even a farm truck or a local on a four-wheeler. The sweetness in the air grew thicker, almost nauseating, and I rolled up the window, blasting the AC to clear out. That's when the road dead-ended. No warning, no barricades, just an abrupt stop at a rusted metal gate painted a deep, faded crimson, the color of dried blood. It spanned the full width of the pavement, chained shut with a padlock that looked like it hadn't been touched in years. Beyond it, the asphalt gave way to a rutted dirt path vanishing into the woods. The trees there denser, darker, as if the light itself was reluctant to penetrate. I braked hard, the truck shuddering to a halt maybe 10 feet from the gate. My first thought was irritation. Another glitch in the plan, another delay. I hopped out, boots crunching on gravel, and walked up to inspect it. The gate was old, wrought iron twisted into simple bars, flakes of red paint peeling to reveal corrosion underneath. Nailed crookedly to the center was a small wooden sign, hand-lettered in white paint that had run in places. No exit. Wait for what? There was no intercom, no call box, no indication of who or what I was supposed to wait for. I glanced around. The shoulders of the road sloped sharply down into ravines on both sides, overgrown with briars and kudzu that hid God knows what depths. Backing up a rig like mine in tight quarters is no joke. One wrong move, and you're tipping over the edge. But I had no choice. The load was time-sensitive, and sitting here was an option. Climbing back into the cab, I shifted into reverse, craning my neck to check the mirrors. The space was tighter than I'd realized, the road barely wider than my trailer, with those crumbling edges threatening to give way. I inched backward, the beeping of the reverse alarm echoing off the trees like a lonely cry. Sweat beaded on my forehead. The air felt heavier now, pressing in despite the AC. That's when I felt it, eyes on me. Not imagined, not paranoia, but a tangible weight like being sized up by a predator. I scanned the woods beyond the gate, but saw nothing at first. Just shadows playing tricks, branches swaying in a breeze I couldn't feel. Then a flash. Movement low to the ground, darting between the trunks. Too quick for a deer, too deliberate for a fox. It was gone before I could focus, but the hairs on my arms stood up. I told myself it was wildlife, nothing more. These mountains are full of critters, black bears, coyotes, even the occasional bobcat. But something about the way it moved felt off, almost human in its stealth. I kept backing up, slow and steady, the truck groaning with the effort. The gate receded in my windshield, but that watched feeling didn't fade. If anything, it intensified like whatever was out there was following my progress. I stopped for a moment to wipe my face with my sleeve, glancing at the side mirrors. The ravine to my left dropped away steeply, a tangle of roots and rocks visible through the undergrowth. To the right, more woods impenetrable. And then the sound started, a low, raspy whistling, like air hissing from a punctured lung. It wasn't the wind. The leaves weren't stirring. It came from the trees lining the dirt path beyond the gate. Faint at first, but rhythmic, almost like a breath struggling to escape. I froze, hand on the gear shift, listening. It rose and fell, irregular, pained. My mind raced. Could be a wounded animal, maybe a bird with a strange call. But I'd heard plenty of forest sounds over the years, and this wasn't any of them. It was too deliberate, too close to human suffering. The whistling grew louder, closer, as if whatever made it was approaching the gate. I revved the engine, backing faster now, but the road curved slightly, forcing me to adjust. Panic nibbled at the edges of my thoughts. What if the shoulder gave way? What if I got stuck? The sweetness in the air was overpowering, seeping through the vents, and now I recognized the decay underneath, like rotting flesh masked by wildflowers. I leaned forward, peering at the gate again. That's when I saw the bundle. Hanging from the top bar, swaying gently as if recently disturbed, was a small, dark mass. At first, I thought it was a rag or a piece of tarp, but as my eyes adjusted, the details sharpened. Raw meat, freshly skinned, strips of muscle and fat glistening in the fading light. Blood dripped slowly from it, pooling on the ground below in dark spots. It hadn't been there when I first stopped. I was sure of it. Someone or something had placed it while I was maneuvering. My stomach churned. Poachers? Locals marking territory? But why the sign? Why the whistling? The sound is right at the gate now, raspy and insistent, like a warning or a lure. Another flash of movement, this time multiple shapes, low and scurrying, vanishing into the underbrush. Humanoid, but hunched feral. My grandpa used to tell stories around the campfire in our old cabin up near Dolly's Sods. Legends of people who'd gone wild after the mines closed, surviving on what they could hunt or scavenge, avoiding outsiders. Cannibal clans, he'd whisper, eyes twinkling, but there was always an edge to it, like he half believed. I'd laugh it off, but now, stranded here, those tales felt too real. The whistling split into harmonies, more than one source, circling. I didn't wait anymore. Throwing caution aside, I slammed the truck into reverse and floored it, the tires spinning on loose gravel before catching. The rig lurched backward, trailer swaying dangerously close to the ravine. Branches scraped the sides, snapping like bones. I backed up a quarter mile, half a mile, eyes glued to the mirrors. The red gate grew smaller, but I swear I saw it tremble, as if hands were testing the chain. The whistling followed me, fading but persistent, echoing through the valley. My heart pounded in my ears, breath coming in gasps. 2 miles I reversed, blind curves and all, until the road widened enough to turn around at an old logging pull-off. I didn't stop to think. I spun the wheel, pointed the nose towards civilization, and gunned it. The sweetness lingered in the cab for hours, even after I hit the interstate. I made my delivery late, blamed it on the spill, and didn't mention the gate. Who would believe it? But that night, in a motel off I-81, I dreamed of the whistling of shapes emerging from the woods, hungry and forgotten. I avoid those back roads now, stick to the main drags. Still, on long hauls, when the air turns sweet, I glance in the mirrors, half expecting to see that crimson barrier rising behind me, the sign mocking, "Wait." And I wonder what would have happened if I had. What waits beyond that gate, in the dark heart of the valley, for those who don't turn back? I don't know, and the not knowing is what keeps me up, listening for that raspy breath in the night. Story 13. I've spent more years than I care to count behind the wheel of a semi, hauling loads through the backbones of these Appalachian hills. Eastern Kentucky's got a rhythm to it that you either sync up with or it breaks you, twisting roads that hug the contours of ancient mountains, hollows where the sun barely touches, and towns that time forgot long ago. I started this gig after my divorce, needing the solitude to sort through the mess in my head, but solitude out here isn't always peaceful. It's got teeth sometimes, a quiet that presses in until you feel like you're the only soul left breathing. I've heard the stories in truck stops, old-timers spinning yarns about skinwalkers or devil's deals at forgotten crossroads, but I always nodded politely and kept my skepticism close. That changed one humid August night in 17 when I stumbled onto what I've come to think of as the chalk altar. It wasn't dramatic like in the movies, no thunderclaps or howling winds, just a slow unraveling of normalcy that still haunts my quieter moments, making me question what's real in these shadowed valleys. The run that night was routine enough, picking up coal processing equipment from a depot in Pikeville, bound for a site near Hazard. I left around dusk, the sky bruising purple over the ridges, and took the old highway to avoid the construction on 23. It's a lonesome stretch, flanked by dense forests of hickory and pine, with occasional clearings revealing clapboard houses sagging under kudzu vines. The radio faded in and out, catching snippets of bluegrass before dissolving into static. So I switched it off and let the engine's rumble be my companion. The air through the vents carried that thick, earthy scent of summer decay, fallen leaves composting in the underbrush, mingled with the faint sulfur from old mine runoff. I sipped lukewarm coffee from my thermos, eyes scanning for deer that loved to dart out at twilight. Miles ticked by without another vehicle, just me and the fading light, the headlights carving tunnels through the gathering dark. As full night settled, the road dipped into a series of hollows, the kind where fog pools like milk in a bowl. My GPS glitched occasionally, common in these parts with the mountains blocking signals, but I knew the way by feel. I passed through a couple of blink-and-miss-it hamlets, clusters of trailers with dim porch lights, a shuttered church with a leaning steeple, dogs barking faintly in the distance. No people out, though. Folks here turning early, wary of the night. I remember thinking about my ex then, how she'd hated these long hauls, calling them my way of running from life. Maybe she was right. The isolation suited me, or so I thought, until I crested a small rise and saw the crossroads ahead. It wasn't marked on my map, just two dirt tracks crossing the asphalt highway like veins in a leaf. No signs, no lights, just the intersection slicing through the black, with an old abandoned general store hunkering at one corner, its windows boarded and roof caved in places. I eased off the gas as I approached, something instinctive making me cautious. The silence hit me first. Not the usual quiet of rural night, but an absolute hush, like the world had paused its breath. No crickets chirring, no rustle of leaves in the breeze, not even the distant hum of a generator. It was as if someone had flipped a switch, muting everything but the low idle of my truck. My headlights swept across the pavement, and that's when I saw it. Right in the dead center of the crossroads, a low altar built from smooth river stones. It was maybe a foot high, perfectly square, each stone fitted with care, like it had been there for ages but maintained meticulously. Atop it sat a small goat's skull, desiccated and bleached, its empty sockets staring blankly toward the horizon. Surrounding the whole thing was a circle of white chalk, drawn with unnerving precision, 20 feet across, not a smudge or break in the line. It gleamed under my beams, fresh against the cracked asphalt, like it had been redrawn that very day. A chill wormed its way up my spine, despite the muggy air. I'm not superstitious by nature. Grew up in a Baptist family where such things were dismissed as devil's folly. But something about that setup felt wrong, profane. It reminded me of those old legends my uncle used to whisper during hunting trips in the Daniel Boone Forest, tales of crossroads pacts, where desperate folk offered blood for favors from unseen forces. Not witches or demons. Mind you, just the land itself, ancient and hungry, demanding tribute. I shook my head, chuckling nervously at my own imagination, but I couldn't shake the unease. The truck slowed to a crawl, my foot hovering over the brake. Driving over that chalk line felt like blasphemy, a childish fear sure, but potent. What if crossing it invited something in? I scanned the shadows around the intersection, the overgrown fields on one side, the dense woods on the others, the derelict store with its faded sign swinging faintly, though there was no wind. That's when the weight settled over me, a prickling awareness of being watched. Not paranoia, it was tangible, like eyes boring into the back of my skull. I gripped the wheel tighter, peering into the gloom. Nothing at first, just a play of headlights on weeds and rusted fences. But then, movement, two figures stepping out from the deeper shadows of the general store. They emerged slowly, deliberately, one from each side of the crumbling porch, dressed in simple, dark clothes. Long sleeves, pants tucked into boots, and wide-brimmed straw hats that cast their faces in impenetrable shadow. They weren't armed, didn't gesture or call out. They just positioned themselves on opposite sides of the chalk circle, standing motionless as statues. Their postures were rigid, attentive, like sentinels guarding a sacred site. I couldn't make out features. No glint of eyes, no hint of expression, just the outline of those hats and the way their clothes hung loose, as if on frames too frail for the fabric. My heart kicked up, thudding against my ribs. Who were they? Locals protecting some backwoods ritual? Moonshiners mistaking me for a revenue? Or something worse? Recluses gone feral, living off the grid in these forgotten pockets, shunning outsiders with a zeal that bordered on madness. I've heard whispers in diners about families holed up in cabins deep in the woods, descendants of settlers who never integrated, surviving on what they could forage or steal. They keep to themselves, but cross their paths, and you might not make it out. I honked lightly, a tentative beep to acknowledge them, but they didn't react. Just stood there, watching. The silence amplified everything. The creak of my seat as I shifted, the distant drip of water from a culvert, my own breathing growing shallow. The altar between them seemed to pulse in the headlights. The goat skull's jaws parted in a silent scream. I inched the truck forward, tires whispering over the pavement. The chalk line loomed closer, a barrier that felt more substantial than it should. Sweat trickled down my back, the cab suddenly stifling. What if they rushed me when I crossed? What if this was a trap, the altar bait for unwary travelers? My mind raced with half-remembered stories. Disappearances along these roads, trucks found abandoned with loads untouched, drivers never seen again. Rational me knew it was nonsense, but out here alone, rationality frays at the edges. The figures remained still, but their attention was a physical force, accusatory, as if I'd intruded on something private, forbidden. I could almost feel their judgment, heavy and unrelenting, questioning my right to pass. Just as my front tires touched the chalk, smearing it slightly with a faint crunch, a low sound broke the silence. Not from them, but from the woods beyond, a soft, eerie hum, like wind through hollow bones, or perhaps a distant chant muffled by the trees. It rose and fell, rhythmic but wordless, sending gooseflesh rippling across my arms. The figures didn't move, but the hum seemed to emanate from their direction, or maybe it was the altar itself vibrating with some unseen energy. Panic surged then, hot and urgent. I mashed the accelerator, the engine roaring to life as the truck lurched forward. The rig shuddered over the stones, not hitting the altar directly, but close enough that I felt a jolt, like crossing a threshold into colder air. The chalk line broke under my wheels, white powder scattering like dust from old bones. As I accelerated, tearing through the intersection, I glanced in the side mirrors. The figures were moving now, slowly, methodically, walking toward the altar. Their steps were synchronized, hats still hiding their faces, forms blending seamlessly with the encroaching darkness. It was as if my departure had released them from stasis, allowing them to tend whatever rite I'd interrupted. The hum faded behind me, swallowed by the night, but the silence returned with a vengeance, heavier than before. I drove hard for miles, the road climbing out of the hollow, my hands trembling on the wheel. No pursuit, no lights in the rear view, just the empty highway unspooling into the black. I made my delivery on time, didn't mention the encounter to anyone. What would I say? That I got spooked by some hill folk and pile of rocks? But it stuck with me, burrowing deep. I quit that route soon after, opting for flatter, brighter paths through Ohio and Indiana. Still, on restless nights in cheap motels, I replay it. The absolute quiet, the unyielding stares, the hum that felt like a summons. Were they guardians of some forgotten tradition, or survivors clinging to rituals that bind them to the land? Did I desecrate something sacred, inviting a curse I'll never shake? I don't know, and the uncertainty gnaws. Sometimes at empty intersections, I slow down, half expecting to see that chalk circle gleaming, those shadowed figures waiting. And I wonder if one day, the hum will call me back, drawing me into the dark where answers dissolve into sorrow. Story 14. I've been a long-haul trucker for going on 20 years now, mostly running routes along the Ohio River Valley, from Pittsburgh down through West Virginia and into Kentucky. There's something about these old waterways that draws you in, the way the fog hugs the banks like a shroud, the distant call of barges echoing through the night, the sense that the land here is older than the maps give it credit for. Ohio's stretch is my bread and butter, flat enough for good time, but riddled with those forgotten backroads where the river carves deep, meandering paths. I've seen my share of oddities out there. Abandoned coal towns swallowed by vines, flickering lights in the hills that locals blame on methane, even the occasional hermit scavenging along the shores. But nothing prepared me for that night in the fall of 15, when I crossed the old iron bridge over a tributary near Marietta. It was supposed to be just another crossing, but it turned into something that still claws at the edges of my sleep, making me question if the river really does have a memory and if it remembers me. The load that evening was nothing special. Pallets of machine parts from a factory in Wheeling headed to a warehouse in Cincinnati. I left around sunset, the sky bleeding red over the water as I merged onto Route 7. The radio was tuned to a staticky AM station playing old gospel hymns, the kind that make you feel watched by something benevolent, or maybe not. I cracked the window to let in the cool autumn air, scented with wet leaves and the faint metallic tang of the river. Traffic thinned out quick once I hit the rural stretches. Just me, the occasional pickup, and the endless parade of telephone poles marching alongside the road. My rig, an old Freightliner I'd nursed through too many breakdowns, hummed steady, the headlights piercing the growing dark like fingers probing for secrets. I was tired, sure, coffee from a thermos keeping me sharp, but the solitude was welcome after a day of loading docks and chatter. As midnight approached, the fog started rolling in thick from the river, turning the world into a hazy tunnel. I knew this part of the route well. It dipped close to the water, following the contours where tributaries fed into the Ohio like veins into a heart. The bridge in question was an ancient one-laner, built back in the 1800s from riveted iron, the kind with a graded deck that rattles your teeth when you cross. It spanned a narrow but deep feeder stream, maybe 50 feet across, with steep banks overgrown with willows and cattails. No tolls, never had been. It was a county relic, free for anyone brave enough to navigate its narrow span. I crossed it dozens of times, day and night, without incident. But that night, as I rounded the last bend, my high beams caught something that made me ease off the gas. A small wooden booth plunked right in the middle of the approach, blocking the lane like it had always been there. I braked gently, the air brakes hissing in protest, and came to a stop maybe 20 feet shy. The booth was crude, weather-beaten planks nailed together, a slanted roof sagging under moss, and a single small window facing me. It looked out of place, like something dragged from a carnival junkyard, but sturdy enough to have withstood years of river mist. Inside, silhouetted against a dim yellow bulb, sat a figure, a man, hunched over what might have been a ledger. My first thought was pranksters, or maybe some local trying to scam drivers for beer money. But at midnight, out here, the fog swirled around the structure, making it seem almost ethereal, and the silence was profound. No water lapping below, no night birds calling, just the low idle of my engine. I flashed my brights once, expecting him to wave me through or step out, but he didn't budge. Instead, he slowly slid the window open, the wood scraping like a sigh. I rolled down my own window, leaning out into the chill. "What's this about?" I called, my voice echoing oddly off the iron girders. The man didn't answer right away. He was dressed in a rumpled uniform, dark wool, old-fashioned, like something from a Civil War reenactment, complete with brass buttons dull by time. His face was shadowed under a peaked cap, but I could make out gaunt cheeks, thin mustache, and skin pale as river clay. He leaned forward slightly, and that's when the smell hit me. Stale, like dry earth unearthed after centuries, mixed with the faint rot of stagnant water. Not body odor, but something older, primordial. "Evening," he said finally, his voice a low rasp that carried despite the distance. "Need your name before you cross. Might get twisted a bit. Not money, not a fee, just my name." I chuckled nervously, trying to play it cool. "Come on, buddy. This bridge is free. Always has been. What's the game here?" He didn't smile, didn't shift, just stared, his eyes small and dark in the gloom, like pebbles sunk in dough. The fog thickened, tendrils creeping over the booth's roof, and I felt the first prickle of unease. Out here, isolation hits different at night. Cell service is spotty, and help is miles away. I glanced in my mirrors. Nothing but empty road behind, the river's black ribbon vanishing into mist. "The river needs to know who crosses tonight," he whispered, leaning closer to the window. His breath fogged the glass momentarily, carrying that stale scent stronger now, like opening a forgotten crypt. I shifted in my seat, the leather creaking under me. My name? For what? Is some kind of census or something? My mind raced. Identity theft? Some weirdo collecting info for who knows what. But his expression remained blank, patient, as if he had all eternity to wait. The bridge loomed behind him, its iron framework groaning faintly in a breeze I couldn't feel, the grated deck glistening with dew. Stories flickered through my head, old river legends my pa used to tell during fishing trips on the Muskingum. Tales of drowned souls guarding crossings, demanding tribute to let the living pass. Not ghosts, exactly, but echoes of tragedies, ferrymen lost to floods who lingered in the eddies. Pa was full of such nonsense, fueled by cheap whiskey, but in that moment, with the fog pressing in and the man's unblinking gaze, it didn't feel so nonsensical. "I ain't giving my name to some fake toll collector," I said, firmer now, though my voice wavered. "Move the booth, or I'll call the sheriff." A bluff. My phone showed no bars, but it was all I had. He tilted his head slightly, and for the first time, his lips curved into a smile. Slow, deliberate, revealing too many teeth, yellowed and uneven, like kernels on a bad cob. The sight sent a cold wave through me. It wasn't human, that grin, too wide for his face, pulling the skin tight over bones. "It won't be fake when you sink, driver," he murmured, the words slithering out like water over rocks. Sink? The implication hung there, heavy as the mist. Images flashed. The bridge collapsing, the river rising sudden and furious, my rig plunging into the depths where the current would claim it, and me with it. Panic bloomed hot in my chest. I didn't wait for more. Threw the truck into gear, the transmission grinding as I floored it. The rig lunged forward, tires spinning briefly on the damp pavement before catching. I swerved around the booth, close enough that my mirror clipped the edge with a splintering crack. The man didn't flinch, just watched as I barreled onto the bridge. The iron deck rattled violently beneath me, the whole structure shaking like it was alive and angry. Vibrations hummed up through the floorboards, a low thrum that felt like water rushing, building pressure from below. I gripped the wheel white-knuckled, eyes fixed on the far bank, the fog parting just enough to show the safety of solid ground. Behind me, in the rear view, the booth was gone, vanished like it had never been. The approach was empty, just swirling mist and empty road. I didn't stop until I hit the next town, pulling into a lit-up gas station lot with shaking hands. The clerk inside eyed me funny when I asked about the bridge, said it was free, always had been, no booth, no collector. I laughed it off as fatigue, bought more coffee, and kept driving. But the vibration lingered, a subtle tremor in the pedals that faded only with dawn. Weeks later, back home in my trailer by the river, I started noticing things, dreams of drowning in cold currents, my name whispered on the wind during storms. I avoid that bridge now, take the long way around, but sometimes when the Ohio swells after rain, I feel that stale breath on my neck, hear the rasp. The river needs to know. Did I escape? Or did I give it something else? A piece of my peace? A sliver of sanity? I don't know, and the not knowing drowns me slow, night after night, in the quiet depths of these hollowed hills. Story 15. I've been trucking through the Carolinas for the better part of 2 decades, ever since I left the mill job that was grinding my bones to dust. North Carolina's back roads have a way of pulling you in deep, miles of pine forest that swallow the horizon, hollows where the mist clings like regret, and those unincorporated specks of towns that feel like they're holding their breath, waiting for something to happen. I've always preferred the night shifts, fewer cars, cooler air, and that quiet that lets your mind wander without interruption. But quiet out here isn't always kind. It amplifies things, the creak of your rig settling, the distant howl of a dog that might not be a dog, the stories locals tell in diners about families gone missing in the woods, or old homesteads where the past refuses to die. I never put much stock in those tales, figuring they were born from boredom and bad luck. That changed one sticky July night in 18, when I cut through a stretch near the Nantahala Forest and saw the house that had too many windows. It wasn't just odd. It was wrong, like the land itself had birthed something malformed, and now it watches you pass, hungry for acknowledgement. The run started ordinary enough. I'd loaded up crates of textiles from a warehouse in Asheville, bound for a distribution center down in Charlotte. The interstate was jammed with construction, orange barrels, and flashing lights like some endless carnival. So I detoured onto the old county roads, the ones that snake through the foothills where cell service dies and the GPS starts lying. It was around 11 p.m. when I hit that unpopulated swath, the kind of empty where you could scream and only the trees would hear. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and wild rhododendrons, their blooms long faded into ghostly silhouettes along the roadside. My headlights carved through the dark, catching glimpses of overgrown fields and rusted fences, the occasional abandoned barn leaning like a drunk about to topple. The radio had fizzled out miles back, leaving me with the steady thrum of the diesel and the rhythmic thump of tires over cracked pavement. I sipped from a thermos of black coffee, bitter and cooling, trying to shake the fatigue that creeps in after hours alone. As the road climbed a gentle hill, the forest thinned just enough to reveal a clearing on the left, a lone hillock rising like a wart on the landscape. Atop it sat the house. I spotted it from a distance, its outline stark against the starless sky, but something about it made me ease off the gas without thinking. It was a 2-story farmhouse, the sort you see in faded postcards, clapboard siding weathered to gray, a wraparound porch sagging in places, chimney crooked like a broken finger. But as I drew closer, the wrongness hit me. Windows, everywhere. Not just the usual spots, front door flanks, upstairs bedrooms, but crammed into every inch of wall space. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, panes of dusty, gray glass staring out like unblinking eyes. They overlapped in places, frames jammed together without rhyme. Some narrow slits, others wide bays, all filmed with grime that diffused any light from within. It looked less like a home and more like a fortress built for surveillance, or a trap designed to let the outside in while keeping secrets locked tight. I slowed to a crawl, the truck's engine growling low as if sensing my unease. The house loomed larger now, perched on that hill with no driveway visible, no cars or outbuildings, just a faint path overgrown with weeds leading up from the road. The isolation of it gnawed at me. This far out, who would build such a thing? And why the windows? My mind flickered to those old stories my aunt used to tell during family gatherings in our cabin up near Boone. Legends of reclusive clans hiding in the Appalachians, survivors of feuds or famines who turned inward, shunning the world but always watching it. Feral folk, she called them, not monsters but people broken by the land, living by rules no outsider could fathom. I shook my head, chalking it up to the late hour, but the dread was already settling in, a cold weight in my gut like swallowed river stones. As I passed parallel to the house, maybe 50 yards away, I couldn't help but glance up. The windows caught the sweep of my headlights, reflecting back distorted glints that made the whole structure seem to shimmer. And then, the movement. In every single pane, a flicker. Thin, white curtains twitching back quick as a snake's tongue, then falling still. It happened all at once, synchronized across the facade. Dozens, hundreds of them rippling in unison. Too fast for human hands, too uniform to be wind. My breath caught. It was like the house itself was peeking, curious and covert, assessing the intruder rolling by. I strained to see behind the glass. Shadows, maybe shapes flitting away, but the grime obscured it all, leaving only impressions. A wave of claustrophobia crashed over me, irrational but intense, as if I were the one trapped, spotlit on a stage with an audience hidden in the wings. The air in the cab felt thicker, pressing against my skin, and I rolled up the window despite the heat, locking the doors with a click that echoed too loud. I pressed the accelerator, the rig picking up speed, but the hill stretched longer than it should, the house lingering in my peripheral like a bad dream refusing to fade. The road curved slightly, offering views of the other sides. Same story. Windows upon windows, a patchwork of glass that made the walls look fragile, ready to shatter. And again, the curtains twitch, release, now on the flanks, as if whatever was inside was tracking my progress, shifting from room to room. No lights on, no signs of life beyond those fleeting movements. My heart hammered, sweat beating on my forehead. What kind of people live there? A family, holed up for generations, peering out at the rare passerby? Or something worse? Escapees from society, feral and forgotten, their eyes adjusted to the dark, their habits twisted by years of solitude? I've heard whispers in truck stops about such places. Cabins deep in the woods where the inhabitants shun contact, surviving on what they hunt, marking their territory with eerie signs to ward off intruders. But this wasn't hidden, it was bold, exposed, daring you to look. The trailer finally cleared the property line, the house shrinking in my side mirror. Relief trickled in, but it was short-lived. As I glanced back one last time, habit, to check my load, a single light snapped on in the attic window. Yellow, flickering like a candle or an old bulb on the fritz, casting a sickly glow that outlined the gables. And there, silhouetted against it, a tall, dark figure. Motionless, dominating the tiny frame, its proportions off, too elongated, shoulders hunched but broad, head tilted slightly, as if listening. No details visible, just the stark outline. But the intent was clear. It was watching me, no pretense of curtains now, no hiding. The dread peaked then, a cold flood that made my hands slick on the wheel. I floored it, the engine roaring as the truck surged forward, leaving the hill behind in a blur of darkness. Miles later, heart still racing, I pulled over at a wide spot near a creek, killing the engine to listen. The night sounds returned gradually, crickets chirring, water gurgling over rocks, a distant owl hooting mournful. But underneath, a faint unease lingered, like an echo of that house's stare. I checked my mirrors obsessively the rest of the night, half expecting to see that yellow light winking in the distance. Dawn broke as I hit Charlotte, the city's bustle a welcome antidote, but the memory clung. I never took that route again, sticking to interstates where the world feels tamed. Yet, on quiet drives when the forests close in, I wonder about that house. Was it a relic of some forgotten tragedy, its inhabitants bound by sorrow or madness? Did they watch because they're lonely or because they're waiting for what I don't know? The confusion eats at me, a sorrow for whatever souls are trapped behind those windows, eternally vigilant. And sometimes, in my rear view, I swear I catch a flicker, a curtain twitching, reminding me that once seen, some things never truly let you go. Story 16. I've been hauling heavy loads across Pennsylvania's backcountry for close to 12 years now, ever since the factory job dried up and left me scrambling for something steady. The pay's not glamorous, but there's a rhythm to it. The endless unwind of rural roads, the hum of the diesel drowning out your thoughts, the way the Alleghenies rise around you like silent witnesses to whatever secrets they hold. Remote deliveries are my specialty. Farm equipment to places where the GPS gives up and you navigate by faded signs and gut feel. Folks out there are hardy, shaped by the land. Old mining towns clinging to hillsides, hollows where families have scratched out livings for generations. I've heard the whispers in roadside diners, stories of feral clans hiding in the woods after the coal seams ran dry, legends of cursed valleys where the soil turns sour and people turn strange. I always nodded along, sipping my coffee, figuring it was just the isolation talking. But that day in the late spring of 20, when I rolled into what I can only call the Yellow Town, the isolation talked back, and it's been echoing in my head ever since, a dull ache of confusion and sorrow that no amount of miles can shake. The job was straightforward, delivering a batch of tractor parts and balers to a farmstead near Ridgeway, up in the northern tier where the forests get thick and the town sparse. I left the depot in Du Bois around noon, the trailer loaded heavy, pulling like a reluctant mule on the inclines. The interstate gave way quick to two-laners, then to winding gravel paths that snaked through valleys choked with hemlock and oak. The air was crisp that day, carrying the green scent of new growth, but undercut with something musty, like wet leaves left to rot. My radio scanned for stations but caught mostly static, occasional bursts of talk radio, fading in and out like ghosts. I didn't mind. The quiet let me chew on my own thoughts. Regrets about the kids I don't see enough, the ex who'd moved on while I kept moving. Hours ticked by, the sun dipping behind ridges, casting long shadows that turned the woods into a maze of dark fingers. By late afternoon, I was deep in it, miles from anything marked on the map. The road narrowed, shoulders crumbling into ditches overgrown with ferns, and signs of life thinned to nothing. No barns, no fences, just the endless press of trees. My GPS had glitched out an hour back, stuck on recalculating, so I followed the handwritten direction from the farmer. Turn left at the old silo, follow the creek till the bridge. But the silo never appeared, and the creek was a dry bed of stones. Unease started then, subtle like the first chill of evening. Had I missed a turn? The light was failing, turning the sky a bruised gray, and the forest seemed to lean in closer, branches scraping the cab like whispers. I cracked the window for fresh air, but brought only that musty smell, thicker now, almost cloying. That's when the town appeared, or what passed for one. No welcome sign, no name, just a cluster of buildings emerging from a clearing as the road straightened. Maybe a dozen structures. Houses with peeling siding, a small schoolhouse with a bell tower sagging like it was tired, a few sheds, and what looked like an old general store with boarded windows. It sat in a shallow bowl of a valley, ringed by hills that trapped the fading light, making everything feel enclosed, watched. But it was the color that hit me first, or the lack of variety. Everything, every damn thing, was painted the same pale, sickly yellow. Not a bright canary, but a washed-out hue, like bile or old urine, faded and flaking in sheets that revealed gray wood beneath. The houses, the fences listing drunkenly, the schoolhouse doors, even the rusted hulks of pickup trucks parked haphazardly along the dirt shoulder, all smeared in that uniform shade. It was oppressive, like the town had been dipped in a vat and left to dry wrong, the paint bubbling and cracking like diseased skin. I slowed the rig to a crawl, the tires crunching over gravel that seemed to echo too loud in the stillness. No sounds otherwise, no birds calling, no wind rustling, not even the distant bark of a dog. Just that profound quiet, the kind that presses on your eardrums until you hear your own pulse. I scanned for people, expecting kids playing or folks tending gardens, but the place felt abandoned, or worse, avoided. Then I saw them. 3 older figures, 2 men and a woman, I think, sitting on porches of separate houses. They were dressed in faded, plain clothing, overalls, dresses, shirts, all that same dull yellow, blending them into the backdrop like camouflage. Their faces were weathered, lined deep as creek beds, hair gray and unkempt. They didn't wave as I passed, didn't smile or nod. They just turned their heads, slowly and in unison, eyes tracking my bright red cab and the gleaming chrome of the trailer. It was like they'd been waiting, statues coming to life only for my intrusion. A shiver ran through me, despite the lingering warmth in the cab. My rig stood out like a sore thumb. Vibrant colors screaming against the monochrome, a splash of wrongness in their world. I felt exposed, judged like I'd stumbled into a private grief and dragged mud across the floor. The atmosphere was one of suffocating boredom, a stagnation that seeped into the air, making every breath feel labored. Why the yellow? Some old mining residue, maybe, or a forgotten factory spill that tainted everything. Or worse, a deliberate choice, a uniform imposed by whatever bound these people together. I've heard tales in truck stops about isolated communities, holdouts from religious sects or failed communes, where conformity turns toxic, breeding rituals that outsiders can't fathom. Feral in their own way, not wild, but withered, clinging to habits that isolate them further. I honked lightly, a polite beep to acknowledge them, but they didn't react, just kept watching, heads swiveling as I crept by. The schoolhouse loomed on the right, its windows dark and dusty, the playground a tangle of rusted swings creaking faintly in a breeze I couldn't feel. Yellow paint flaked from the walls and curls, piling like shed skin at the base. No children's laughter, no echoes of play, just emptiness. My mind wandered to what life here must be, days blending into nights, the same faces, the same color leaching the joy from everything. Profound boredom, yes, but laced with dread, like the town was a trap sprung long ago, its inhabitants caught in amber. I accelerated slightly, eager to leave, the trailer rumbling over potholes that jarred the cab. The road curved ahead, promising escape, but the weight of their stairs followed me, heavy as humidity. Just as the last house fell behind, something caught my eye. A small, weather-beaten dog tied to a porch railing on the outskirts. It was a mutt, scrawny and ribby, coat naturally brown but stained that sickly yellow, patches matted and discolored like it had been dipped or brushed repeatedly. The rope was short, frayed, limiting it to a pitiful circle of dirt. It lifted its head as I passed, mouth opening in what should have been a bark or whine, but no sound came, just a dry, rasping whimper, silent as a gasp. Horror bloomed in my chest. Who would do that to an animal? Paint it to match, force it into the fold. The dog's eyes met mine in the mirror, dull and resigned, like it had given up protesting long ago. I slowed instinctively, foot hovering over the brake, debating if I should stop, untie it something. But the isolation pressed harder. Who knew what these folks would do to an outsider meddling? In the rear view, movement. The three people rising from their chairs, slow and deliberate, like they'd been summoned. They stepped off their porches, feet shuffling in the dust, and began walking toward the dog. Not hurried, not angry, just purposeful, converging from different directions, their yellow forms blending into the fading light. My stomach knotted. What were they going to do? Punish it for the silent cry? Or something ritualistic? A maintenance of their monochromatic order? I didn't wait to find out. Floor the gas, the engine roaring as the rig surged forward, kicking up gravel that pinged off the undercarriage. The town receded in the mirrors, swallowed by the encroaching woods. But the image lingered. Those figures closing in, the dog lowering its head in defeat. Miles later, back on a paved road with signs of normalcy. A lit-up farmhouse, a passing car. The dread didn't lift. It settled deeper, a sorrow for that place, those people, that poor creature trapped in a world leached of color and hope. Was it a cult, a contamination, or just the slow rot of forgotten lives? I never reported it. What would I say? That a town painted yellow spooked me? But I avoid those roads now, stick to interstates where the world pulses with variety. Still, on quiet nights, when the cab's too silent, I see that yellow in my dreams, feel the weight of those stairs, hear this soundless whimper. And I wonder if they're still there, watching the horizon for the next intrusion, or if the boredom finally consumed them whole, leaving only flakes of paint and echoes of what was. The confusion aches, a lingering fear that maybe we're all just one wrong turn from fading into monochrome. Story 17. I've been running trucks through Virginia's backwoods for over a decade now, ever since the plant shut down and left me with bills piling higher than the Blue Ridge. It's not glamorous work. Long hours staring at dashed lines, coffee that tastes like tar, and stretches of road where the only company is the static on the CB. But there's a raw beauty to it, especially in these Appalachian foothills. Mist-shrouded valleys that swallow the dawn, creeks murmuring secrets under rusted bridges, cabins tucked into hollows where families have hunkered down for generations. I've heard the tales swapped in truck stops, stories of feral folks scraping by in the deep woods after the mines closed, legends of lost hikers who wandered off trails and never wandered back, eerie sounds that echo through the trees like calls from the forgotten. I always took them with a grain of salt, figuring the isolation plays tricks on a man's mind. But that night on the Crooked Mile, back in the humid haze of 21, the tricks turned real, and they've been gnawing at me ever since, a quiet dread that surfaces when the road gets too lonely. The Crooked Mile's a local name for a twisty segment of Route 33, snaking through the Shenandoah National Forest like a vein through muscle. It's infamous among drivers, sharp bends that hug cliff sides, fog that rolls in thick as wool, and a history of wrecks that folks blame on everything from black ice to bad luck. I was hauling a load of lumber from a mill in Harrisonburg down to Roanoke, pushing through the wee hours to beat the morning rush. Around 2 a.m., fatigue hit me like a wall. My eyes burned, lids heavy as lead. I knew better than to fight it, seeing too many crosses on the roadside from guys who did. Spotting a dirt pull-off ahead, tucked beside a massive oak that looked older than the Republic, I signaled and eased the rig over. The gravel crunched under the tires, the engine sighing as I killed it. The cab went quiet, save for the tick of cooling metal and the distant hoot of an owl. I stepped out to stretch, boots sinking into soft earth, the air thick with the scent of pine resin and damp soil. No moon that night, just a scatter of stars peeking through the canopy, casting faint shadows that danced like whispers. I paced a bit, shaking out the cramps, when my eyes caught something odd on the oak's lowest branch, a bundle swaying gently, maybe 10 feet off the ground. At first, I thought it was trash, some litter caught in the wind, but as I approached, flashlight beam cutting through the dark, it resolved into keys. Hundreds of them, strung together on a thick piece of twine, looped over the limb. They were all different. Rusted skeleton keys from antique locks, shiny modern car fobs with electronic guts, tiny brass ones for cabinets or diaries, even a few that looked like they belonged to padlocks or safes. They hung in a dense cluster, clinking softly against each other in a breeze I couldn't feel, a metallic chime that whispered through the night like distant bells tolling for no one. The sound raised the hairs on my arms, eerie, almost melodic, but wrong out here in the middle of nowhere. Who would do this? Locals marking a spot, maybe a memorial for lost things? Or something older, a shrine like those my grandma talked about, hidden in the woods where folks left offerings to appease the land spirits. She'd spin yarns by the fire in our old cabin near Luray, tales of settlers who vanished, leaving only keys to homes that burned or flooded, echoes of lives unmoored. Curiosity pulled me closer, though a voice in my head whispered to leave it be. The pull-off was isolated, no other vehicles in sight, the road empty as a grave. The oak loomed massive, its trunk gnarled and scarred, roots bulging like veins over the dirt. I shone the light on the keys, watching them twist and glint, some engraved with initials, others bent or broken, a few still attached to faded keychains with logos from gas stations or motels long gone. The chime grew insistent as I neared, the keys stirring more vigorously, clinking in rhythms that almost formed words, murmurs too faint to catch. My breath came shallow. The air felt heavier here, charged like before a storm, but the sky was clear. I reached out, fingers brushing the lowest key, a cold, small thing that sent a jolt up my arm, like static but deeper, resonant. That's when a new sound started, a rhythmic tapping, quiet but deliberate, emanating from the base of the tree. Tap, tap, pause, tap, 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 like knuckles on wood or something scratching from below. I froze, heart kicking up, and swept the flashlight down. At the tree's foot was a perfectly smooth, circular patch of dirt, maybe 3 feet across, devoid of grass or weeds, as if scorched clean. In the center, half buried, sat a single small stone, smooth river rock, unremarkable but for its placement, like a marker. The tapping seemed to rise from it, vibrating the air, but when my shadow fell over the spot, it stopped abrupt as a cut string. Silence rushed back, thicker now, the chimes overhead fading to a hush. I backed up a step, the dread coiling tighter, a primal urge to run, though nothing threatened. What was this? A grave, maybe unmarked but remembered? Or a trap, set by recluses who lurked in these woods, survivors of hard times who'd gone wild, guarding their territories with odd rituals. I've crossed paths with such types before, haggard figures glimpsed at tree leans, eyes wary, living off what the forest provides, shunning the world that forgot them. But this felt different, older, tied to the land itself, a legend breathed into being by centuries of whispers. I retreated slowly, boots careful on the uneven ground, eyes locked on the patch. The tapping didn't resume, but the keys stirred again, chiming softly as if in response. Back in the cab, I locked the doors. Silly, I know, but the isolation amplified every fear. The engine roared to life, headlights flooding the pull-off, illuminating the oak in stark relief. The bundle hung still now, but as I shifted into gear and nosed toward the road, a gust seemed to hit, though no leaves rustled. The keys swung violently inward, slamming against the trunk with a sharp, loud clatter, like a hand had shoved the branch from above. I glanced up, but saw only darkness in the canopy, branches twisting like fingers. Panic surged. I gunned it, tires spinning dirt as I merged onto the highway, the rig shuddering over the curves. Miles blurred by, the crooked mile living up to its name, but the dread trailed me like exhaust. What shoved those keys? Wind? An animal? Or something? Someone hidden in the boughs, watching from the shadows? I never stopped to check, never went back. But on long hauls now, when the woods close in, I hear that chime in the wind, feel that tapping in my bones. Was it a warning, a remnant of some forgotten sorrow? The confusion lingers, a sorrow for whatever's bound to that tree, keys to lives lost or locked away. And I wonder if one day my own key will join them, swaying in the non-existent breeze, chiming for the next fool who pulls over. Story 18. I've been trucking these Tennessee backroads for nigh on 15 years, ever since the Army spat me out, and I needed something to keep the demons at bay. The pay's steady if you don't mind the ache in your back from hours hunched over the wheel, and there's a certain peace in the isolation, the way the Smokies fold around you like an old blanket, hiding hollows where time moves slower. But peace out here is fragile. The mountains have their moods, and on cold mornings when the fog clings low, they whisper things you'd rather not hear. Folks in the diners talk about it over biscuits and gravy. Legends of feral families scraping by in forgotten cabins after the logging dried up, survivors who've gone wild on routes and whatever wanders too close, or eerie sounds from the woods that mimic cries for help. I always shrug it off as tall tales born from too much moonshine and not enough company. That changed one bitter January dawn in 19, when a detour around a wreck led me to that squat church with no steeple. What I saw there burrowed into me like a splinter, a quiet horror that surfaces on empty stretches, making me question if some burdens are meant to be left behind, or if they follow you home. The night had been long, hauling a load of auto parts from Knoxville down to Chattanooga. I'd left the warehouse around midnight, the cab heater blasting against the chill that seeped through the seals. The interstate was my usual vein, but reports crackled over the CB about a multi-car pileup near Sweetwater. Jackknifed semi blocking both lanes, flares and blue lights turning the fog into a ghostly haze. Dispatch rerouted me onto the old state roads, the kind with hairpin turns and shoulders that drop into nothingness. I grumbled, but complied. Better late than wrapped around a guardrail. The detour wound deeper into the hills, pavement giving way to patched asphalt cracked by frost heaves. Trees crowded in, bare oaks and hickories etched against the pre-dawn sky, their branches like skeletal hands reaching. The air smelled of wood smoke and frozen earth, faint but persistent through the vents. My headlights sliced the dark, catching eyeshine from deer frozen at the roadside, staring back with that unnerving calm before bolting into the underbrush. By 4 a.m., fatigue was gnawing at me, the coffee in my thermos gone cold and useless. No towns for miles, just the occasional derelict barn or trailer with a dim porch light flickering like a dying star. I needed to stretch, make a call to check on the delay. Signal was spotty, but sometimes you caught a bar in the clearings. Up ahead, a wide spot appeared, a gravel pull-off across from what looked like an old church setback from the road. I eased the rig over, brakes hissing softly, and killed the engine. The sudden quiet was profound, broken only by the tick of the cooling manifold and the distant drip of melting ice from branches. I stepped out, boots crunching on frost-rimed stones, the cold biting through my flannel-like teeth. The church hunkered there in the gloom, a squat gray stone building maybe a century and a half old, its walls moss-flecked and weathered. No steeple crowned it, just a flat slate roof sloping low, as if the structure was trying to sink into the earth, hiding from the heavens. The windows were narrow slits, like arrow ports in a fortress, too tall and thin for comfort, admitting no light from within. It sat on a small rise, ringed by woods that pressed close, the trees older than the church, their trunks twisted as if in pain. I leaned against the cab, fishing out my phone. No bars, figures. As I paced to find a signal, my eyes adjusted to the dark, and that's when I noticed the signs. Nailed to the trees along the church's perimeter, spaced maybe 10 feet apart, were small wooden planks, hand-painted with single words in crude, white letters. Worry. Forget. Sleep. Hunger. They formed a ragged circle around the property, the paint chipped and faded, but the words stark against the bark. What kind of message was that? A sermon reduced to fragments? Or warnings, like those old trail markers in the forest where my pa used to hunt? Tales he'd tell of paths leading to cabins where folks had gone mad from the solitude, surviving on what the land provided, but losing their humanity bit by bit. Feral, he called them. Not monsters, just people broken by hunger and forgetfulness, lurking in the shadows. I shook off the thought, chalking it up to some eccentric preacher's idea of outreach, but the dread started then, a slow creep like frost spreading on glass. The air felt heavier here, the silence not empty but expectant, as if the woods were listening. I finally caught a weak signal near the road's edge, dialing dispatch to update my ETA. The voice on the other end was tinny, breaking up, but I got the gist. Wreck cleared soon. Hang tight. As I hung up, movement caught my eye across the street. The church's heavy double doors, thick oak slabs banded in iron, creaked open slowly, spilling no light, but revealing a sliver of deeper black inside. A figure emerged, a woman, shrouded in a heavy, ill-fitting dark coat that swallowed her frame, hood pulled low over her face. She moved with deliberate slowness, like each step cost her, carrying something large and dark in her arms, bundled in what looked like old cloth or sacking. My breath fogged the air as I watched, frozen in place. Who was she? A caretaker? A parishioner up before dawn for some ritual? The bundle shifted slightly in her grasp, but she held it firm, cradling it like something precious or burdensome. She didn't glance my way, just walked methodically toward the woods, her boots silent on the frozen grass. The perimeter signs loomed as she passed them, her path straight to the one reading hunger. She stopped beneath it, the tree's branches casting jagged shadows over her. Gently, almost tenderly, she knelt and placed the bundle on the ground, unwrapping it just enough that I caught a glimpse. Something pale, limp, but the distance and dark hid the details. A chill unrelated to the cold slithered down my spine. Was it food? An offering? Or something worse? A relic of those forest legends? A sacrifice to appease whatever lurked in the hollows? My mind raced. Stories of families in remote cabins, driven by starvation to unthinkable acts, leaving bundles in the woods to forget their sins. She straightened, coat flapping like wings in a breeze I didn't feel, and turned back toward the church. The doors swallowed her with a dull thud that echoed across the empty street, leaving the bundle alone under the sign. The emptiness pressed, and then, the road stretching desolate in both directions, no other souls stirring. What had she left behind? Something she didn't want to carry anymore. That much was clear from the way her shoulders sagged in relief as she retreated. I stood there, heart thudding slow and heavy, the cab's dome light a feeble beacon behind me. Part of me wanted to cross the road, investigate, shine my flashlight on the bundle, see if it was just a sack of scraps or something that would haunt me worse. But the dread held me back, a primal caution whispering of unseen eyes in the woods, feral watchers drawn by the offering. Eerie sounds started then, faint at first, a rustle in the underbrush beyond the trees, like footsteps circling, cautious. Not animals, too rhythmic, too deliberate. I strained to listen, the silence amplifying every snap of twig, every shift of leaves. Was it the wind? Or something drawn by the hunger sign, survivors from those old legends, creeping close for what was left? My pa's voice echoed in my head. The mountains take what they need, boy, and sometimes they give back twisted. I backed toward the truck, keys jingling too loud in my hand, the pull-off suddenly feeling exposed, vulnerable. Climbing into the cab, I fired up the engine, the roar shattering the quiet like a blasphemy. Headlights flooded the church, casting long shadows that danced across the stone facade. The bundle was still there, unmoved, but the rustling grew louder, closer, as if whatever was out there sensed my departure. I pulled out fast, tires spinning gravel, the rig lumbering back onto the road. In the rear view, the church receded, but the signs lingered in my mind. Worry, forget, sleep, hunger, like burdens shed in the dark. Miles later, back on the interstate with the first light bleeding over the ridges, the dread didn't fade. It settled deeper, a sorrow for that woman, for whatever she carried and left behind. Was it a child, wasted by famine in some hidden cabin? A memory too heavy to bear? Or just my imagination, fueled by fatigue and folklore? I never went back, never reported it. Who'd believe a trucker's yarn? But on cold mornings now, when the fog rolls in, I hear that thud of doors closing, feel the weight of unseen eyes. And I wonder if we all have bundles we'd leave under signs in the woods, if only to forget, even as the hunger circles closer in the dark. Story 19. I've been hauling freight across the deep south for going on 18 years now, mostly sticking to the interstates where the lights never fully fade, and there's always another rig in the mirror to remind you you're not alone. Alabama's got its charms, the rolling hills giving way to pine-thick valleys, the way the air turns sweet with honeysuckle in summer. But at night, especially off the beaten path, it can feel like the land's holding grudges from old times. I grew up hearing stories from my uncles around the campfire in our family cabin up near the Tennessee line, tales of feral folk who vanished into the woods after the cotton mills closed, surviving on what they could scavenge, turning wild and wary of outsiders. Forest legends, they called them, not ghosts, but people forgotten by progress, lurking in clearings where the trees whisper warnings. I never put much stock in it, figuring it was just the bourbon talking. But that night in the fall of 23, when I took a shortcut through a nameless valley in the northern part of the state, those legends didn't seem so far-fetched. What I found there, glowing in the dark like a lure, still twists my gut when the road gets too quiet, leaving me with a sorrow I can't quite name, like I glimpsed something meant to stay hidden. The run was routine at first, picking up a load of machine parts from a depot in Huntsville, bound for a warehouse down in Montgomery. I left around dusk, the sky smudged orange over the horizon, and hit the highway with a thermos of black coffee and a playlist of old country tunes to keep me company. Traffic thinned out quick as I pushed south, the interstate humming under my tires. But around midnight, the CB crackled with chatter about a jackknifed trailer blocking lanes near Decatur. Hazmat spill, they said, with cleanup crews turning it into an all-nighter. Dispatch suggested a detour. Cut east onto some county roads, loop through the valleys, add maybe an hour but beat sitting in gridlock. I'd never taken that way before. Map showed it as a squiggly line through unmarked green, but I figured what the hell, I'd driven worse. I veered off at the next exit, the rig groaning as I downshifted, headlights sweeping over faded signs warning of sharp curves and deer crossings. The pavement narrowed, shoulders crumbling into ditches lined with kudzu that choked everything in sight. Trees closed in, tall pines and oaks forming a canopy that blocked the stars, turning the world into a tunnel of black. By 1 a.m., I was deep in the valley, miles from anything resembling a town. The air coming through the cracked window was cooler now, laced with the damp rot of fallen leaves and the faint, metallic tang of a recent rain. No houses, no lights, just the occasional flicker of eyes from critters in the underbrush, watching me pass. The radio had faded to static hours ago, so I switched it off, preferring the rumble of the engine and the rhythmic thump of tires over potholes. Fatigue was creeping in, that bone-deep weariness that makes shadows play tricks, but I shook it off with a swig of coffee. That's when I saw the glow ahead, a pulsing, chaotic light filtering through the trees, sickly greens and reds bleeding into the night like an aurora gone wrong. At first, I thought it was a house fire or maybe a bonfire party, kids out in a field, blasting music and raising hell. But as I crested a small rise, the clearing opened up and my stomach dropped. It was a carnival. Small, the cheap kind that rolls into rural towns for a weekend, sets up in a muddy lot, and vanishes like it was never there. But this one was fully lit, rides turning, despite the absolute emptiness around it. No cars in the makeshift lot, no people milling about, just the wet grass reflecting the lights and shimmering pools. I eased off the gas, the rig slowing to a crawl as I stared. The Ferris wheel loomed at the back, its cars swaying gently as it rotated slow and steady, empty seats creaking in the quiet. Closer in, the carousel spun at a leisurely pace, its platform groaning under the weight of painted horses bobbing up and down. Tinny music drifted out, distorted carnival tunes, the kind with calliope whistles and off-key melodies, warped like an old record left in the sun. It echoed across the field, lonely and insistent, as if calling to ghosts. Strings of bulbs draped between poles flickered in patterns, casting those eerie greens and reds that made the whole scene feel feverish, unnatural. Who runs a setup like this at 1 a.m. in the middle of nowhere? A glitch in the automation? Or something deliberate? A trap set by folks who didn't want company? My mind flickered to those uncle stories. Feral clans using lights to lure the unwary, scavenging what they could from stragglers. I shook my head, ridiculous, but the unease stuck, a cold finger tracing my spine. The valley felt deeper here, the woods pressing close around the clearing, as if the trees were spectators to whatever played out under those lights. Curiosity won out over caution. I pulled the rig over to the shoulder, gravel crunching under the tires, and killed the engine. The sudden silence amplified everything. The distant clank of the Ferris wheel's mechanisms, the whir of the carousel, that music looping endlessly, notes bending in the damp air. I stepped out, boots sinking into the soft earth, the chill seeping through my jacket. The field was maybe 100 yards across, ringed by dense forest that swallowed the light at its edges. No ticket booth manned, no barkers calling games, just the automated hum of machinery running on its own, like a machine that had forgotten to die. I walked closer, flashlight in hand, though the glow made it unnecessary, the beam cutting through wisps of fog rising from the grass. The reflections danced, sickly colors rippling on puddles like oil on water, distorting the scene into something dreamlike, nightmarish. Being the only living soul here felt wrong, like I'd intruded on a private ritual, the carnival a ghost of joys long faded, now just going through the motions in eternal repetition. I stopped at the edge of the lot, close enough to smell the faint ozone from the bulbs and the rust from the rides. The Ferris wheel clacked overhead, empty cars rocking gently, chains rattling like loose bones. The music swelled and dipped, words indistinguishable but carrying a melancholy that tugged at something deep. Unexplainable dread built slow, not from fear of attack, but from the sheer desolation. The sense that this place had been abandoned mid-revelry, people vanishing into the night, leaving the machines to carry on. Forest legends whispered in my ear, clearings where travelers disappeared, drawn by lights and sounds, claimed by those who'd gone feral, surviving in the shadows. I scanned the tree-line, half expecting eyes staring back, but saw only blackness. That's when my gaze settled on the carousel. It spun lazily, lights twinkling along its canopy, horses painted in faded reds and golds, manes chipped and eyes glassy. But they weren't empty. Tied to each saddle, secure with rough twine, was a small effigy, crudely made from straw and dark cloth, stuffed into shapes vaguely human, each one different. Some with button eyes sewn crooked, others with stitched mouths pulled into grimaces, rags for clothes tattered and stained. They swayed with the motion, heads lolling, limbs flopping like rag dolls in a breeze. My breath caught, the dread thickening into something tangible, a weight on my chest. Who made these? Kids' craft gone wrong? Or stand-ins, proxies for people who couldn't, or wouldn't, ride? The carousel turned, presenting each effigy in turn, one with arms outstretched like in supplication, another hunched as if in pain, a third with a noose-like scarf loose around its neck. They paraded silent, rhythmic, under the pulsing lights, the music their only accompaniment. I stood transfixed, time slipping away as rounds blurred into one endless loop. The isolation pressed harder, the valley a bowl trapping the glow, the woods alive with faint sounds, branches creaking, leaves rustling, perhaps footsteps circling just out of sight. Eerie whispers seemed to weave into the tune, or maybe it was my mind filling the void. Sorrow welled up unbidden for these straw figures, for whatever they represented. Lost souls? Forgotten children? Or lures, crafted by hands hidden in the forest, drawing the curious closer. I don't know how long I watched. Minutes? An hour? The spell broken only when the music cut out mid-note, a sharp silence like a record scratched. The carousel slowed, effigies coming to a halt with final sways, but the Ferris wheel kept clacking, mechanical and relentless. Panic flickered then, hot and sudden. I backed away, boots slipping on wet grass, eyes darting to the tree-line where shadows seemed denser now. The glow felt mocking, the colors harsher in the quiet. I climbed into the cab, engine roaring to life, and peeled out, tires spinning mud as I hit the road. The clearing reseated in the mirrors, lights pulsing fainter until swallowed by the dark. Miles later, back on familiar pavement with dawn graying the sky, the dread lingered like a hangover. What was that carnival? A relic from a town long gone, automated and forgotten? Or a beacon, set by feral survivors to remember or ensnare? I never looked it up, never returned. Some things are better left in the valleys. But on night runs now, when lights flicker unnatural in the distance, I hear that clack, 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 see those swaying effigies parading endless. And I wonder if they wait for me, straw stand-ins for the living, in a glow that never fades, leaving only confusion and a quiet sorrow for what might pull me back one day. Story 20. I've been a long-haul trucker for close to 20 years now, mostly running loads through the southeast where the roads twist like veins through the old growth. The Great Smoky Mountains have always been my backyard route, familiar enough to feel like home, but wild in a way that keeps you respectful. Tennessee's side is thick with fog that rolls in like breath from the earth. Cabins tucked into hollows where families have hunkered down for generations, and legends whispered in truck stops about folks who wandered off the trails and never came back. I've heard the stories. Feral people, descendants of settlers who shunned society after the wars or the depressions, surviving on what the forest gives, eyes sharp from the shadows. Unexplainable dread, they call it, the kind that builds slow in your gut when the trees press too close and the silence turns heavy. I never bought into it much, chalked it up to loneliness and bad weather. But that early spring night in 22, when I stumbled into that forgotten settlement off Highway 441, the dread got real. It wrapped around me like the mist, and even now, years later, I can't shake the feeling that something out there is still listening, waiting for a signal I might have accidentally sent. The run started ordinary enough. I'd picked up a trailer of lumber from a mill near Gatlinburg, bound for a construction site down in Knoxville. Left around dusk to beat the tourist traffic, the cab filled with the scent of pine shavings leaking from the load. The radio was on low, some AM station fading in and out with bluegrass tunes that echoed the ridges. As night fell, the fog thickened, turning my headlights into diffuse beams that barely cut 10 feet ahead. I eased the rig through the switchbacks, tires humming on the damp asphalt. The engine's growl, the only sound breaking the quiet. These mountains have a way of isolating you. Cell service drops like a stone in the valleys, and the CB stays silent unless another driver's close. I wasn't worried. I'd driven this stretch 100 times, knew every curve like the lines on my palm. But the dispatcher had mentioned a rock slide up ahead, so I detoured onto an old logging road, one of those unmarked paths that locals use but outsiders avoid. It wound deeper into the Smokies, the pavement giving way to patched gravel that rattled the cab. Trees loomed taller here, ancient hemlocks and oaks draped in moss, their branches interlocking overhead like a roof sealing out the world. The air grew cooler, heavier, carrying that earthy dampness that clings to your skin and seeps into your bones. Hours ticked by, or at least it felt that way in the dark. No signs of life, no cabins with porch lights winking through the fog, no deer bounding across the beam. Just the endless ribbon of road unspooling into black. Fatigue started nibbling at me, the kind where your eyes blur and the shadows play tricks. I sipped stale coffee from my thermos, trying to stay sharp. That's when the settlement appeared, materializing out of the mist like a memory half forgotten. It was small, maybe a dozen houses clustered tight around a single general store, the kind of place that time bypassed when the highways came through. The buildings were weathered clapboard, roofs sagging under vines, windows dark, as if no one had stirred in years. But it was the antennae that stopped me cold. Every surface bristled with them. Radio towers jury-rigged to chimneys, satellite dishes bolted to siding like giant ears turned skyward, spidery metal arrays sprouting from utility poles, and even the store's awning, pointing not just up but into the woods, as if eavesdropping on the trees themselves. The whole town looked alive with listening, a network of receivers humming faintly in the night, waiting for whispers from the ether. I slowed the rig to a crawl, the gravel crunching loud under the tires, echoing off the houses like an announcement of my arrival. No lights flickered on, no curtains twitched, just that oppressive quiet, broken only by the low buzz I could now hear from the arrays, like static trapped in wire. My skin prickled. It felt wrong. This place tuned to frequencies I couldn't hear, as if the residents had turned their backs on the visible world for something hidden in the airwaves. I've passed through ghost towns before, mining camps abandoned when the coal ran out, cabins left to rot after floods, but this wasn't empty. It was attentive, the antennae quivering slightly in a breeze that didn't touch the leaves. Legends flickered in my mind, stories of feral communities deep in the Smokies, holdouts from old feuds who retreated into the hills, surviving on poached game and foraged roots, their ears always cocked for rangers or revenue men. But this was different. Not hiding, but listening perhaps for signs of the outside world encroaching, or something older, a forest legend about signals from the mountains themselves, calls that drove men mad. As I inched past the general store, a figure caught my eye on the porch. An older man, gaunt and weathered, sat hunched in a rocking chair, heavy headphones clamped over his ears like vices. Before him on a rickety table was a makeshift panel, dials and switches cobbled from old radios, blinking lights pulsing in erratic patterns, wires snaking to an antenna mounted overhead. He didn't look up as I passed, his eyes fixed on the readings, fingers twitching faintly as if adjusting to a voice only he could hear. His face was lined deep as creek beds, expression blank but intent, like a sentinel on watch. I glanced at his truck parked nearby. An ancient Ford rusted through, more antennae sprouting from its roof, and spotted the bumper sticker, faded white letters on black, reading simply, "They wait for the signal." My gut twisted. Who were they? The townsfolk? Or something else? Feral watchers in the woods, tuned to the same frequency, biding their time? The dread built slow then, a creeping chill that had nothing to do with the fog. I felt exposed, my rig's engine a roar in the silence, broadcasting my presence to whatever network hummed through this place. I kept moving, the settlement fading in my rear view as the road climbed out of the valley. But the unease clung, thickening with every mile. A few switchbacks later, the fog lifted just enough to reveal a wide pull-off overlooking a ravine. I eased the truck over, needing to check in with dispatch, let them know the detour was dragging, maybe grab a signal from my phone. The cab went quiet as I killed the engine, the mountains hush pressing in immediate and total. No wind, no night birds, just the distant drip of water from rocks, echoing like footsteps in the dark. I grabbed the CB mic, thumbing the key. "Breaker, this is Smokey Bear on the backroads near." The words died as a burst overwhelmed the speaker. Not white noise, but a complex rush, whispering and layered, like hundreds of voices overlapping too fast to parse. Murmurs rising and falling, snatches of words. Names? Coordinates swirling in static that clawed at my ears. It swelled for seconds, insistent, then cut to dead silence, sharper than before. My hand froze on the mic, heart slamming. Had I been heard? The fear washed over me, sudden and absolute. A primal terror of being pinpointed, like prey calling out in the woods, only to alert the hunters. I dropped the mic like it burned, fumbling to switch off the radio, the phone too, anything that could transmit. The cab plunged into darker quiet, broken only by my ragged breaths fogging the glass. What was that? Interference from the town's arrays? Or something tuned in, responding? Legends echoed again. Feral people in remote cabins, ears to the ground, or the airwaves, waiting for signals of intruders, survivors of isolation who'd learned to listen before they struck. I imagine them now, huddled in those houses, headphones pressed tight, dials spinning to lock on my frequency, they stirring in the woods at the call. The mountains felt alive with it, the fog of veil hiding eyes and ears attuned to every crackle. I fired up the engine, pulling out fast, the rig shuddering over the gravel as I pushed through the curves. No radio, no phone for the next 3 hours, just the engine's growl and my thoughts churning. Was the town an outpost, listening for government drones, or lost hikers, or guardians of some forest secret, signals from depths where the unexplainable dwells? Dawn broke as I hit Knoxville, the city's lights a welcome chaos, but the dread didn't dissolve. It lingered, a sorrow for that place, those people bound by whatever they heard or feared. I quit the backroads after, stuck to interstates where the signals are strong and constant. But on quiet nights, when static hisses unexpected, I feel again that rush of voices waiting. What signal do they seek? And did I give it, unwittingly drawing them closer? The confusion aches, a fear that the mountains remember, listening still for the next voice to break the silence. Story 21. I've spent most of my adult life hauling freight through the jagged, ancient spine of the Appalachian Mountains. And if there's one thing you learn early on, it's that the woods of West Virginia don't play by the same rules as the rest of the world. There's a specific kind of darkness you find deep in the hollers, a thick, heavy velvet that doesn't just block out the light, but feels like it's actively trying to swallow you whole. I was running a short, late-night delivery out of a timber mill near the Monongahela National Forest, taking a logging trail that was little more than a scar of red clay and gravel cut through the hemlocks. It was one of those nights where the air feels saturated, thick with the scent of damp earth and rotting leaves, and the fog hangs so low you feel like you're driving through a wet wool blanket. I had my windows rolled down, trying to keep the condensation from fogging the glass, listening to the rhythmic crunch of my tires and the low, steady groan of the engine. The silence out there wasn't peaceful. It was the kind of silence that feels like a held breath, like the entire forest had just gone quiet to watch me pass. I was rounding a sharp, ascending bend where the trees leaned so far over the track they formed a natural tunnel, when something shifted in the space above the canopy. I didn't hear a sound, no engine, no rushing wind, but I felt a sudden, sharp displacement of air. A massive, dark shape, wider than my rig and darker than the midnight sky, passed silently over the gap in the trees. It was too low for any plane and moved with a terrifying, liquid grace that no cloud could mimic. I slammed on the brakes, the truck skidding slightly on the slick clay before coming to a jarring halt. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. I sat there for a long minute, leaning out the window and staring up into the jagged line of the treetops. But there was nothing. The stars were gone, hidden by the canopy, and the sky was an empty, bottomless void. I told myself I was hallucinating, that the long hours and the flickering shadows of the dashboard had finally made my mind snap. But the feeling of that displacement, that heavy whoosh of air that had rocked the cab, was too real to ignore. I reached for my heavy-duty mag light, my hand trembling as I clicked it on. I needed to see the ground to prove to myself that I was still on a physical road in a physical world. I stepped out of the cab, the cold mountain air hitting me like a physical blow. The silence was even deeper out here, broken only by the tick-tick-tick of my cooling engine. I swept the beam of the flashlight across the dirt track, and that's when the light caught something lying right in front of my radiator grill. It was a single feather, resting perfectly still in the middle of the red clay. I walked toward it, my boots sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. When I reached it, I knelt down, the light from my mag light making the object pop against the dark earth. It was unlike any feather I had ever seen in my life. It was massive, the size of a man's hand from wrist to fingertip, and its color was a deep, unsettling slate gray. But it was the texture that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It had an oily, iridescent sheen to it, like the surface of a stagnant pond or a crow's wing viewed through a layer of grease. I reached out and picked it up. It felt impossibly light, as if it were made of nothing but air. Yet it was freezing to the touch, a deep, unnatural cold that seemed to radiate from the quill itself, as if it had just been plucked from the heart of a glacier. As I held that strange, cold object, the forest decided to end its silence. From the thick brush just off to my right, maybe 20 feet into the darkness, came a deep, resonant thump. It wasn't the sound of a falling branch or a shifting rock. It was a heavy, deliberate impact, like something massive had just stepped down with immense weight. The vibration was so powerful, I felt it in the soles of my boots, and I actually saw the dust shake off my side mirrors in the glow of the headlights. I froze, my breath hitching in my throat. I didn't move my flashlight. I didn't want to see what was standing there, watching me hold a piece of itself. The thumping was rhythmic, slow, and purposeful, as if whatever was in the woods was adjusting its stance, preparing to move toward the road. The smell hit me then, a cloying, musky scent of old wet feathers and iron, like a slaughterhouse in the rain. I dropped the feather instantly. It didn't drift to the ground like a normal feather should. It fell straight and heavy, yet it made absolutely no sound when it hit the soft dirt. I scrambled back toward the cab, my limbs feeling heavy and uncoordinated. I didn't care about the gear I was in or the risk of bottoming out on the ruts. I threw the truck into gear and tore down that trail, the engine screaming as I pushed the machine to its absolute limit. I didn't look back. I couldn't look back. The image of that silent, impossible shape passing over the trees was burned into my mind, a dark omen that refused to fade. I didn't slow down until I hit the asphalt of the main highway, and even then, I didn't stop until I reached a well-lit truck stop 60 miles away. I sat in the diner for hours, staring into a cup of black coffee, trying to make sense of the geometry of what I'd seen. There are things in the oldest parts of the Appalachians that don't have names, things that have lived in the high ridges since before the first coal mines were dug. We like to think we've conquered these mountains with our roads and our lights, but we're just ants crawling across the skin of something much larger and much older. I never went back to that timber mill, and I never took that logging trail again. Sometimes, when the wind catches the side of my trailer just right, I feel that sudden displacement of air again, and I find myself looking up at the sky, terrified that I'll see a slate-gray shadow blotting out the stars. The memory of that night is a cold splinter in my mind that never quite goes away. I still think about that feather lying there in the red clay, and the way it felt like holding a piece of the void. Most of all, I think about that thump, the weight of something that shouldn't be able to move so silently. People talk about the birds of prey in these mountains, about eagles and hawks, but they've never seen the thing that lives in the gaps between the trees. They've never felt the silence of a forest that has decided you don't belong there. I've heard other drivers tell similar stories, whispered over CB radios or in the corners of dark rest stops, stories of things that fly without wings and walk without feet. We don't talk about it in the daylight, but we all know the truth. The mountains aren't empty, and some things are better left in the dark, far above the reach of our headlights. I still have a hard time sleeping when the wind is high. I'll be lying in my bunk, and the sound of the wind whistling through the vents will start to sound like a dry, rustling hiss. I find myself checking the roof of the cab, half expecting to see those slate-gray talons curled around the air horn. It's been years, but the dread is just as fresh as the night it happened. You don't forget the feeling of being hunted by something that can disappear into the air. I just keep driving, staying on the interstates where the lights are bright and the sky is wide, praying that I never see a single gray feather on the road ahead of me again. Some secrets are meant to stay buried in the hollers, and some heights are meant for things that don't need the ground to survive. Story 22. I've spent the better part of 25 years hauling freight through the jagged, ancient spine of the Appalachian Mountains. And if there's one thing I've learned, it's that Kentucky doesn't just have hills. It has secrets that go back further than the coal mines and the timber camps. There's a specific kind of darkness you find in the eastern part of the state, deep in the Daniel Boone National Forest, where the trees grow so thick and the ridges are so steep that the sun feels like a distant memory by 4 in the afternoon. People talk about the beauty of the bluegrass, but out where the pavement turns to gravel and the gravel turns to red clay ruts, the landscape starts to feel less like a postcard and more like a warning. I was running a load of industrial cable on a backroad shortcut near the Red River Gorge, a narrow, winding trail that felt like it was trying to swallow my rig hole. The air that night was heavy, thick with the scent of damp pine and the copper tang of a coming storm, and the silence of the woods was so absolute it felt like a physical weight pressing against the glass of my cab. I was exhausted, the kind of deep, bone-weary tire that makes the lines on the road start to dance, and the shadows at the edge of the woods look like they're reaching for your mirrors. I knew I needed to stop, even if it was just for 5 minutes to splash some lukewarm coffee on my face and clear the cobwebs from my brain. I found a small pull-off, a patch of dirt barely wide enough for the truck, nestled between a sheer rock wall and a dense thicket of mountain laurel. I eased the rig into the slot, set the air brakes with a sharp, lonely hiss, and finally killed the engine. The sudden absence of the diesel's thrum was jarring. In these mountains, when the engine dies, the world doesn't just get quiet, it gets empty. I sat there for a moment, letting the silence settle around me, watching the steam rise off the hood in the pale moonlight. That's when I saw them, way down the trail, maybe a quarter-mile ahead where the road disappeared around a sharp, jagged bend. 2 lights appeared. They were bright, intensely red, and positioned perfectly parallel to one another, about 6 feet off the ground. My first thought was that another truck was coming, but there was no beam, no spill of light onto the trees, and no sound of an approaching motor. They weren't headlights. They didn't have the cold, mechanical glow of LEDs or the yellowish tint of old halogens. These things were organic. They had a weird, rhythmic, pulsing quality to them, like 2 glowing embers at the back of a wood stove, or the way a dying coal flickers when a draft hits it. They sat perfectly still, hovering at a height that suggested a man standing on his tiptoes, or something much larger standing at its natural height. I watched them for a good minute, my hand hovering over the door lock, my heart starting to thud in a slow, heavy rhythm against my ribs. I tried to rationalize it, the way we always do when we see something that shouldn't be there. I told myself it was a radio tower light, but there were no towers in this part of the holler, and the lights were far too low. I thought maybe it was some kids playing with high-powered flashlights, but the lights didn't sway, didn't dip, and didn't move an inch. They were just there, unblinking and ancient, staring back at me from the mouth of the bend. The longer I looked, the more the knot of dread in my stomach tightened. There was an intelligence in that glow. Not a human intelligence, but something predatory and patient. It felt like the woods were holding their breath, waiting for me to make the first move. I finally decided I'd had enough of the silence. I reached for the CB radio mic, thinking I'd call out to see if anyone else was in the area, or maybe just to hear another human voice to break the spell. But just as my fingers brushed the cold plastic of the microphone, the red lights extinguished. It didn't fade out, it didn't blink. They vanished instantaneously, as if someone had flicked a master switch. The road was plunged back into total, suffocating darkness. I sat frozen, my hand still reaching for the mic, my ears straining for any sound. The engine was off, the radio was silent, and the wind had died down to nothing. It was the kind of silence that makes your ears ring because your brain is desperate to find a noise to latch onto. Then I heard it, a faint, dry, scraping noise. It didn't come from the woods or the road ahead. It came from directly behind my sleeper cab, right against the metal of the trailer. It was the sound of something large and heavy with sharp points, talons or claws, slowly dragging itself over the asphalt. Scritch, scrape, scritch. It was slow, deliberate, and it was moving closer to the driver's side door. The sound had a weight to it, a physical presence that made the chassis of the truck give a microscopic shiver. I didn't dare turn around to look through the small window in the back of the sleeper. I knew, with a certainty that chilled my marrow, that if I looked, I would see whatever had been standing around that bend, and I wouldn't like what it looked like up close. The scraping stopped right beneath my window. I could hear a sound then that was worse than the scraping, a low, wet, whistling breath like someone trying to breathe through a throat filled with fluid. It was a rhythmic, huffing sound that suggested massive lungs. The air in the cab suddenly felt freezing, and I could smell something cloying and foul, like wet fur and old iron. My survival instinct finally kicked in, overriding the paralysis of my fear. I didn't check my mirrors. I didn't look back. I jammed the key into the ignition and twisted it with a violence that nearly snapped the metal. The diesel roared to life, a beautiful, mechanical scream that shattered the stillness of the Kentucky woods. I didn't wait for the air pressure to build. I threw the shifter into the nearest gear and mashed the gas pedal, the truck lurching forward with a groan of protest. As the rig began to move, I felt a horrible, grinding weight right at my back bumper. It felt like something had latched onto the trailer, something heavy enough to make the engine struggle as it fought for traction on the loose dirt. I could hear the scraping again, louder now, a frantic scratching against the metal as I gathered speed. I drove straight toward the bend where the red lights had been, my high beams cutting through the dark, but there was nothing there, just the empty road and the leaning trees. I didn't slow down until I was halfway down the road, the truck hitting 40, then 50 miles per hour on a trail that was meant for 20. The grinding weight at the back of the truck finally let go with a sickening, metallic jar that made the trailer sway. I looked in my side mirror, and for a split second, caught in the red wash of my taillights, I saw a shape. It wasn't a bear, and it wasn't a man. It was something tall, gray, and impossibly thin, standing in the middle of the road with its long arms hanging down past its knees. It didn't chase me. It just stood there, and as I pulled away, two bright red lights flickered back on in the center of its head, watching me disappear into the night. I didn't stop until I reached a well-lit truck stop in Lexington 3 hours later. I sat in the diner for hours, my coffee going cold, my hands shaking so badly I had to keep them in my pockets. I didn't tell a soul what I'd seen. In this business, if you start talking about red lights and tall things in the woods, people think you've been on the road too long, that the white lines have finally gotten to your brain. But when the sun came up, I walked around to the back of my trailer. There, scratched deep into the heavy steel of the rear door and the side of the sleeper cab, were 3 long, jagged grooves. They were deep enough to show the raw metal beneath the paint, and they were spaced about 6 inches apart. wider than any animal claw I've ever seen. I still drive through Kentucky, but I never take that shortcut anymore. I stay on the interstates where the lights are bright and the world feels crowded. But every time I have to pull over on a shoulder to check a strap or a tire, I find myself looking at the tree line. I find myself listening for that dry, scraping sound against the metal of my rig. Because I know that out there, in the parts of the mountains that the maps don't bother to detail, there are things that don't need headlights to see you. They're patient, they're heavy, and they're waiting for the next tired driver to kill their engine and enjoy the silence. I still wake up some nights hearing that wet, whistling breath right outside my window, and I know that whatever was behind my truck that night, it wasn't trying to scare me. It was trying to get in. And the worst part isn't the memory of the lights or the claws. It's the feeling that somewhere out there in the dark, those red eyes are still looking for the truck that got away. Story 23. I've spent the better part of my life behind the wheel of a semi. And if there is one thing I've learned about the Appalachian foothills in North Carolina, it's that the mountains have a way of listening to you. It sounds crazy to anyone who hasn't spent 3 nights straight navigating the winding guts of the Blue Ridge, but you start to feel the terrain like it's a living thing. The old-timers call it the hum. It's a constant, low-frequency vibration of life. The rustle of the pines, the screech of an owl, the rhythmic clicking of millions of insects, and the heavy, mechanical roar of your own engine. Usually, that noise is your best friend. It's a reminder that you're still moving, still breathing, and still connected to a world that makes sense. But back in the summer of 2017, I found myself on a stretch of back road near the Pisgah National Forest that taught me what happens when the mountain stops listening and starts waiting. It was just past midnight, and I was hauling a heavy load of kiln-dried lumber up a particularly steep, deserted trail that the locals only use for logging. The air was thick and humid, smelling of damp earth and rhododendrons, and the night was alive with the usual Appalachian chorus. My engine was screaming in protest, the turbocharger whistling as I fought to keep the RPMs up while climbing a grade that felt like it was aiming straight for the moon. The headlights of my rig were cutting 2 lonely yellow tunnels into the pitch-black woods, catching the occasional flash of eye shine from a deer or the pale, ghost-like trunks of the birches. I was white-knuckling the wheel, my ears tuned to the mechanical strain of the truck, when I finally hit the apex of the hill. The road flattened out for a split second before beginning a long, narrow descent into a deep holler. And that's exactly what happened. It wasn't like a fuse blowing or a sudden mechanical failure. It was as if someone had reached out and muted the entire universe. 1 second, the world was a cacophony of diesel roar, whistling wind, and the deafening, high-pitched thrum of cicadas. The next second, everything cut out. The engine was still running. I could feel the vibration through the floorboards and see the tachometer needle hovering right where it should be, but I couldn't hear it. I couldn't hear the tires on the gravel. I couldn't hear the wind whipping past the mirrors. Even the crickets stopped mid-chirp, as if a collective hand had been clamped over the mouth of the forest. It was a vacuum of sound so absolute it felt like a physical pressure pressing in on my eardrums. I've been in soundproof rooms before, but this was different. This was an unnatural, malevolent silence. It was the kind of quiet that makes you hear the blood rushing in your own temples and the sound of your own heart hammering against your ribs like a trapped bird. My truck was still moving, the momentum carrying me slowly and silently down the backside of the hill. It felt like I was gliding through a void, a ghost ship sailing through a world that had suddenly ceased to exist. I was frantically looking at my gauges, thinking I'd gone deaf or that my truck had somehow been silenced by an electromagnetic pulse, but everything was working. The silence wasn't in the machine, it was in the air. The forest had gone dead, and the dread that pooled in my stomach was colder than any winter frost I've ever felt in these mountains. I began to scan the tree line, my eyes darting between the dark shapes of the hemlocks and the steep embankment to my right. Every shadow looked like a threat. Every twisted branch looked like a reaching hand. I wanted to scream, just to see if I could make a sound, but my throat felt like it was filled with dry sand. As the truck drifted further down into the holler, the headlights swept across a small clearing on the roadside, maybe 100 feet ahead. And there, standing just inside the fringe of the trees where the shadows were the deepest, I saw it. It was impossibly tall, easily 8 or 9 feet, and so unnaturally thin that it looked like a vertical slit in reality. It didn't have the bulk of a man or the shape of an animal. It stood perfectly still, its limbs long and spindly, but what stopped my heart were the wings. They were large, dark, and leathery, folded tightly against its back like a bat's, blending so perfectly with the charred bark of the trees that I almost missed it. It was staring directly at my truck. Even at that distance, I could feel the weight of its gaze, a cold, predatory focus that suggested it wasn't just watching me pass, but measuring me. There were no glowing eyes, no Hollywood monster effects, just a dark, elongated face that seemed to absorb the light of my high beams. It didn't move. It didn't crouch or snarl. It just stood there in that terrifying, soundless void, a sentinel of the silence. I felt a sudden, sickening realization that the forest hadn't gone quiet because of a weather phenomenon. The forest had gone quiet because it was there. Everything else in the woods, the bugs, the birds, the wind, had tucked itself away in terror, waiting for the shadow to move on. I was the only thing still making noise, even if I couldn't hear it, and I felt like a beacon in the dark. The descent felt like it lasted for hours. Every foot the truck rolled felt like a minute of my life being stripped away. I wanted to mash the brakes to stay in the safety of the cab, but I knew that if I stopped, I was never leaving that holler. I just let the weight of the lumber carry me down, my eyes locked on the figure until the angle of the road shifted and it began to slip behind the A-pillar of my cab. As I reached the very bottom of the hill, where the road finally leveled out and crossed a small, narrow bridge over a dry creek bed, the boundary of the silence vanished as abruptly as it had arrived. It was like a physical wall. The second my front tires hit the timber of the bridge, the world rushed back in with a violence that made me flinch. The roar of the diesel engine slammed into my ears, the wind began to howl through the door seals, and the cicadas erupted in a deafening, frantic screech that sounded like they were screaming in relief. I didn't wait to see if the figure was following. I didn't check my mirrors. I slammed the truck into a lower gear, the transmission groaning as I buried the throttle and pushed that rig harder than I ever had in my life. I didn't slow down until I hit the interstate 20 miles away, where the lights were bright and the world felt crowded and loud. I sat at a rest stop for 3 hours, my hands shaking so badly I couldn't even hold a cigarette. I checked the back of my trailer, half expecting to see those long, thin fingers wrapped around the door frame, but there was nothing, just the damp night air and the distant hum of traffic. I never told the dispatcher why I arrived 2 hours early for that drop-off, and I never told the guys at the terminal about the silence. In the Appalachians, you learn that some things are better left unsaid because talking about them makes them real, and I didn't want that thing to be real. I still drive through those foothills, but I never take that logging trail anymore. I'll take a 3-hour detour before I ever put myself back in a position where the mountain might stop listening. Sometimes when the wind dies down on a quiet night and the crickets go still for a second, I feel a cold prickle on the back of my neck. I find myself looking up at the sky or into the deep shadows of the pines, terrified that I'll see that tall, winged shape standing there, waiting for the noise to stop again. The silence wasn't just an absence of sound. It was an invitation. And I know, deep in my gut, that if I had stayed in that vacuum for one more minute, I wouldn't have been the one telling this story. The mountains are old, and they have memories of things that existed before we ever learned to make noise. We think our engines and our lights make us safe, but out there in the deep hollers, we're just a temporary distraction. Whenever I'm at a truck stop now, and I see a driver staring off into the distance with that 1,000-yard stare, I don't ask them what they saw. I just nod because I know the feeling of the world going mute. I know the feeling of a gaze that can freeze the marrow in your bones. We're all just passing through, trying to make our deliveries and get home to the people we love, but the Appalachians don't care about our schedules. They have their own residents, their own rules, and their own ways of reminding you that you're just a visitor. I still have the sound of those crickets burn into my brain. Not the way they sounded when they came back, but the way they sounded right before they stopped. That half second of hesitation, That tiny beat of terror before the silence took over. That's the sound I hear in my nightmares. I don't think that thing was a bird, and I don't think it was a man in a suit. It was something that belonged to the silence. It was the physical embodiment of the quiet that comes before something terrible happens. Sometimes I wonder if it's still standing there on that roadside, folded up like a dead leaf, waiting for the next truck to crest the hill. I wonder if the next driver will be as lucky as I was, or if they'll find themselves drifting into the bottom of the holler, where the engine never starts again and the silence becomes permanent. I'll keep my radio up loud and my windows rolled up tight, and I'll keep moving. Because in these hills, the only thing more dangerous than the things you hear is the one thing you can't. Story 24. I've spent the better part of 20 years hauling freight across the jagged, ancient spine of the Appalachian Mountains, and if there is one thing those hills teach you, it's that the woods of Pennsylvania have a memory. There are stretches of the PA wilds where the trees grow so thick and the canopy sits so heavy that the sunlight never quite touches the forest floor, even in the dead of July. It's a place of deep hollers and forgotten logging camps, where the silence isn't just an absence of noise, but a physical weight that presses against your eardrums. I was running a load of industrial timber equipment late on a Tuesday night in November, trying to make up time after a multi-car pileup had choked the main artery of I-80. The detour I took was a rugged, barely used Forest Service trail, the kind of road that doesn't appear on a standard GPS and looks more like a dry creek bed than a thoroughfare. The air was bone-chillingly cold, the kind of damp mountain frost that clings to the metal of the cab and makes the headlights look like dim, flickering candles against a wall of absolute black. I had been crawling along that trail for nearly an hour, the engine of my rig groaning in a low, rhythmic protest as I navigated ruts that threatened to bottom out my trailer. The isolation was starting to get to me. The radio had long since dissolved into a sea of static and white noise, and the only company I had was the steady hiss of the air brakes and the occasional thwack of a hemlock branch against the side of the sleeper. I finally decided I needed to stop and consult a physical map I kept tucked in the visor. I killed the engine to save fuel and sat there in the sudden, deafening quiet of the woods. My dash lights provided a faint, amber glow that barely reached the dashboard, and as I unfolded the paper, I felt a strange, prickly sensation on the back of my neck. It was that instinctual alarm bell that goes off when you realize the environment around you has shifted in a way you didn't notice at first. I leaned forward, squinting through the windshield, and that's when I saw it. About 20 yards ahead, the dirt and pine needle floor of the trail simply vanished. In its place was a massive, waist-high drift of pale, white ash. It looked like snow at first glance, but the way the light from my high beams hit, it was all wrong. It didn't sparkle. It absorbed the light, a flat, ghostly white that looked like the residue of 1,000 bonfires. It spanned the entire width of the trail, banked high against the trees on either side. It was unnerving because there was no scorched earth, no blackened trunks, and not a single wisp of smoke in the air. The surrounding forest was damp and rotting with the smell of late autumn, but that pile was bone-dry and pristinely clean, as if it had been sifted through a fine screen and dumped there by something with a very specific intent. I knew my rig couldn't push through a drift that high. The fine powder would clog the air filters, get into the radiator, and leave me stranded in a holler that didn't see a ranger more than once a decade. I sighed, reaching for my heavy work gloves and a square-nosed shovel I kept in the side compartment. I stepped out of the cab, and the first thing that hit me wasn't the cold, but the heat. As I walked toward the pile, the temperature began to rise in a way that defied every law of nature. The mountain air was hovering somewhere near 30 degrees, but as I got within 10 feet of that white ash, I felt a dry, radiant warmth against my face, like the heat coming off a kiln hours after the fire has been doused. It was a stagnant, artificial heat that didn't carry the smell of wood smoke. Instead, it smelled like nothing, a complete, sterile void of scent that was more terrifying than any stench of decay. The closer I got, the more the shape of the drift began to disturb me. It wasn't a random pile of debris or a natural accumulation. It was formed into a long, low mound, perfectly symmetrical, stretching nearly 15 feet down the center of the road. It looked exactly like a fresh grave, only the scale was all wrong. It was too big for any man, and the precision of the slopes suggested it had been shaped by hand. I felt a wave of nausea roll over me, a primitive dread that told me I was standing in a place where I was being watched. I raised my maglite, the beam cutting a sharp, yellow path through the darkness, and I traced the peak of the white mound. That was when I saw the print. Right at the very top of the mound, pressed deep into the fine, flower-like ash, was a single, perfectly clear footprint. My breath hitched in my throat, and I felt the blood drain from my face. It was too big to be a bear. The geometry was all wrong. It was shaped like a human foot, but it was massive, nearly 18 inches from heel to toe, with long, articulated toes that had dug deep into the powder. It wasn't a wandering track. There were no other prints leading up to it or away from it. It was as if something had simply stepped down from the canopy or materialized out of the air to leave its mark. And the print wasn't facing away from me. It was pointed directly at the truck, as if whatever had made it was standing there, invisible in the heat haze, watching me walk toward it. The shovel slipped from my sweat-slicked palms and hit the ground with a dull thud, but the sound was swallowed instantly by the ash. I didn't reach down to pick it up. I couldn't take my eyes off that print. In the silence of the woods, I started to hear a sound, a very faint, very high-pitched vibration, like the sound of a distant power line humming in the wind. But there was no wind. The trees were as still as graveyard monuments. The heat coming off the ash began to intensify, becoming a searing, dry pressure that made my skin itch. I realized then that I wasn't looking at a pile of wood ash. This was something else, something that had been processed, consumed, and left behind as a marker. I backed away slowly, never turning my back on the white mound. My heart was thundering so loud I could hear in my jaw. I scrambled back into the cab and slammed the door, the mechanical clack of the lock sounding like the only sane thing in a world gone mad. I didn't even try to turn the rig around. The trail was too narrow and the stakes were too high. I threw the truck into reverse, my eyes glued to the side mirrors as I began the agonizingly slow process of backing a 53-foot trailer all the way out of that Forest Service road. Every time my backup lights illuminated the trail behind me, I expected to see a tall, pale figure stepping out from behind the hemlocks, or to see those massive, human-like footprints appearing in the mud alongside my tires. The hour it took to reverse out of that trail felt like a lifetime spent in a sensory deprivation tank. The smell of that dry, sterile heat seemed to linger in the vents of the truck, a ghostly reminder of the mound. Even when I finally hit the main road and felt the familiar vibration of smooth asphalt beneath my tires, the dread didn't lift. I drove until the sun came up, pushing the rig until I reached a crowded truck stop in Ohio, where the noise of idling engines and the smell of diesel finally made me feel like I was back in reality. I never told the company why I was late, and I never told the highway patrol about the obstruction on that trail. How do you explain a 15-foot grave made of white ash and a footprint that shouldn't exist? I went back to that area once, nearly a year later, during the daylight. I found the entrance to the Forest Service trail, but it had been gated off by the state, a heavy steel bar padlocked with a sign that simply read, "Unsafe for travel." I stood there for a long time, looking into the green-black shadows of the pines, and I swear I could still feel a faint, dry warmth drifting out from the woods. I still haul freight through Pennsylvania, but I stay on the interstates now. I don't take shortcuts, and I don't look too deep into the tree line when the sun starts to dip below the ridges. There's something in those mountains that doesn't use fire to burn, and it doesn't leave a trail like any animal we know. It just waits, stacking its white ash in the dark, marking the places where it stands. Sometimes, when the cab of the truck gets a little too warm for no reason, I find myself looking at the floorboards, terrified that I'll see a fine, white powder starting to drift out of the heater vents. The Appalachians are old, and they've seen civilizations turn to dust. I think I just stumbled upon the spot where the mountains were finishing a meal. I've heard stories from other drivers since then, whispers of ash walkers and things that live in the high caves of the Alleghenies, but I don't like to listen to them. I don't want to know what made that print. I just want to keep the road in front of me and the darkness behind me. Because the worst part of that night wasn't the ash or the heat. It was the realization that when I looked at that footprint, I didn't feel like I was looking at a monster. I felt like I was looking at a mirror. There was something about the shape of it that felt familiar, like a memory of a version of us that existed before we learned to fear the dark. I still have the gloves I wore that night, tucked away in my toolbox. I've never worn them again. Sometimes I think I see a faint, white dust clinging to the leather, no matter how many times I try to brush it off. It's a mark that doesn't go away, just like the image of that mound in the middle of a wet, black woods. Story 25. I've spent most of my adult life hauling freight through the jagged, ancient spine of the Appalachian Mountains. And if there's one thing you learn early on, it's that the Smoky Mountains don't belong to the living. We've paved over them, sure. We've bored tunnels through their granite hearts and strung power lines across their peaks like spider webs. But the mountains themselves remain indifferent, if not outright hostile, to our presence. There are places in those high passes, specifically where the road hugs the edge of a precipice overlooking a valley that hasn't seen a human footprint in a century, where the air seems to thin out into something that isn't quite oxygen. The silence of the woods there carries a weight that can crush the spirit of a lonely driver. You get used to the solitude of the long haul. You even start to crave it, but there's a specific brand of isolation you only find on the high ridges after midnight. It's a feeling that the world has ended behind you, and the road ahead is leading you somewhere that isn't on any map. It was late October, a night so clear and cold that the full moon looked like a hole punched in the sky, spilling a pale, sickly light over the landscape. I was navigating a twisting, high-elevation road that felt like a tightrope walk between the stars and the abyss of the valley floor below. The truck, an old Peterbilt with more miles on it than I care to count, was groaning as it crested a final rise. The engine's roar was the only thing keeping the oppressive quiet of the mountain at bay. I remember thinking about how sharp the world looked that night. The moonlight was so bright that the shadows of the hemlocks looked like pools of ink spilled across the gray asphalt. I rounded a long, sweeping curve where the road opened up to a view of an adjacent ridge crest, maybe 100 yards across a narrow chasm. As my high beams swept across the rocks, they briefly illuminated a nearby, prominent peak. For a split second, I saw it, a massive, distinct shadow cast onto the opposite slope of the ridge by the moon sitting behind the crest. It was the shadow of something huge, something humanoid, but with enormous, dark wings spanning maybe 20 feet, folded back but clearly defined against the silver gray stone. The figure casting the shadow was invisible to me, hidden just behind the ridge line, but the shadow was undeniable. It was standing absolutely still, a monolithic silhouette that looked like a jagged tooth of the mountain come to life. I slammed on the brakes, the air lines hissing a sharp, panicked gasp that echoed off the cliffs. The rig shuddered to a halt, the weight of the load shifting with a heavy thud. I sat there, my heart hammering against my ribs, staring up at that slope. I fumbled for my mag light, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped it between the seats. I shined the beam up toward the crest, the light feeling pathetic and small against the vastness of the ridge. The shadow was gone. Whether the moon had shifted behind a cloud I hadn't seen, or the figure itself had stepped back in the hollows, I couldn't tell. The slope was just a blank face of rock and scrub pine again. I wiped the sweat from my forehead, trying to tell myself it was a trick of the light, a cluster of trees, a rock formation, or maybe just my own mind snapping under the pressure of the mountain silence. I laughed, a dry, hollow sound that died in my throat, and reached for the gear shift. That was when the world began to tear. It started as a vibration, a low-frequency hum that I felt in my teeth before I heard it. Then, from the very top of the ridge where the shadow had been, a sound erupted that I can only describe as the screeching of a god. It was a guttural, metallic sound, like a rusted locomotive being dragged across a bed of dry boulders. It was so loud and so penetrating that it didn't just fill my ears. It felt like it was tearing the fabric of the air itself. It was a sound of immense weight and ancient frustration, a shriek that had no right coming from a living throat. The truck's mirrors shook in their housings, and I could see the dust on my dashboard jumping in rhythm with the noise. It wasn't an animal cry. It was too heavy for that. It sounded like the mountain itself was screaming in agony. The scream lasted for what felt like an eternity, though it was likely only a few seconds. When it finally cut off, the silence that followed was even worse. It was a vacuum, a total absence of sound that made my ears ring. I looked up at the ridge line, and for a fleeting moment I thought I saw the tops of the pines swaying, as if something incredibly heavy had just launched itself into the air. I didn't wait to see if it was coming for me. My survival instinct, the one that usually tells me to help people, was screaming at me to get away. It was a physical pressure in the cab, a sense of wrongness so thick I could almost taste it. I jammed the truck into gear and mashed the gas pedal, the engine roaring in a desperate attempt to put distance between me and that ridge. I drove like a madman, the trailer swaying behind me as I took the curves far faster than I should have. I didn't care about the risk of a jackknife or the sheer drop-offs into the valley. I just needed to be out of that pass. Every time I looked in my mirrors, I expected to see a dark, winged shape blotting out the moon, but there was only the empty road and the silver mist of the valley. I didn't slow down until I reached a well-lit service plaza in North Carolina, hours later. I sat in a booth at the back of the diner, staring into a cup of black coffee that I didn't drink. My hands wouldn't stop trembling. I tried to think of what could possibly make a sound like that. A landslide? No, the rocks didn't tumble. A plane crash? There was no fire, no impact. It was a voice made of metal and stone. I've talked to a few old-timers in the area since then. Men who have spent their lives in the Smokies, hunters and loggers who know the woods better than they know their own backyards. Most of them just shook their heads and looked away when I mentioned a shadow and the sound. But one old man, a Cherokee elder I met at a roadside stand, looked at me with eyes that seemed to see right through my skull. He didn't ask me for details. He just told me that there are things in the high passes that were there before the mountains were finished growing. He called them the Watchers of the Ridges. He said they aren't ghosts, and they aren't animals. They're the leftovers of a world that didn't want us, and every now and then, when the moon is right and the air is cold, they remind us that we are only guests. I still have a hard time sleeping on clear nights. I'll be lying in my bunk, and the moonlight will hit the curtains of my sleeper cab, and I find myself tracing the shadows, looking for a wing or a claw. The sound is what haunts me the most, though. Whenever I hear the grinding of a brake pad or the screech of metal on metal at a construction site, my blood turns to ice. It brings me right back to that ridge, back to the feeling of being framed in the light for something immense and terrible to see. I realized later that the figure hadn't been hiding from me. It had been waiting. It had been standing there, looking down at my truck like a human looks at an insect, and the screech wasn't a warning. It was a call. I don't know who it was calling to, and I don't want to know. I've avoided that pass ever since. I'll take a 3-hour detour through the lowlands before I ever set foot on that high road again. I've heard other drivers talk about seeing things on the ridges, lights that shouldn't be there, or the feeling of being followed by something that doesn't have an engine. We don't talk about it in the daylight, but we all know the truth. The mountains aren't empty. There are gaps in the world out there, places where the rules of physics and biology don't apply, and if you're unlucky enough to be in the right place at the wrong time, you might just catch a glimpse of what's living in the spaces between. I think about that shadow every day. I think about how still it was, how patient. The worst part is the lingering sense of sorrow that comes with the fear. When I heard that sound, it didn't just sound angry. It sounded lonely. It sounded like something that had been forgotten by time, left to rot on a ridge while the rest of the world moved on with its cars and its lights and its noise. But that sorrow is a trap. It's the same trap that makes you want to stop the truck and look back up at the crest. I know better now. If you're ever driving through the Smokies and you see a shadow that looks a little too much like a man with wings, don't stop. Don't look for the source. Just keep driving until you see the lights of a city, and don't ever look at the moon through your rearview mirror. Some things are better left unseen, and some sounds are better left unheard. I still have a single, long scratch along the roof of my trailer that I can't explain. It looks like it was made by a jagged piece of metal, or perhaps a very large, very powerful talon. I don't remember hitting any branches, and there were no tunnels on that route. I like to tell myself it happened at a warehouse, or maybe a low-hanging sign I didn't notice. But deep down, in the quiet hours of the night when the wind is high, I know exactly what made that mark. It was a parting gift from the ridge, a reminder that something up there was close enough to touch me. And I know, with a terrifying certainty, that if I ever go back, it won't just be my shadow that stays behind. Story 26. I've spent the better part of 20 years hauling heavy loads through the jagged, ancient spine of the Appalachian Mountains. And if there's one thing you learn early on, it's that the woods of Virginia have a memory that predates anything human. There's a specific kind of isolation you find in the western part of the state, deep in the George Washington National Forest, where the ridges are so steep and the hollers so narrow that the world feels like it's folding in on you. It's a beautiful place, sure, but it's a deceptive beauty. When the sun dips below those peaks, the shadows don't just get longer, they get heavier. I was running a load of industrial generators toward Roanoke on a night that felt like the atmosphere was made of liquid. A massive landslide had choked the main highway a few hours prior, and the state troopers, looking more frazzled than I'd ever seen them, were diverting everyone onto the old fire roads and logging trails that crisscross the foothills. They told us it was a temporary bypass, but as soon as the asphalt ended and my tires hit the red Virginia clay, I knew I was in for a long, lonely night. The rain had been relentless for days, a steady, soaking downpour that turned the mountains into a dripping, emerald green labyrinth. By the time I hit the narrowest stretch of the dirt path, the rain had tapered off into a thick, clinging mist that hung in the trees like ghosts. I was white-knuckling the wheel, the Peterbilt groaning in low gear as I navigated ruts that threatened to swallow my axles. The silence of the woods was absolute, broken only by the rhythmic thrum of the diesel engine and the occasional slap of a wet branch against the windshield. It was about an hour into that detour when the air started to change. It didn't happen all at once. It was a slow, creeping shift that began in the back of my throat. At first, I thought I was having an electrical issue with the rig. A sharp, metallic odor began to seep into the cab, the unmistakable smell of ozone and burnt electronics, like a circuit board melting down in a microwave. I checked my gauges, half expecting to see the dashboard lighting up like a Christmas tree, but everything was steady. The needle was right where it should be, but then a second scent hit me, and this one didn't come from any machine. It was a musky, overpowering stench of wet, stale dog fur. The kind of smell that hits you when an old hound comes in from a week in the rain, but amplified 1,000 times. It was thick, cloying, and so intensely physical that my eyes began to water. It felt like I was driving through a cloud of invisible, rotting hair. I rolled the window down just a crack, thinking the fresh air might clear it out, but that was a mistake. The smell outside was even worse, and the air itself felt fizzy. That's the only way I can describe it. It felt like a low-grade electrical current was running through the mist, making the fine hairs on my arms stand straight up. My skin began to tingle with a static charge that made every movement feel heavy and sluggish. I slowed the truck down to a crawl, my headlights cutting through the fog, looking for a downed power line or a scorched transformer. I was terrified of hitting a live wire in the mud, but as I scanned the roadside bushes, I saw something that made no sense at all. On the tops of the broad, wet leaves of the rhododendrons and mountain laurels, there was a residue. It wasn't mud or pollen. It was a fine, glittering dust, almost like pulverized silver or mica. It caught the glare of my LEDs and shimmered with an unnatural, crystalline light, even though the sun had been down for hours. The dust seemed to be pulsating, vibrating at a frequency I couldn't hear, but could feel in the soles of my boots. I leaned out the window, my mag light in hand, and shined the beam onto the undergrowth. The silver dust was everywhere, coating the trees in a perfect, shimmering line that seemed to lead deeper into the woods, away from the trail. It looked like something had walked through the forest, shedding its own skin as a trail of stardust. The smell of ozone grew so thick it tasted like copper in my mouth. My radio, which had been playing a static-choked country station, suddenly emitted a piercing, high-pitched squeal before going completely dead. The digital clock on the dash started spinning backward, the numbers flickering in a frantic, greenish blur. I reached for the ignition, thinking I should kill the lights and wait, but a primal instinct told me that if I stopped moving now, I would never start again. I felt like a fly sitting on the edge of a massive, unseen web, and something was currently vibrating the strands. That's when the light came. About 50 feet off the trail, deep in a cluster of ancient, twisted oaks, the darkness didn't just break, it shattered. A bolt of brilliant blue-white light flashed silently between the trees. It wasn't lightning from the sky. It was a localized eruption of energy that started at the ground and arced upward in a jagged, crystalline pillar. There was no thunder. There was no sound of a strike. It was a silent, terrifying discharge that illuminated the forest with the clarity of a high-speed camera flash. In that split second of blinding light, I saw a shape. It wasn't a man, and it wasn't a bear. It was a tall, hunched silhouette standing in the center of the arc, its body covered in what looked like matted, dripping fur that shimmered with that same silver dust. It had no face that I could discern, just a mass of shadow and static, but it was looking directly at the truck. The light was so intense I could see the steam rising off the wet leaves around it. And for a heartbeat, the air in my cab felt like it was being vacuumed out. The wet dog smell became a physical weight, a sickening, organic pressure that made me retch. Then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the light vanished. The darkness that followed was deeper, heavier, and more absolute than before. I didn't wait to see if the figure was moving. I didn't wait for a second flash. I slammed the shifter into gear and buried the gas pedal, the engine roaring in a desperate, mechanical scream as the tires churned through the red mud. I pushed that rig harder than I ever had in my life, the trailer swaying behind me like a tail, the silver dust on the leaves blurring into a continuous, shimmering line as I tore down that fire road. I didn't slow down until I hit the asphalt of the main highway nearly 2 hours later. The rain had started again, washing the mud from the chassis, but it couldn't wash away the dread. I pulled into a brightly lit truck stop near Staunton, my hands shaking so badly I could barely set the parking brake. I sat there in the cab for a long time, the smell of ozone and damp musk still clinging to my flannel shirt and the upholstery. It was a smell that seemed to have bonded with the fibers of my clothes, a reminder that I hadn't just seen something. I had been touched by it. When I finally got out to check the truck, I found my CB antenna had been melted into a charred, twisted nub of plastic and wire. The paint along the passenger side of the cab was pitted, as if someone had sandblasted it with microscopic glass beads. But the most disturbing thing was the smell. Even after I'd showered and changed into fresh clothes, the scent of wet dog and burnt metal followed me. I threw my old shirt into a trash can at the edge of the lot, but as I walked away, I looked back and saw a faint, silver shimmer clinging to the rim of the bin. I've talked to other drivers who have taken that bypass, and a few of them mentioned feeling static or seeing weird lights, but nobody mentions the smell. In the Appalachians, people have a way of keeping the most disturbing details to themselves, as if saying them out loud makes them more likely to happen again. I've heard whispers of the static men or the mountain burners, legends that go back to the days of the first settlers who saw blue lights dancing in the hollers before disappearance. They say there are places in the mountains where the Earth's crust is thin, where things from a world made of energy and hunger can slip through when the air is wet enough to carry the charge. I don't take detours through the forest anymore. I'll sit in a 10-hour traffic jam on the interstate before I ever put my tires on a dirt path in Virginia after dark. I still have the truck, though I've had it professionally detailed 3 times. The smell is gone now mostly, but every time a summer storm rolls in and the air gets that heavy, electric charge right before the first bolt of lightning, I find myself looking at my arms. I wait for the hairs to stand up. I wait for the taste of copper to return to my tongue. And sometimes, in the dead of night, I wake up in my sleeper cab convinced that I can hear a soft, dry crackle coming from the roof, like someone is scattering silver dust across the metal. The worst part isn't the memory of the light or the figure in the trees. It's the lingering sense of being marked. I feel like that electrical anomaly didn't just happen near me. It recognized me. It's a sorrowful kind of fear, the realization that there are forces in those hills that view us as nothing more than conductors, temporary vessels for a current that has been running through the stone for 1,000,000 years. I'm still driving, still hauling, but I never look too long into the mist anymore. I know it's waiting for the right kind of weather to show itself, and I know that the next time the air starts to fizz, I might not be fast enough to outrun the strike. I've avoided the George Washington forest entirely since that night. My dispatcher knows not to even suggest it. He thinks I'm just superstitious, but he didn't see the way the silver dust pulsed on those leaves. He didn't feel the vacuum in the cab. I sometimes wonder if that thing is still standing there in the oaks, shedding its glittering skin and waiting for the rain to turn the air into a bridge. I wonder if it's lonely, or if it's just hungry for the heat that our engines and our bodies provide. Either way, I'm done being the lightning rod for the Appalachian dark. I'll stick to the lights of the highway, where the only smells are diesel and coffee, and the only sparks are the ones I can explain. Story 27. I've spent the better part of my life hauling freight through the jagged, ancient spine of the Appalachian Mountains. And if there's one thing those hills teach you, it's that the woods of North Georgia have a way of making you feel small. It's not just the height of the ridges or the depth of the hollers. It's the age of the place. There are stretches of pine forest up near the Blue Ridge line where the trees grow so tall and so thick that the sun never quite manages to reach the forest floor. The air down, there's always 5 degrees cooler, smelling of damp needles, ancient rot, and a peculiar, heavy stillness that feels like a physical weight against your chest. On a clear day, it's beautiful in a lonely sort of way, but when the shadows start to stretch and the wind dies down, those woods begin to feel less like a forest and more like a cathedral built for something that doesn't want to be found. I was running a load of industrial timber through one of those backcountry passes, a narrow ribbon of asphalt that felt like it was being slowly reclaimed by the undergrowth. It was late afternoon, that time of day when the light turns a sickly, jaundiced yellow and the world starts to lose its edges. I hadn't seen another vehicle for nearly 40 miles. My GPS had long since given up, the screen glowing with a mocking no signal as I navigated by instinct and a frayed paper map tucked into my visor. I felt a slight shift in the weight of the trailer, a rhythmic thumping that told me one of my load straps had likely worked itself loose on the washboard ruts of the mountain road. I sighed, the sound loud and lonely in the cab, and looked for a place to pull over. I found a small gravel turnout, a patch of gray stone barely wide enough for the rig, nestled between a sheer rock wall and a stand of pines that looked like they hadn't been touched since the Civil War. I set the air brakes with a sharp, echoing hiss and killed the engine. The silence that followed was immediate and suffocating. In these mountains, when the diesel dies, the world doesn't just get quiet, it stops. I stepped out of the cab, the cold mountain air hitting me like a wet sheet. I walked along the driver's side, checking the tension on the heavy nylon straps. The woods were unnervingly still. Usually, in North Georgia, you hear the constant chatter of cicadas or the distant scuffle of a squirrel. But that evening, there was nothing. No birds, no wind, not even the rustle of the pines. I reached the back of the trailer and tugged on a loose strap, the metal ratcheting sound feeling like a violation of the silence. I happened to glance up, my eyes tracing the towering trunk of a massive pine that sat just a few feet off the shoulder of the road. My gaze climbed higher and higher, past the lower, dead branches into the dark, tangled canopy 50 feet above. That's when I saw it. Tangled in the highest branches, wedged between 3 thick boughs like a grotesque fruit, was something that made my stomach turn over. It was an enormous structure, easily the size of a small car, woven out of thick, dark branches, matted vines, and what looked like strips of weathered, gray fabric. At first glance, I thought it was a massive windfall or a pile of debris caught in a storm. But as I stared, the intentionality of it became horrifyingly clear. It was a nest, but no bird in North America, and certainly no animal I'd ever heard of, could have built something of that scale. The branches weren't just piled. They were woven with a meticulous, industrial precision. They formed a near-solid wall that looked as sturdy as any cabin I'd ever seen. I felt a prickle of sweat on the back of my neck despite the cold. I reached into the cab and grabbed my binoculars, my hands shaking just enough to make the focus ring difficult to turn. I brought the lenses to my eyes and found the structure again. Up close, it was even more disturbing. I could see that the fabric woven into the sticks was actually old clothing, tattered flannel shirts, strips of denim, and what looked like a rotted burlap sack, all bleached of color by the mountain sun and the rain. It was a scavenger's work, a collection of human refuse repurposed for something primal. But what truly froze my blood was the entrance. On the side of the structure facing the road, there was a gaping black hole. It was a perfectly circular opening, maybe 3 feet in diameter, leading into a lightless interior. It was large enough for a grown person to crawl through without bending their knees. I stood there for a long time, the binoculars pressed so hard against my face my eyes started to ache. I was waiting for movement, the twitch of a wing, the rustle of a limb, the flash of an eye. I wanted it to be an eagle's nest, or even some freakishly large hornet's nest, anything that fit into the world I understood. But the structure remained absolutely, deathly still. It sat there, guarding the top of that pine like a silent sentinel, its black mouth open and waiting. The realization hit me that whatever lived up there had to be heavy. The thick branches of the pine were bowed under its weight, the wood groaning almost imperceptibly as the structure swayed in a breeze I couldn't even feel on the ground. It was an impossible weight and an impossible height. I lowered the binoculars, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I felt exposed. Out here on the edge of the road, I was the only thing moving, the only thing making noise. I started to back away toward the cab, my boots crunching on the gravel, when the sound happened. It didn't come from a nest 50 feet up. It came from directly above my head, maybe 5 feet above the roof of my truck. It was a low, soft, rhythmic clicking, a sound like a fingernail tapping rapidly against glass, or the dry clacking of bone against wood. Click, 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 click. It was so close I could hear the resonance of it, the hollow quality of the vibration. I didn't look up. Every survival instinct I had inherited from 1,000 generations of ancestors told me that if I looked up, I wouldn't like what was staring back down at me. I threw myself into the cab, slamming the door and locking it in one fluid, panic motion. I didn't even check my mirrors. I cranked the engine, the diesel roaring to life and shattering the stillness of the woods, and I didn't wait for the air pressure to build. I threw the truck into gear and tore out of that turnout, the trailer tires kicking up a cloud of gray dust and gravel. I drove like a madman, the image of that black, circular entrance burned into my retinas. I didn't stop until I reached a well-lit truck stop 60 miles away in Dalton. I sat in the cab for an hour, the engine idling, my hands locked on the steering wheel until they went numb. I tried to tell myself it was a bear, but bears don't weave clothing into nests in the tops of pines. I tried to tell myself it was some kind of elaborate prank by the locals, but the height and the weight made that a physical impossibility. Most of all, I kept thinking about that clicking sound. It had been right there. Whatever had made that noise was perched on the very limb I had been standing under, watching me look at its home. It had let me see the nest. It had let me feel the dread. And then it had let me go. I've talked to a few old-timers in the North Georgia hills since then, men who have spent their lives in the timber trade and seen things that don't make it into the newspapers. One old man, a retired ranger who lived in a cabin near the Tallulah Gorge, didn't laugh when I told him about the nest. He just got very quiet and asked me if I'd heard the calling. When I told him about the clicking, he looked at his hands and said that sometimes people who go missing in the mountains don't actually die. He said they get taken up and they start building things. They build what they remember, but they build it like the woods taught them to. He told me I was lucky that the nest was empty when I looked, because if the resident had been home, the clicking wouldn't have been a warning. It would have been the last thing I ever heard. I never went back to that stretch of road. I'll take a 3-hour detour through the lowlands before I ever set foot in that pine forest again. I still drive for a living, but I don't pull over to check my straps in the woods anymore. I wait until I see the lights of a gas station or a weigh scale. But every time I pass a tall, lonely pine, I find my eyes drifting toward the top, searching for the silhouette of a woven structure against the sky. And sometimes in the dead of night, when the wind is high and the house is quiet, I hear a soft, dry clicking against my bedroom window. I tell myself it's just a branch. I tell myself it's just the house settling. But I never, ever open the curtains to look. The woods of Appalachia are full of secrets, and some of those secrets have been up there in the canopy for a long, long time. We think we're the masters of this world because we have our machines and our roads, but we're just ants crawling across the floor of someone else's house. That nest is still there, I'm sure of it. It's still guarding its piece of the forest, weaving in the rags of the lost, and waiting for someone else to look up and wonder what's inside. I just hope the next person doesn't have binoculars. I hope they just keep driving, because once you see the hole, you can't unsee the thing that lives inside it. And once you hear the clicking, the silence of the woods is never really silent again. It's a sorrowful thing, knowing that there's a world just above our heads that we were never meant to understand, and a more terrifying thing to realize that it understands us perfectly well. Story 28. I've spent the better part of 15 years hauling timber through the jagged, ancient spine of the Appalachian Mountains. And if there is one thing those ridges teach you, it's that the woods of West Virginia don't belong to the living. We've paved over them, sure. We've bored tunnels through their granite hearts and strung power lines across their peaks like spider webs. But the mountains themselves remain indifferent, if not outright hostile, to our presence. There are places in the high passes, specifically down toward the remote sections of the Monongahela National Forest, where the air seems to thin out into something that isn't quite oxygen, and the silence of the woods carries a weight that can crush the spirit of a lonely driver. You get used to the solitude of the long haul. You even start to crave it, but there's a specific brand of isolation you only find on the back roads when the sky decides to turn against you. It was a late October night, and a rare total lunar eclipse was scheduled to hit its peak right as I was navigating a narrow, twisting pass that leads down into a forgotten valley locals call the Black Basin. The moon didn't just turn a dusty orange like the news reports said it would. As the shadow of the earth crept across its face, the light transformed into a deep, bruised crimson, a color so violent and unnatural it made the entire forest look like it was bleeding. The shadows of the hemlocks didn't just get longer, they got thicker, stretching across the road like oily fingers. I've driven in snowstorms, torrential downpours, and fog so dense I couldn't see my own hood ornament, but that red light was different. It felt heavy, almost suffocating, like the atmosphere had been replaced with something viscous and ancient. The interior of my cab was bathed in that sickly glow, and even the green light of my dashboard gauges seemed to struggle against the red pressing in through the glass. The engine of my Peterbilt was groaning, the turbocharger whistling a lonely, high-pitched tune as I crested the final rise and began the long, flat crawl through the valley floor. The road down, there's a straight shot for about 3 miles, bordered on both sides by dense timber, but there is one section where the forest breaks open into a massive, cleared field. No one quite knows why that field exists. The soil is too rocky for farming and too sour for grazing, so it just sits there, a scar of gray grass and waist-high weeds in the middle of the pines. As I approached the clearing, my headlights cut through the red gloom, but the lunar light was so dominant that the beams seemed to vanish into the grass. That was when I saw them. In the dead center of the field, perhaps 50 yards from the shoulder of the road, a group of people was standing. There had to be at least a dozen of them, though in that shifting, bloody light, it was hard to get an exact count. They weren't moving, not an inch. They were standing in a perfect, geometric circle, all facing inward toward an empty center point. But it wasn't just their formation that made the hair on my arm stand straight up. It was their posture. Every single one of them had their heads tilted back at an impossible angle, a neck-snapping verticality that looked like their spines had been replaced with iron rods. They were staring directly at the eclipsed moon, their bodies rigid, their arms hanging limp at their sides like wet ropes. I slowed the rig down, the air brakes hissing a sharp, nervous sigh that echoed off the rock faces. My first thought was that I'd stumbled onto some kind of local gathering, maybe a cult ritual or a group of stargazers, but there were no cars parked on the shoulder. There were no lanterns, no flashlights, and no signs of campfire. There was just a group of people standing in a field of dead grass under a sky that looked like an open wound. I leaned forward, my chest tightening as the truck crawled past at barely 5 miles per hour. I wanted to see their clothes, to see if they were wearing the flannel and denim of the mountain folk, but their silhouettes were strange. They looked stiff, almost like mannequins or taxidermy projects that had been positioned with a cruel level of detail. The red light made it impossible to see colors, turning everything into shades of black and dried blood. They didn't seem to notice the 30-ton truck rumbling just yards away from them. They didn't even flinch at the blinding glare of my high beams as the light swept over the edge of the circle. They were locked in that upward gaze, as if they were drinking in the crimson light through their very pores. The dread in my stomach wasn't a sharp pain. It was a cold, spreading numbness. I've lived in these mountains my whole life, and I know that people here keep to themselves, but there's a line between privacy and whatever this was. This felt like a violation of the natural order. I reached for the lanyard of my air horn, thinking I'd give a quick blast. Maybe I just wanted to break the spell. Maybe I wanted to see if they were even alive. I pulled the cord, and the horn let out a deafening, earth-shaking roar that should have sent every bird in the valley screaming into the sky. It was loud enough to rattle the glass in my doors and shake the dust off my dashboard. Not a single person in that field flinched. Not a shoulder twitched. Not a head wavered. They remained frozen in that horrific, tilted-back stance, staring at the moon as if the rest of the world had ceased to exist. The silence that followed the horn blast was even worse than the noise. It felt like the sound had been swallowed by the field itself, leaving me in a vacuum of red shadows. I felt a sudden, irrational urge to jump out of the cab and run to them, to grab one by the shoulder and see if they were made of flesh or stone. But the lizard brain, that ancient part of the mind that keeps us alive in the dark, screamed at me to stay in the truck. It told me that if I stepped onto that grass, I'd never step off it again. I kept the truck moving, my eyes glued to the side mirror as the tail of my trailer began to clear the edge of the field. I was holding my breath, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. And then, right as the last of my clearance lights passed the line of the clearing, it happened. In the mirror, I saw the entire group react. It wasn't a slow movement. It was a simultaneous, violent snap. In perfect unison, every single head in that circle dropped from its vertical tilt and whipped around to look directly at my truck. They didn't just turn toward me, they locked onto me. The faces caught the red light for a split second before I accelerated. They weren't faces, not really. They were pale, featureless masks in the gloom, smooth and white like porcelain or bone. I couldn't see eyes or noses or mouths, just flat, egg-shaped voids where human countenance should be. They were staring at me with a focus that felt like a physical weight pressing against the back of my head. For a heartbeat, I thought I saw the person closest to the road take a single, stiff step forward, their limbs moving with the jerky, unnatural motion of a marionette. I didn't wait to see the second step. I buried my foot in the accelerator, the engine screaming as the Peterbilt fought to gather speed with its heavy load. I didn't care about the risk of a jackknife or the narrowness of the pass. I just needed to be out of that valley. I shifted through the gears with a desperate, frantic energy, the trailer swaying behind me as I tore toward the interstate. I refused to look in the mirrors again. I was terrified that if I did, I'd see them standing in the road behind me. Or worse, that I'd see them running with that same synchronized, stiff-legged gait, gaining on the truck despite the roar of the engine. I didn't stop until I hit the bright, fluorescent safety of a 24-hour truck stop on I-79, nearly 50 miles away. I sat in the cab for an hour, the engine idling, my hands locked so tight on the steering wheel that my knuckles were bone white. The lunar eclipse had ended by then, the moon returning to its pale, indifferent silver, but the world didn't feel right. The air in the cab still smelled like cold copper and wet earth, and the silence of the parking lot felt like a continuation of the silence in that field. I walked around to the back of the truck to check the load, and as I passed the rear of the trailer, I saw something that made me go cold all over again. On the dusty metal of the rear door, right at eye level, there were several handprints. They weren't dirty or greasy like a mechanic's hands. They were clean, white, and powdery, as if someone with hands made of chalk had reached out and touched the truck as it passed. They were small, too small for a man, and the fingers were unnaturally long. I didn't wash them off. I couldn't bring myself to touch them. I just got back in the cab and drove until the sun came up, pushing the rig toward the terminal with a single-minded focus. I've talked to other drivers who run that route, old-timers who have seen their fair share of weirdness in the Black Basin. Most of them just shake their heads and change the subject. But one man, a driver who had retired a year after a similar encounter, told me something I'll never forget. He said that once every generation, when the moon bleeds over the Appalachians, the mountains reset. He said those things in the field aren't people, but they aren't ghosts either. They're the placeholders, the things the mountain puts there to fill the void when the light goes wrong. He told me that if they all look at you at once, it means they found a new place to fill. I don't drive through the Black Basin anymore. I'll take a 4-hour detour through the lowlands before I ever set foot in that valley after dark. I still have the Peterbilt, but I had the rear doors replaced after a few weeks. No matter how much I scrubbed, those white handprints seemed to glow whenever the moon was full, a pale reminder of a night I'd rather forget. Sometimes, when I'm lying in my bunk and the world is quiet, I find myself staring at the ceiling, wondering if my neck is starting to tilt back. I wonder if, somewhere in a cleared field in West Virginia, there's an empty spot in a circle waiting for a driver who looked a little too long. The Appalachians are beautiful, but they are old in a way that our minds can't comprehend. We are just a blip in their history, a temporary noise in a landscape that craves silence. I realized that night that those people, or whatever they were, weren't watching the moon because they were worshipers. They were watching it because they were waiting for it to tell them when they could stop pretending to be still. The image of those featureless, pale masks snapping down in unison is burned into my retinas, a permanent scar on my memory. If you're ever hauling through the high passes and the sky starts to turn a bruised, ugly red, don't slow down. Don't look at the fields. And for God's sake, don't honk your horn. Because some things in the dark don't want to be woken up, and once they see you, they don't ever really stop looking. I still feel that suffocating weight sometimes when I'm in the deep woods. It's a lingering sense of sorrow, a realization that there are parts of this world that are fundamentally broken, or perhaps they were never meant for us to see. I think about those still faces often. I wonder if they're still there, standing in the gray grass, their heads tilted back toward an empty sky, waiting for the next eclipse to turn the world back into the color of a bruise. I wonder if they ever talk, or if the only sound they know is the snap of a neck turning to follow a stranger. I'll keep my eyes on the road and my foot on the gas, and I'll pray that the next time the moon goes dark, I'm nowhere near the Black Basin. Story 29. I've spent the better part of 25 years hauling freight through the jagged, ancient spine of the Appalachian Mountains, and if there is one thing those ridges teach you, it's that the Blue Ridge doesn't just have history, it has a memory. There's a specific kind of darkness you find in the high passes of North Carolina, especially when you're off the main interstate and cutting through the secondary roads that the maps don't like to talk about. It was 2 a.m. on a night that felt heavy, the air saturated with the scent of damp pine and the copper tang of an approaching storm. Above, the sky was dominated by a blood moon, a deep, bruised crimson orb that made the forest look like it was bleeding into the valleys. I was behind the wheel of my old Peterbilt, trying to make up time on a run down toward Asheville when my cooling fan started making a noise that made my blood run cold. It wasn't just a rattle. It sounded like a blender full of glass, a rhythmic grinding screech that vibrated through the steering column and into my very bones. I knew that if the fan shattered, it would take the radiator and the engine with it, leaving me stranded in a holler that hadn't seen a cell signal since the towers were built. I slowed the rig down, the high beams cutting through the red-tinted fog, looking for any sign of civilization or a wide enough shoulder to pull over. The isolation out, there is a physical weight. It presses against the glass of the cab, reminding you that you're 100 miles from anyone who cares if you make it through the night. Just as the temperature gauge started to creep into the red, I saw a flicker of light through the trees. It was a small, stuttering neon sign, tucked into a gravel turnoff that looked like it led straight into the side of a mountain. The sign was old, decades old by the look of the rounded glass tubing, and it pulsed with a sickly, rhythmic buzz. Repair, it read, the R at the end hanging by a wire and flickering in and out of existence. I was desperate, and in the mountains, desperation is usually the first step into a trap. I eased the truck onto the gravel, the tires crunching over what sounded like rusted metal and broken slate. The shop was a low-slung, cinder block building that looked like it was being slowly reclaimed by the forest. Creepers and thick vines snaked over the roof, and the windows were so coated in grime and grease that they looked like cataracts on an old man's eyes. One of the garage bays was open, spilling a dim, yellow light onto the oil-stained dirt. I saw a figure standing in the bay, his back to me, hunched over the engine bay of an old, rusted-out sedan that looked like it had been sitting in a field since the 50s. The man was wearing grease-stained overalls that were so dark they looked wet, and he moved with a strange, jerky rhythm, a series of sharp, mechanical twitches that didn't quite look human. He didn't look up when my headlights swept across him, didn't even flinch at the hiss of my air brakes as I brought 30 tons of steel to a halt just yards away from him. I hopped out of the cab, the cold mountain air hitting me like a wet sheet. The silence of the place was absolute, save for the rhythmic clack of the man's tools and the dying moan of my cooling fan. I felt a sudden, irrational urge to get back in the truck and keep driving until the engine melted, but the practical side of me, the side that needed to pay the mortgage, pushed me forward. "Hey," I called out, my voice sounding thin and fragile in the vast, red-lit dark. "You open?" I've got a fan assembly about to go through the radiator. The man didn't turn around. He didn't even pause in his work. He just stood there, his shoulders heaving with that same staccato twitch. After a long, agonizing minute of silence, he slowly raised a heavy pipe wrench and pointed it toward a dark, overgrown corner of the lot, past the reach of the shop lights. "Wait your turn," he whispered. His voice didn't sound like it came from a throat. It sounded like dry leaves being crushed under a boot. It was a raspy, airless sound that seemed to vibrate in the back of my own skull. The color is almost right. The moon, it has to be the right kind of red. I stood there, frozen, the hair on the back of my neck standing straight up. I followed the line of the wrench into the darkness, and as my eyes adjusted to the crimson shadows of the blood moon, my stomach dropped through the floor. Tucked into the tall weeds and the encroaching hemlocks were 4 other semi-trucks. They weren't just parked, they were carcasses. Their tires had been slashed with what looked like a serrated blade, and the cabins had been stripped of their glass and interiors. They sat there like hollowed-out skulls, their chrome grills reflecting the bruised red of the sky. A cold chill, the kind that starts in your marrow and works its way out, ran down my spine. I looked back at the mechanic, and that was when the horror of the situation truly began to click into place. He wasn't fixing the car. He wasn't even working on it. He was holding a heavy ball-peen hammer in his other hand, and he was rhythmically striking the engine block. Clang, clang, clang. It wasn't the sound of a repair. It was the sound of someone trying to break something that was already dead. Each strike was perfectly timed with the flickering of the neon sign, a synchronized dance of decay. He was striking the metal with enough force to shatter bone, but he did it in total, eerie silence, his head lolling slightly to the side with every blow. Then, I looked up at the neon sign again. My breath caught in my throat. I followed the wires from the buzzing glass tubing, expecting to see them lead to a transformer or a power line. Instead, the wires just trailed off into the damp earth at the base of the building, disappearing into the mud. The sign wasn't connected to any power source. It was glowing on its own, or perhaps it was drawing something from the ground itself. The light it cast wasn't yellow or red. It was a pulsating, organic glow that made the man's skin look like it was moving, like there were things crawling just beneath the surface of his grease-stained overalls. I realized then that I wasn't at a repair shop. I was at a feeding ground. I didn't say another word. I didn't wait for him to turn around. I backed away slowly, my boots crunching on the gravel, making sure not to turn my back on the figure in the bay. He continued to strike the engine block, the clang of the hammer echoing off the ridge like a funeral knell. I scrambled back into the cab of the Peterbilt, my hands shaking so badly I struggled to get the key into the ignition. I didn't care about the grinding sound of the cooling fan or the possibility of a total engine failure. I'd rather be a pedestrian in the woods than spend another minute in that gravel lot. I cranked the engine, the motor screaming in protest as it turned over, and I slammed the shifter into gear. As I forced the truck back onto the road, the trailer swaying as it bounced over the ruts, I risked one final glance in the side mirror. The man had finally moved. He was standing at the very edge of the gravel turnoff, right under the flickering repair sign. He was standing perfectly still now, bathed in the sickly red light of the blood moon, his hammer raised high above his head in a gesture that looked like a salute or a promise. His face was a shadowed void, but I could feel his gaze on the back of my neck, a heavy, cold pressure that didn't fade even as the trees swallowed the shop and the light. I drove for 50 miles without stopping, the cooling fan screaming the entire way, until I hit the bright fluorescent safety of a 24-hour truck stop on the outskirts of Winston-Salem. I pulled in among the rows of idling rigs, the sound of other engines and the smell of diesel acting like a balm to my frayed nerves. I sat in the cab for an hour, the engine still running, terrified to turn it off and face the silence again. When I finally worked up the courage to get out and check the engine bay, I found that the cooling fan wasn't just broken. A long, thin strip of rusted metal, looking suspiciously like a piece of a tool, had been wedged deep into the housing. It shouldn't have been there. It couldn't have been picked up from the road. It looked like it had been placed there by someone with very long, very patient fingers. I never went back to that part of the Blue Ridge. I quit that route the following week, taking a lower-paying job hauling local freight in the flatlands. I still don't like being out when a moon turns red, and I never, ever pull over for a flickering sign. I sometimes think about those other 4 trucks, the ones sitting in the weeds with their tires slashed. I wonder about the drivers who own them, the men who probably walked into that open bay expecting help and found something else instead. I wonder if they're still there, waiting their turn in the dark corners of the lot, or if they've become part of the mechanical rhythm of that hammer. There are places in the Appalachians where the lines between the living and the dead, between the mechanical and the organic, get blurred. We think our machines make us masters of the wilderness, but a truck is just a cage if the wrong person has the keys. That mechanic wasn't trying to fix anything. He was waiting for the color to be right. And I think that color was the red of my own blood spilled out on that oil-stained gravel. I still hear that clang sometimes in the middle of the night, a rhythmic metal-on-metal sound that echoes in the quiet parts of my mind. It's a reminder that the mountains don't forget and they don't let go. If you're ever out on a back road and your engine starts to fail, keep moving. Don't look for a sign. Just keep driving until the sun comes up, because some repairs aren't meant to get you back on the road. They're meant to keep you there forever. I've heard stories since then, whispered over CB radios in the dead of night, about the shop at the end of the world. They say it moves, appearing only when the moon is the color of a bruise and a driver is at their breaking point. They say the man in the overalls is just a shell, a thing inhabited by the mountain to lure in the unwary. I don't know if I believe in ghosts, but I believe in the look of those abandoned trucks. I believe in the weight of that hammer. And I believe that some things in the dark are better left broken than fixed by the hands that wait at the dead end. I still have that piece of rusted metal I found in my cooling fan. I keep it in a small box at the bottom of my toolbox, a reminder of the night the Blue Ridge tried to claim me. Sometimes, when the humidity is high and the air is still, I swear I can see a faint, neon green glow coming from the box, a flickering light that pulses like a dying heart. I should throw it away, toss it into a river, or bury it deep in the dirt. But I'm afraid that if I do, the mechanic will know I've let it go. He'll know it's time for me to come back and finally take my turn. So I keep it. And I keep driving, always looking for the next exit, always praying that the moon stays white and the road stays clear. Story 30. I've spent most of my adult life in the cab of a semi. And if there is one thing you learn early on, it's that the border between North Carolina and Tennessee doesn't just divide 2 states. It divides the world we know from a world that's been forgotten for a very long time. There's a particular stretch of road up near the Unicoi Mountains where the ridges are so steep and the timber is so dense that the sun seems to give up halfway through the afternoon. It's a place of deep, ancient silences and air that feels heavy, like it's saturated with the weight of everything that's ever happened in those hollers. I was hauling a load of heavy machinery parts on a flatbed, pushing through a night that felt wrong from the very start. It was the night of a blood moon, and the sky wasn't just dark. It was a bruised, sickly crimson that turned the shadows beneath the pines into bottomless pits of ink. The moon hung there like a watchful, unblinking eye, and the light it cast made the red clay of the road look like it was weeping. I was about 20 miles from the nearest town when I felt that familiar, sickening shift in the load. Through the side mirror, I could see when the heavy nylon straps on the flatbed had worked itself loose and was flapping like a broken wing against the steel. In these mountains, you don't leave things to chance. If that strap snapped, the whole load could shift on a hairpin turn, and I'd be nothing but a statistic at the bottom of a ravine. I eased the rig onto a narrow, gravel shoulder, the air brakes hissing a sharp, lonely sound that seemed to be swallowed instantly by the trees. I sat in the cab for a moment, my hand on the door handle, just listening. The woods were unnervingly quiet. No crickets, no owls, not even the rustle of the wind. It was that quiet that tells every animal in the forest to stay in its burrow. I hopped out, the cold mountain air hitting me with a smell of damp earth and something metallic like old pennies. I walked to the side of the trailer, the gravel crunching under my boots with a sound that felt way too loud. I grabbed the winch bar and started tightening the strap, my eyes constantly darting toward the tree line. The blood moon made everything look distorted. The trees didn't look like wood and bark. They looked like gnarled limbs reaching out from the dark. As I was leaning into the winch, a glint of something caught the edge of my peripheral vision. About 30 yards into the brush, nestled in a small, unnatural clearing, was a cabin. It was a small, dilapidated thing built of hand-hewn logs that had turned a weathered, skeletal gray. It looked like it had been there for a century, slowly being reclaimed by the mountain, but as I adjusted my gaze, I realized something was very different about this shack. This wasn't just an abandoned hunter's cabin. Every single window and the solitary door had been boarded up, but not with plywood or old planks. They were covered with heavy, industrial-grade steel plates. The kind of steel you see on the floors of workshops or the doors of high-security vaults. They were bolted directly into the logs with massive, rusted lag bolts, and the plates were scarred with deep, jagged gouges that looked like they'd been made by someone, or something, trying to pry them off from the outside. Or perhaps from the inside. I froze, the winch bar still in my hand. The sight of that much security on a rotting shack in the middle of nowhere sent a primal chill straight down my spine. It felt like stumbling upon a grave that had been paved over with concrete to keep the occupant from rising. I told myself it was probably just an old moonshine cache or a place where a local farmer kept expensive equipment, but the logic didn't stick. You don't bolt steel plates over the windows of a shack that's falling apart unless what's inside is more valuable than the building, or more dangerous. I was about to turn back to the truck, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs, when the silence of the woods was shattered. It wasn't a loud sound, and that was what made it so much worse. It was a rhythmic, frantic scratching coming from directly behind the steel plate of the window nearest me. Scritch, scritch, scritch. It was the sound of something with very hard, very sharp points digging into the wood behind the metal. It was fast, feverish even. Then came the whistling. It was a muffled, high-pitched sound, a series of trills that sounded like someone was trying to mimic the call of a wood thrush. But the pacing was all wrong. It was too fast, too rhythmic, and it had a wet, whistling quality that made it sound like the air was being pushed through a throat that was deformed or filled with fluid. It was a mockery of a bird, a sound that knew the notes but didn't understand the music. I stood paralyzed, my boots feeling like they were rooted into the gravel. Then, the steel plate began to rattle. It wasn't just a vibration, it was a violent, heavy impact. Whatever was inside that cabin was throwing its entire weight against the steel, the metal clanging against the logs with a dull, heavy thud, thud, thud. The logs themselves groaned under the pressure. And then in a small, jagged gap where the wood had rotted away just above the top of the steel plate, I saw it. A finger poked through. It was impossibly long, at least 6 or 7 inches, and it was a pale, translucent white that looked like the belly of a fish. It was multi-jointed, having at least 1 too many knuckles, and it wiggled around in the air with a blind, searching grace. It wasn't human, but it was close enough to make my stomach turn over. The skin was stretched so tight over the bone that it looked like it would snap. The finger began to scratch at the outer edge of the steel plate, the long, yellowed nail screeching against the metal as it blindly searched for a latch or a bolt on the outside. It was a gesture of pure, desperate intelligence. The whistling stopped abruptly. For a second, there was nothing but the sound of my own ragged breathing and the distant thrum of my truck's engine. Then from behind the steel came a new sound, a low, wet, choking laugh. It sounded like a man drowning in his own blood, a bubbling, rhythmic heaving that vibrated the very air. The finger retracted back into the darkness of the cabin, and the scratching started again, this time on the door. Whatever was in there knew I was standing 10 feet away. It wasn't just trying to get out, it was trying to get to me. I didn't finish the last strap. I didn't even put the winch bar back in the toolbox. I dropped it in the gravel and sprinted for the cab, my lungs burning in the cold air. I scrambled into the seat, slammed the door, and locked it with a frantic, shaking hand. I didn't check my mirrors as I threw the truck into gear. I just mashed the accelerator, the engine roaring in a desperate, mechanical scream as the tires spun on the gravel before catching the asphalt. I drove like a madman, the trailer swaying behind me, and I didn't ease up on the speed until I saw the first flickering streetlights of a small town 15 miles down the road. I pulled into a brightly lit gas station, my hands locked so tight on the steering wheel that my knuckles were bone white. I sat there for an hour, watching the people go in and out of the store, trying to convince myself that I hadn't just seen what I saw. I walked around to the back of the flatbed to check the loose strap, and that's when I saw it. On the side of the cab, right near the door handle, was a single long smear of pale, grayish slime. It was cold to the touch and smelled faintly of sulfur and rotted pine. I hadn't seen anything touch the truck, but the mark was there, a silent testament to how close the thing had been or how fast it could move. I've talked to a few old-timers in the area since then, men who have lived in the shadow of the Unicoi their whole lives. One old man, a retired logger with skin like cured leather, didn't laugh when I told him about the boarded window. He just took a long pull from his coffee and looked out at the ridges. He told me that back in the 30s and 40s, there were families in those deep hollers who would hide away their kin when they started to change. He didn't explain what he meant by change, but he said that some things in these mountains don't die right, and if you can't kill it, you have to cage it. He said there were cabins scattered all through the high country that were never meant to be opened, built by men who took the secrets of what was inside to their graves. I still drive that route, but I never stop near the border anymore. I'll run a strap until it snaps before I pull over in those woods. I still wonder about that cabin. I wonder who went there to bolt those steel plates from the outside, and I wonder if they're still alive to check the bolts. But mostly, I wonder about the whistling. It wasn't just a sound, it was an invitation. I think that thing in the cabin wasn't just hungry, it was lonely. It was trying to sound like something I would recognize, something that would make me want to come closer. The Appalachians are full of things that we've tried to build over and forget, but the mountains have a long memory. Those steel plates won't last forever. The rust is eating away at the bolts, and the wood is rotting beneath the metal. Someday, that finger is going to find the latch, or the logs are going to give way, and whatever has been whistling in the dark for 80 years is going to finally step out into the moonlight. I just hope I'm 1,000 miles away when it does. I still wake up some nights hearing that wet, choking laugh, and I find myself checking the locks on my own windows, even in the middle of the city. Because once you know that something like that is out there, the world never feels truly locked again. I never did find out who was supposed to be guarding that place. Maybe nobody was. Maybe the mountain itself was the jailer, and the steel was just a courtesy. I've seen other cabins since then, lonely, sagging structures deep in the brush, and I always look at the windows. I look for the glint of steel. I look for the gouges in the wood. And every time I pass that stretch of road near the Tennessee border, I turn my radio up as loud as it will go. I don't want to hear the birds. I don't want to hear the wind. And I damn sure don't want to hear a whistle that sounds like a man trying to be a bird and failing. Story 31. I've spent the better part of 20 years hauling freight through the jagged, ancient spine of the Appalachian Mountains. And if there is one thing those ridges teach you, it's that the soil of rural Kentucky has a long and bitter memory. There's a specific stretch of road deep in the hollers, a winding ribbon of cracked asphalt that crosses a colonial-era stone bridge, which the locals and the seasoned drivers avoid like a plague during the autumn months. They call it the Bridge of Silent Red Shadows, and for years, I laughed at the stories over lukewarm coffee at the truck stops. I thought it was just the usual superstitious nonsense cooked up by folks who had spent too much time isolated in the woods, listening to the wind howl through the limestone caves. I figured a 30-ton rig and a set of high-output LEDs were enough to banish any ghost story ever told. But back in the fall of 2019, on a night when the moon hung in the sky like a swollen, bruised red eye, I found out that some things in this world don't care about your headlights or your skepticism. The air that night was thick and stagnant, carrying the scent of damp tobacco and rotting hemlock needles. It was a lunar event they called a blood moon, and it cast a sickly, crimson pall over the entire landscape, turning the trees into jagged black silhouettes and making the creek water below look like a slow-moving river of ink. I was hauling a load of industrial equipment, running late due to a detour, and the stone bridge was the only way across the gorge for 50 miles. As I rounded the final bend leading to the crossing, the atmosphere inside the cab shifted. The radio, which had been playing a steady stream of classic rock, dissolved into a low, rhythmic pulsing sound. Not quite static, but a deep, vibrating hum that I could feel in the marrow of my teeth. I flicked the power off, but the hum remained, vibrating the very glass of the windshield. As my headlights swept across the entrance of the bridge, the beams caught something standing on the narrow stone railing halfway across the span. My first instinct was that it was a jumper, some poor soul driven to the edge by the isolation of the hills. It looked like a person wearing a heavy, dark trench coat, hunched against the cold. But as the truck rolled closer, the proportions of the figure began to distort in the red moonlight. It was impossibly tall, easily 7 feet or more, but its torso was unnaturally short, and its arms were long, spindly things that hung all the way down past its knees. The coat it seemed to be wearing wasn't fabric. It looked like matted, wet fur, or perhaps skin that had grown too loose for the frame beneath it. I slowed the rig down, the air brakes hissing a sharp, nervous warning that echoed off the stone pillars. I expected the figure to turn, to wave for help, or to leap into the dark water below. Instead, it did something that defied every survival instinct I possessed. It didn't jump outward. It simply stepped off the railing and landed with a sickening, silent grace directly in the middle of the road, right in the path of my truck. I slammed on the brakes, the tires screaming against the asphalt, my chest hitting the steering wheel as I braced for an impact that would have crushed a buffalo. I watched through the windshield as the massive, elongated shape was swallowed by the shadow of my hood. I waited for the jar, the sickening crunch of bone and metal, but it never came. The truck came to a complete, shuddering halt in the center of the bridge, the engine idling in a low, ragged growl. For a long minute, I couldn't move. My heart was hammering against my ribs, so hard I thought it might burst, and the sweat on my palms made the steering wheel feel slick. I stared through the glass, my high beams illuminating nothing but the empty, weathered stones of the bridge. The road was deserted. There was no body, no blood, and no sign of the towering figure. I leaned out the window, the cold mountain air hitting my face with a smell like ozone and old, stagnant well water. I swept my eyes across the length of the bridge, searching for any movement in the red-tinted fog that was rolling off the creek. The silence was absolute. Even the usual night sounds of Kentucky, the cicadas and the distant barking of hounds, had been extinguished. That's when I noticed the shadows. Because of the way the red moon was hanging low in the west, the shadows of the bridge's massive stone pillars were cast clearly and sharply across the road surface. They looked like long, dark fingers reaching toward the eastern bank. But as I traced the line of the pillars, I realized there was one extra shadow. Right next to the driver's side door of my cab, cast perfectly onto the asphalt by the crimson light, was the long, thin silhouette of a man. It had the same distorted proportions I'd seen on the railing, the elongated limbs and the hunched, predatory shoulders. I felt a wave of cold terror wash over me that made my breath hitch in my throat. I slowly turned my head to look at the actual ground directly next to my door. There was nothing there. No person, no creature, just the empty, moonlit gravel and the iron steps of my rig. But when I looked back down at the road, the shadow was still there, as black and solid as if it were etched into the pavement. It was standing less than a foot from my door. I sat frozen, unable to even reach for the gear shift, watching as the shadow began to move. It wasn't a fast movement. It was slow, deliberate, and terrifyingly smooth. The shadow's long, multi-jointed arm reached out toward the shadow of my truck. I watched in the red light as the silhouette's hand, if you could call it that, gripped the shadow of my door handle. Then, the shadow mimicked the exact motion of pulling the handle upward. As the shadow hand moved, I heard a sound that didn't come from the road, but from the actual door of my cab. A soft, rhythmic clicking of metal on metal, as if a physical hand were trying to find purchase on the lock. Click, click, click. The handle didn't move, but the door groaned under a phantom pressure, the hinges creaking as if something massive were leaning its weight against the steel. The shadow then leaned its head toward where my window would be in the silhouette. It had no face, just a sharp, jagged outline, but I could feel the intensity of its gaze. It was as if the shadow itself were a doorway, and something on the other side was trying to find a way into my world. I realized then that the bridge wasn't just a crossing. It was a thin spot, a place where the light of a blood moon could turn a memory into a physical threat. I didn't wait for the shadow to try the handle a second time. My survival instinct finally overrode the paralysis of my fear. I jammed the truck into gear, the transmission screaming in protest, and buried my foot in the accelerator. The truck lurched forward, the tires spinning on the slick stones before catching traction. As I sped across the remainder of the bridge, I risked one last look in my side mirror. In the receding wash of my red taillights, I saw the shadow standing in the middle of the bridge. It wasn't a flat image on the road anymore. It was beginning to pull itself up from the asphalt, a three-dimensional darkness that looked like a tear in the fabric of the night. It stood there, a towering void of light and sound, watching me disappear into the trees. I didn't slow down until I hit the interstate 40 miles away, where the lights of the gas stations and the presence of other people made the world feel solid again. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in a diner in Lexington, nursing a cup of coffee until the sun came up, staring at the shadows cast by the salt shakers on the table. When I finally got back to the terminal and checked the truck, I found something that the car wash couldn't explain away. On the driver's side door, right around the handle, were several long, thin streaks that looked like they had been burned into the paint. They weren't scratches. They were discolorations, as if something incredibly cold had touched the metal and left a frost burn in the shape of long, spindly fingers. The door handle itself felt brittle, the chrome pitted and gray. I've talked to a few old-timers in the years since, men who grew up in the shadow of those Kentucky ridges. They don't like to talk about the Stone Bridge, but if you get enough corn liquor into them, they'll tell you about the Unbound. They say that back in the early days of the frontier, a man was executed on that bridge for a crime he didn't commit, and his shadow was cursed to haunt the stones until the moon turned the color of his blood. They say the shadow isn't looking for revenge. It's looking for a body to inhabit, a way to crawl back into the light. Most folks think it's just a yarn to scare the kids, but I know better. I know the sound of a phantom hand on a door lock. I still drive for a living, but I've changed my routes. I stay on the 4-lane highways where the bridges are made of reinforced concrete and steel, and the lights are never more than a few miles apart. I don't trust the old stone crossings anymore, and I damn sure don't trust the red moonlight. Every time a blood moon is predicted, I put the truck in the shed and stay home. People ask me why I'm so superstitious, why I'm afraid of a little bit of lunar geometry. I just tell them that I've seen what happens when the light turns wrong, and I've felt the weight of a shadow that wants to be more than just a shape on the ground. The worst part of it all isn't the memory of the bridge or the figure on the railing. It's the lingering feeling that I didn't truly escape. Sometimes when the sun is setting and the shadows in my own house start to stretch across the floor, I catch a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye. I'll see a shadow that's just a little too long, or a silhouette that moves a split second after I do. I'll be standing in my kitchen, and I'll hear a faint, rhythmic clicking coming from the back door, even when I know I'm alone. It's a sorrowful, heavy dread that follows me like a second skin, a reminder that once you've been noticed by the things that live in the gaps of the Appalachians, they never really stop looking for you. I don't know what would have happened if I'd stayed on that bridge for one more minute. I don't know if the shadow would have succeeded in pulling that handle, or if I would have been pulled into the road with it. I just know that the world is a lot thinner than we like to admit, and the things that walk the hollers of Kentucky don't need a physical body to leave a mark. If you're ever out that way and you see a stone bridge up ahead under a red moon, do yourself a favor. Turn the truck around. Take the long way, because some shadows are silent for a reason, and if they ever decide to speak to you, you won't like what they have to say. I still have the truck, though I've had the driver's side door repainted. But even now, under the fresh coat of white paint, I can still see the faint, ghostly outline of those long fingers when the light hits it just right. It's a permanent scar, a mark of the night the bridge tried to claim me. I'm just waiting for the next eclipse, wondering if the shadow will find me again, or if it's still standing on those stones, waiting for the next driver who doesn't believe in ghost stories. The Appalachians don't care about your logic, and they don't care about your LEDs. They only care about the red light and the silence, and the shadows that are looking for a way home. Story 32. I've spent the better part of 20 years hauling freight across the jagged, ancient spine of the Appalachian Mountains, and if there's one thing those ridges teach you, it's that the mountains of West Virginia don't just have echoes, they have memories that can find a way into your cab if the conditions are just right. There's a specific kind of isolation you find in the deep hollers near the New River Gorge, a place where the trees grow so thick and the canopy sits so heavy that the world feels like it's folding in on you. It's a beautiful place, sure, but it's a deceptive beauty that can turn on you the moment the sun dips below the peaks. I was running a load of industrial steel toward Charleston on a night that felt like the atmosphere was made of liquid. A rare total lunar eclipse was hitting its peak, and the sky wasn't just dark. It was a bruised, sickly crimson that turned the shadows beneath the pines into bottomless pits of ink. The moon hung there like a watchful, unblinking eye, and the light it cast made the world look like it was bleeding into the valleys. I usually keep the CB radio on for company during those long, lonely stretches. Most nights, it's a comfort. A distant chatter of truckers trading road reports, complaining about the scales, or just shooting the breeze to keep from nodding off. But as the moon transitioned into that deep blood red, the airwaves started to decay. The usual crosstalk dissolved into an unbearable, rhythmic static that sounded like sand being poured over hot metal. It was a jagged electronic screech that set my teeth on edge, and I reached out to kill the power. My fingers were an inch from the knob when the static suddenly cut out, replaced by a silence so absolute it felt like a physical weight in the cab. Then a voice broke through. It wasn't the gravelly drawl of a long hauler or the frantic babble of a skip tracer. It was the voice of a young girl, sounding calm, clear, and impossibly distant. She didn't lead with a breaker or a greeting. She just started reciting a string of numbers. My license plate number. She said it slowly, with a melodic cadence that made my blood run cold. Before I could even process the impossibility of it, she followed it up with the exact weight of my load, down to the last pound. I froze, my hands still hovering near the radio, my eyes darting to the side mirrors. I searched the red-tinted gloom for another vehicle, a prankster with a high-power transmitter, or maybe a ranger trailing me in the dark. But there wasn't a soul on the road for miles. The highway was a desolate ribbon of gray, flanked by the reaching limbs of the hemlocks. The red light shows the truth, the girl whispered through the speaker. The audio quality was so crisp it felt like she was standing right next to me, speaking into a microphone made of ice. Don't look at the passenger seat. The psychological pressure that hit me in that moment was immense, a crushing weight that made it hard to draw a full breath. I've been a solo driver for years. That seat is where I keep my logbook and a half-empty bag of jerky. It's a dead space, a piece of fabric and foam that hasn't held a passenger in a decade. But the moment she said those words, the empty space to my right felt occupied. I kept my eyes locked on the road, the red moonlight reflecting off the hood of the truck, but my peripheral vision began to play tricks on me. I felt the gaze of something heavy and silent. The radio crackled again, but the girl's voice was gone. In its place was the sound of someone breathing, deep, ragged, wet inhalations that sounded like lungs struggling against a heavy weight. "It's cold back here," the voice whispered, but it didn't come from the speakers this time. It seemed to vibrate from the very air of the sleeper berth behind me. I felt a sudden, sharp draft, a gust of wind that smelled of damp earth and old iron, and the temperature in the cab dropped 20 degrees in a single heartbeat. My breath began to plume in front of my face in the sickly red light. I gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned bone white, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I wanted to scream, to jump out of the moving truck, to do anything to break the spell, but I was paralyzed by the certainty that if I turned my head, I would see something that would break my mind. In the corner of my eye, aided by that eerie crimson glow bleeding through the windshield, I saw the indentation of a head appearing in the fabric of the passenger seat headrest. It wasn't a sudden movement. It was slow and deliberate, the fabric depressing as if someone was leaning their weight against it, settling in for the ride. The springs in the seat gave a faint, metallic groan. I started screaming prayers, fragmented, desperate things I hadn't thought of since Sunday school, just to fill the silence of the cab. I kept my eyes forward, watching the white lines of the road blur into a single, continuous thread. The breathing on the radio grew louder, more frantic, a wet, choking sound that made me want to retch. The eclipse felt like it lasted for a lifetime. Every minute the moon stayed red was a minute I spent in a claustrophobic hell, sharing my sanctuary with a shadow that didn't have a name. I could feel the cold radiating off the passenger seat, a stagnant, artificial chill that made my skin crawl. The voice on the radio started humming a low, tuneless melody, a sound that carried a deep, ancient sorrow that made my chest ache. It was the sound of something that had been left behind in the mountains, something that had finally found a way to hitch a ride. I didn't look. I didn't blink. I just drove, pushing the rig toward the edge of the valley where the light might finally change. The moment the moon began its transition back to white, the atmosphere in the cab snapped like a rubber band. The temperature rushed back up, the smell of damp earth vanished, and the weight on the passenger seat simply evaporated. I saw the fabric of the headrest pop back into its original shape in the periphery of my vision. The radio returned to its jagged, harmless static, and the breathing stopped. I didn't slow down until I hit the bright, fluorescent lights of a 24-hour truck stop in Beckley. I pulled into a spot among the rows of idling rigs, but I didn't kill the engine. I sat there for hours, the sun eventually creeping over the ridges, before I had the courage to look at the passenger seat. The logbook was still there. The bag of jerky was still there. But when I reached out to touch the headrest, the fabric was damp. It wasn't water. It was a thin, colorless fluid that felt cold to the touch and smelled faintly of wood smoke and ozone. I haven't used that CB radio since. I had it pulled out and replaced with a newer model, but even with the new unit, I keep the volume turned all the way down whenever I'm hauling through the mountains at night. People tell me it was just a technical glitch, a freak atmospheric skip caused by the eclipse, but they didn't feel the draft. They didn't see the seat move. I still drive the West Virginia Pass, but I've moved my logbook to the dashboard. I don't like anything sitting in that passenger seat anymore. Sometimes, when the moon is full and the air gets that heavy, electric charge right before a storm, I find myself looking at the floorboards, terrified that I'll see a footprint appearing in the dust. The Appalachians have a way of reminding you that you're never truly alone, even when you're a solo driver. There are frequencies in these hills that we weren't meant to hear, and there are passengers waiting on the side of the road who don't need you to stop for them to get in. I'll keep my eyes on the road and my prayers on my lips, but I know that somewhere back in that holler, a girl's voice is still reciting my plate number, waiting for the light to turn red again. It's a lingering sense of dread that stays with you, a realization that the cab of my truck, the only home I've really had for 20 years, isn't as secure as I thought it was. I think about that voice often, the way it sounded so calm while it was tearing my world apart. I wonder if she's still cold back there, or if she found what she was looking for in the red light. I won't be the one to find out. If you're ever out on the I-64 and the sky starts to turn that bruised, ugly color, do yourself a favor. Turn off your radio, keep your eyes on the pavement, and no matter what you feel sitting next to you, don't ever look at the passenger seat. Some truths are better left in the dark. The worst part of it all isn't the memory of the voice or the cold. It's the silence that follows. Now, every time the radio goes quiet between songs or the static dips for a second, I find myself straining to hear that breathing. I find myself wondering if the indentation is going to come back, or if the next time, the voice will have something else to say. I've heard other drivers talk about the dead frequency, a channel that only opens up when the mountains want to speak. Most folks think it's just a legend, but I've felt the weight of that silence. I've felt the mountain trying to climb into the cab with me. I'll keep driving until my legs give out, but I'll never feel like the master of my own rig again. Not in the Appalachians. Not when the moon is red. I still have a small, silver cross taped to the dashboard, right where the passenger seat is in my line of sight. It's not much, but it's something to focus on when the shadows start to stretch. I've thought about quitting, about taking a desk job in a city where the lights never go out, but the mountains have a pull on you. They claim you just as much as they scare you. I just hope the next time I'm hauling through the new river gorge, the airwaves stay messy and the seat stays empty. Because I don't think I have another prayer left in me if that girl decides she hasn't finished her story. Story 33. I've spent the better part of 20 years hauling heavy loads across the jagged, ancient spine of the Appalachian Mountains. And if there's one thing those ridges teach you, it's that the state of Pennsylvania has a memory that is as deep and as dark as the coal mines honeycombing its soil. There's a specific kind of isolation you find in the northern reaches of the PA wilds, near the old, hollowed-out mining towns that the world forgot back in the 50s. It's a place where the trees grow tall and spindly, their branches interlacing like skeletal fingers, and where the air always seems to carry a hint of sulfur and damp earth. I was running a load of industrial timber through one of those backcountry passes, a narrow ribbon of asphalt that felt like it was being slowly reclaimed by the hemlocks. It was the night of a blood moon, and the sky wasn't just dark. It was a bruised, sickly crimson that turned the shadows beneath the pines into bottomless pits of ink. The moon hung there like a watchful, unblinking eye, and the light it cast made the rusted machinery and slag heaps along the road look like they were weeping. I was dangerously low on diesel, the needle hovering on the E for a good 10 miles, when I saw a flicker of light through the trees. It was a single, dim bulb hanging over a pair of rusted-out pumps at a station that looked like it hadn't seen a customer since the mine shafts were sealed. The building was a sagging, clapboard structure that leaned dangerously toward the road, its paint peeling off in long, gray curls like dead skin. Desperation is a powerful thing in the mountains, so despite the dread pooling in my stomach, I eased the rig onto the cracked concrete of the station lot. The air brakes hissed a sharp, lonely sound that seemed to be swallowed instantly by the surrounding forest. I sat in the cab for a moment, the engine idling in a low, ragged growl, watching the small attendant's booth. An old man emerged from the shadows of the booth, moving with a heavy, rhythmic limp that made the gravel crunch in a slow, agonizing beat. He was wearing a grease-stained uniform that was so worn the name tag was just a frayed white patch. He didn't look at the truck, and he didn't look at me. He just kept his face tilted up toward that crimson moon, his jaw hanging slightly slack. He walked straight to the fuel tank and began unscrewing the cap with a mechanical, practiced grace that suggested he'd done it a million times, even if he wasn't really there. I hopped out of the cab, the cold mountain air hitting me with a smell of old grease and something else, something metallic and sharp. I tried to make small talk, just to break the oppressive silence of the holler. I asked him if he'd seen anything strange tonight, or if the moon was always that shade of red in this part of the county. The man stopped mid-motion, his hand trembling slightly on the fuel nozzle. He slowly turned his head toward me, and the breath died in my throat. His eyes were completely clouded over with thick, milky cataracts, looking like two dull marbles set into a face that was as wrinkled as a topographical map. Yet, despite the blindness, he seemed to be looking right through me, peering at something standing just behind my shoulder. "The mountain is hungry tonight, son," he said, and his voice didn't sound like it came from a human throat. It sounded like dry leaves being crushed under a heavy boot or the rasp of a shovel against slate. "It only eats when the sky is the color of a heart. You shouldn't have stopped here. Some debts are better left unpaid." I laughed nervously, the sound echoing hollowly off the side of my trailer. I reached for my wallet and pulled out my corporate gas card, holding out to him. "Well, I appreciate the warning, but I just need enough to get to the interstate. You take this, right?" The man didn't move to take it. Instead, he pushed my hand back with a strength that was startling for someone so frail. His skin felt like cold parchment. "We don't take that," he whispered, his sightless eyes never wavering from mine. "We take what's left behind. The mountain takes its share in the spill." He raised a trembling finger and pointed toward the back of my trailer, toward the dark, unlit stretch of road I had just traveled. I turned around, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Standing at the edge of the station's dim light, maybe 20 feet behind my rig, was a group of children. There were 5 of them, standing in a neat, silent line. They weren't dressed like any kids I'd ever seen. They were wearing tattered, coal-stained clothes that looked like they belonged in a museum. Knickers, oversized wool caps, and heavy, mud-caked boots from a different century. Their faces were smudged with soot, making their eyes look unnaturally bright and wide in the red moonlight. They each held a small, empty tin pail in their hands. They weren't moving, they weren't talking, and they weren't playing. They were just watching the fuel pump with a terrifying, singular focus. "They're waiting," the attendant whispered, leaning in so close I could smell the stagnant air of the booth on his breath. "They've been waiting since the collapse in '24. They're waiting for the spill. The mountain doesn't give anything for free, driver. Every gallon you take, a little bit of soul has to leak out to keep them quiet." I looked from the old man to the silent children, and a primitive, bone-deep terror took hold of me. This wasn't a prank, and it wasn't a hallucination. There was a weight to their presence, a heavy, sorrowful pressure that felt like it was pulling the very heat out of my body. One of the children, a small boy with a jagged scar across his forehead, took a single, stiff step forward, raising his empty pail toward the truck. I didn't wait for the tank to fill. I didn't even wait for the pump to click. I lunged forward and grabbed the nozzle, pulling it out of the tank with a violent jerk. Diesel sprayed everywhere, across the side of the trailer, onto the cracked concrete, and onto my boots. I didn't care. I threw the nozzle to the ground, the liquid shimmering like black blood in the red light. As the fuel pooled on the ground, the children began to move. They didn't run. They glided forward with a jerky, unnatural rhythm, their pails swinging in unison. They ignored me entirely, their eyes locked on the puddle of diesel, their mouths opening in silent, dark circles of anticipation. I scrambled into the cab, my hand shaking so badly I almost dropped the keys. I cranked the engine, and for a terrifying second, it sputtered and died. I looked in the side mirror and saw the old attendant standing perfectly still, his clouded eyes fixed on the moon again, while the children knelt around the spill, dipping their pails into the oily mess. I tried the ignition again, screaming a prayer I hadn't said in years, and the diesel roared to life. I slammed the truck into gear and floored it, the tires spinning on the wet concrete before catching traction and propelling the rig back into the darkness of the woods. I didn't look back until I hit the bright, fluorescent safety of a 24-hour plaza on the turnpike, nearly 60 miles away. I sat in the cab for 2 hours, the engine idling, my heart refusing to slow down. When I finally worked up the courage to get out and check the rig, the smell of diesel was overpowering. But as I looked at the back of the trailer, I saw something that made me want to quit the road forever. Along the bottom edge of the metal, right where the fuel had sprayed, were dozens of tiny, soot-stained handprints. They were small, the size of a child's hand, and they were pressed into the grime with enough force to leave permanent indentations in the aluminum. I never went back to that part of Pennsylvania. I'll take a 6-hour detour through Ohio before I ever set foot in those northern hollers again. I've talked to a few old-timers since then, men who worked the anthracite veins back in the day. One of them told me about a breaker boy accident in a town that doesn't exist on the maps anymore, a place where the mine collapsed during a lunar eclipse, and the company never recovered the bodies because it was too expensive. He said the locals believe those kids are still down there, or rather, that the mountain kept them as part of the geography. He told me that in those parts, the earth doesn't just hold coal, it holds a hunger that never goes away. I still have the truck, but I can't get rid of the smell of that night. No matter how many times I wash the chassis, the scent of sulfur and wet dog and old grease lingers in the vents. And sometimes when the moon is full and the sky has that heavy electrocharge, I find myself looking at my fuel gauge with a sense of pure dread. I find myself wondering if I'm really burning diesel, or if I'm burning something else, something that was paid for in a different century. I've heard that once you visit a place like that, you never truly leave. You just carry a little bit of the mountain's hunger with you. The worst part of it all isn't the memory of the children or the old man's eyes. It's the lingering sense of sorrow. Those kids weren't monsters. They were just hungry. They were part of a cycle of extraction and loss that's been going on in these mountains since the first shovel hit the dirt. I feel a heavy, crushing grief every time I think about them kneeling in the red light, trying to catch a spill that was never going to fill their pails. But then I remember the way the attendant looked through me, and I realized that the mountain wasn't just feeding them. It was using them. It was using them to keep the debts collected. I don't drive at night much anymore. I've taken a local route hauling produce in the valleys, where the roads are wide and the lights are plenty. But every now and then, I'll be sitting at a red light in a quiet town, and I'll hear a faint, rhythmic thud from the back of the truck. It sounds like a tin pail hitting the pavement. I don't look in the mirrors. I just wait for the light to turn green, and I keep moving. Because in the Appalachians, the only thing more dangerous than the things that are dead are the things that are still trying to work. I'm just a driver, trying to make my miles and get home, but I know now that the road doesn't always go where you think it does. Sometimes, it leads you straight into the heart of a mountain that never forgets a face. I still see that blood moon in my dreams, casting its bruised light over the rusted pumps and the leaning booth. I see the old man tilted back, staring at a sky that's the color of a heart. And I wonder, on the nights when the air is still and the woods are quiet, if the next driver who stops there will be fast enough to leave. Or if they'll end up like the attendant, standing in the red gloom, waiting for the next spill to satisfy a hunger that can never be fed. The Pennsylvania hills are beautiful, but they are hollow, and if you listen closely enough, you can hear the sound of 1,000 empty pails clinking together in the dark. Story 34. I've spent the better part of 20 years hauling heavy loads through the jagged, ancient spine of the Appalachian Mountains, and if there is one thing those ridges teach you, it's that the North Carolina high country has a way of making you feel like an intruder in your own life. There's a specific kind of isolation you find on the back roads near the Tennessee line, places where the elevation gets so high the air starts to taste like cold iron and damp hemlock. It's a beautiful place, sure, but it's a deceptive beauty that can turn on you the moment the light shifts. I was running a load of industrial timber through the Pisgah National Forest on a night that felt like the atmosphere was made of heavy liquid. A total lunar eclipse was hitting its peak, and the sky wasn't just dark. It was a bruised, sickly crimson that turned to shadows beneath the pines into bottomless pits of ink. The moon hung there like a watchful, unblinking eye, and the red glow bleeding through my windshield made the winding mountain road look like a ribbon of dried blood. The roads in those mountains are dangerous enough on a clear day, but the eclipse was doing something to my depth perception. The crimson light flattened the world, making the sharp curves and sheer drop-offs look like a flickering film reel. I was white-knuckling the steering wheel of my Peterbilt, the engine's low-end growl, the only thing keeping the silence of the forest at bay. I had just cleared a particularly nasty switchback when I saw a flash of movement in my side mirror. It was quick, just a blur of shadow against the red-lit road behind my trailer, but it was enough to make the hair on my arm stand up. At first, I thought it was a daredevil on a motorcycle, some local kid with a death wish trying to draft off my rig, but as I adjusted my mirrors, the reality of what I was seeing began to sink in with a cold, paralyzing weight. There were no headlights. There was no engine noise. Something was keeping perfect pace with the truck at 60 miles per hour. It wasn't a bike, and it wasn't an animal I'd ever seen in any field guide. It was a dark, lanky shape, running on all fours with a gait that was sickeningly smooth. Every time the red moonlight hit it, as we passed a break in a canopy, I caught glimpses of what it was. It had pale, sickly skin that looked like it had never seen the sun, and long, matted hair that trailed behind it like a dirty shroud. Its limbs were too long, its joints bending with a flexibility that made my stomach churn. It wasn't an animal. Its movements were too human, too calculated. It didn't look like it was struggling to keep up. It looked like it was playing. The dread in my chest tightened into a knot as I watched it in the mirror. The thing would occasionally lunge forward, its hands, long-fingered and clawed, gripping the asphalt with a sound I could hear even over the roar of my diesel engine. Then, without warning, it leapt. I felt a massive jar, a physical impact that made the entire 30-ton rig shudder as if I'd been rear-ended by a car. I looked in the rear view, and for a split second, I saw a face pressed against the glass of the trailer's rear door. It was a mask of pale, stretched skin with eyes that reflected the red moon like two stagnant pools of blood. It held on for a few seconds, its body glued to the steel of the trailer, before dropping back down to the road with a silent, feline grace and resuming its four-legged sprint. I started to panic. I've lived in these mountains my whole life, and I've heard the stories about the feral ones, the families that went back into the deep hollers 100 years ago and never came out, but I'd always written them off as campfire tales meant to keep tourists on the main roads. This wasn't a tale. This was a physical presence that was hunting me at highway speeds. I tried to sway the trailer, jerking the wheel to the left and right in a desperate attempt to knock it off if it tried to jump again. The trailer fishtailed, the tires screaming against the asphalt, but the shape just adjusted its stride, weaving between the swaying tires with an intelligence that was terrifying to behold. It was mocking me. Then, the movement changed. Instead of staying behind the trailer, the shape began to climb. I watched in horror as it scaled the side of the trailer while we were still moving at 60 miles per hour. It moved like a spider, its long limbs finding purchase on the rivets and the flat steel as if gravity didn't apply to it. I lost sight of it for a moment as it reached the roof of the trailer, and the silence that followed was even worse than the sight of it. I sat in the cab, my heart hammering against my ribs, waiting for the next move. A few seconds later, I heard it. Thump. A heavy, wet footstep landed directly above my head on the roof of the cab. The sound was unmistakable, the weight of a large body settling into the metal. Then came another step and another. It was moving toward the front. I felt the roof of the truck groan under the pressure. I looked up at the sunroof, the glass darkened by the red eclipse, and that was when the scratching started. It wasn't the frantic scratching of a trapped animal. It was a slow, methodical sound, scree-scritch, like someone was using a hot needle to etch a pattern into the metal. It was a sound that set my teeth on edge and made the air in the cab feel like it was being vacuumed out. I could hear the thing breathing, a heavy, wet rasp that seemed to vibrate through the very frame of the truck. I didn't stop. I didn't even slow down for the curves. I drove like a man possessed, the engine of the Peterbilt screaming in protest as I pushed it toward the limits of its governor. I kept my eyes locked on the road ahead, terrified that if I looked up at the sunroof, I'd see those pale, elongated fingers punching through the glass. The scratching continued for miles, a rhythmic, agonizing scraping that felt like it was happening inside my own skull. I prayed to every god I'd ever heard of, my voice a cracked whisper in the red-lit cabin, asking for the road to open up, for a light, for anything that wasn't this high-altitude nightmare. Finally, the forest began to thin, and I saw the distant, amber glow of a major truck stop near the interstate. As the first streetlights hit the truck, the weight on the roof suddenly vanished. There was no leap, no sound of it hitting the road, just a sudden absence of pressure. I didn't ease up on the gas until I was swinging the rig into the brightly lit parking lot, the air brakes hissing a sharp, panicked gasp as I brought the truck to a halt under the high-pressure sodium lamps. I sat there for a long time, the engine idling, my hands locked so tight on the steering wheel that I had to pry them off one finger at a time. The world outside looked normal. Other trucks idling, drivers walking toward the diner, the hum of the interstate, but I knew that 20 miles back, the world had been something else entirely. I eventually worked up the courage to climb out of the cab. My legs felt like they were made of water, and I had to lean against the fuel tank to keep from collapsing. I grabbed my heavy mag light and shined the beam up onto the roof of the cab. I expected to see blood or hair or the muddy prints of some feral man, but there was nothing. No footprints, no sweat, no biological trace at all. Instead, there were 5 long, deep gouges in the heavy gauge metal of the roof, right above where my head had been. They were clean and smooth, but the edges of the metal were curled and discolored, looking exactly like they had been carved by 5 fingers made of white-hot iron. The paint around the gashes was blistered and blackened. I didn't tell the other drivers in the diner what I'd seen. In the Appalachians, you learn early on that some things are better left unsaid, especially if you want people to think you're still sane enough to hold a commercial license. I just sat in a booth, drinking black coffee until the sun came up and the moon returned to its normal, indifferent silver. I've talked to a few old-timers since then, men who spent their lives hauling timber out of the deep woods. One of them, a man with eyes that looked like they'd seen too much of the dark, didn't laugh when I mentioned the shape. He just told me that there are things in the high ridges that don't like the noise of our engines. He said they don't hunt for food. They hunt for the sound of a heart beating in a quiet place. He told me that if it had reached the glass, I wouldn't be sitting in that diner. I still drive those mountains, but I don't go out during eclipses anymore. I've had the roof of the truck repaired, but the body shop guy couldn't explain how the metal had been melted in such a precise, finger-like pattern. He asked if I'd been near any high-voltage wires. I just told him I'd hit a low-hanging branch and let go at that. But every time I drive through the Pisgah at night, I find my eyes drifting toward the rearview mirror, searching the shadows for a lanky, pale shape running on all fours. I find myself listening to the roof, waiting for that heavy, wet thump to return. The worst part isn't the memory of the chase or the damage to the truck. It's the lingering sense of being watched. Sometimes, when the wind is high and the house is quiet, I hear a slow, methodical scratching on the siding of my home, a sound that mimics the rhythm of that night perfectly. I don't open the curtains. I just sit in the dark and wait for the sun to come up. I realize now that I didn't really escape that thing on the mountain. It just let me go so it would have something to follow. The North Carolina mountains are old, and they have a way of claiming what they want 1 mile at a time. I'm just a driver, a transient in a landscape that doesn't want me there, and I know that somewhere back on that red-lit road, a shape is still running, keeping pace with a ghost that only it can see. I keep a heavy iron bar in the cab now, right next to the seat. It's a pathetic defense against something that can melt steel with its touch, but it makes me feel like I have a choice. I've heard other stories over the CB radio late at night, whispers of the Ridge Runner or the Pale Hitcher, but I always turn the volume down. I don't want to know its name. I don't want to know if anyone else has seen the gouges. I just want to keep the road in front of me and the shadows behind me. Because in the Appalachians, the moment you acknowledge the dark starts to acknowledge you back. And I've had enough of the red moonlight to last me a lifetime. I often wonder what would have happened if I had stopped. If I'd pulled over to confront the motorcycle I thought was there. Or if I'd let my curiosity get the better of my fear. I think I would have become just another missing person report. Another truck found idling on the shoulder of a mountain pass with the driver's side door standing wide open. There's a deep, abiding sorrow in those mountains, a feeling of things being lost and never found. And I think that thing in the mirror was a part of it. It was a piece of the mountain's anger, a physical manifestation of a wilderness that is slowly being choked by our roads and our lights. But the wilderness is patient. It can wait for the next eclipse. It can wait for the next lonely driver who thinks he's alone. The next time you're driving through the Blue Ridge and the moon starts to turn that sickly shade of crimson, pay attention to your mirrors. If you see a flash of movement, don't slow down. Don't try to sway your trailer. And for God's sake, don't look at the sunroof. Just keep driving until you see the lights of a city, and don't ever look back. Because some things in the North Carolina mountains aren't just shadows. They're hunters, and they move much faster than you think. I still have the original piece of the cab roof tucked away in my garage, the 5 gouges still smooth and blackened. Sometimes, when the air is cold, I swear I can see a faint, red glow coming from the metal, a ghostly reminder of the night I was hunted by something that didn't have a heart. Let's move to the last story. I've spent the better part of 20 years hauling heavy loads through the jagged, ancient spine of the Appalachian Mountains, and if there is one thing those ridges teach you, it's that the Georgia high country doesn't just have shadows. It has a memory that predates anything human. There's a specific brand of isolation you find in the Chattahoochee National Forest, where the trees grow so thick and the canopy sits so heavy that the world feels like it's folding in on you. It's a beautiful place, sure, but it's a deceptive beauty that can turn on you the moment the light shifts. I was running a load of industrial timber through one of those backcountry passes on a night that felt like the atmosphere was made of heavy liquid. A rare, total lunar eclipse, what the folks call a blood moon, was hitting its peak, and the sky wasn't just dark. It was a bruised, sickly crimson that turned the shadows beneath the pines into bottomless pits of ink. The moon hung there like a watchful, unblinking eye, and the light it cast made the red clay of the roads look like it was weeping. I'm usually the kind of driver who pushes through until the sun comes up, but the psychological weight of that red light was starting to mess with my head. Every curve felt tighter, every shadow looked like it was reaching for the tires, and the depth perception of my mirrors was just gone. I decided to pull into a secluded rest area tucked deep into the Georgia mountains. It wasn't much more than a gravel loop and a couple of rusted picnic tables, miles away from the main interstate. I figured I'd catch a few hours of sleep and wait for the moon to transition back to white. I killed the engine, and the silence that followed was immediate and suffocating. In these mountains, when the diesel dies, the world doesn't just get quiet, it stops. I climbed into the sleeper berth, pulled the curtains shut, and despite the unease crawling under my skin, I fell into a heavy, dreamless sleep. I woke up at exactly 3:15 a.m. I didn't wake up slowly. It was one of those sudden jolts where your heart is already racing before your eyes even open. The air in the cab felt cold and charged with static. For a moment, I just lay there listening to the mountain silence. Then I heard it, a faint, rhythmic ringing. It was a metallic sound, high-pitched and hollow, like someone was taking a small hammer and tapping it rhythmically against the side of my steel trailer. Ting, ting, ting. It was steady, patient, and entirely deliberate. I sat up, my breath hitching in my throat, and reached for my tablet to check the external security cameras. But the screens were a mess. The intense red light of the eclipse was creating some kind of noise on the digital sensors, causing the image to flare and grain until all I could see were flickering, crimson shapes that might have been trees or might have been something else. I couldn't just sit there. If a hitchhiker or some local was messing with my load, I needed to know. I grabbed my heavy mag light, slipped into my boots, and cracked the cab door. The air outside didn't smell like the woods anymore. It smelled like ozone and old, tarnished copper, a scent so thick it made my tongue feel metallic. I stepped down onto the gravel, the crunching of my boots sounding like gunshots in the stillness. I walked toward the back of the truck, the beam of my flashlight cutting a pathetic, white hole through the deep red gloom. As the light hit the side of my white trailer, my stomach did a slow, sickening roll. The pristine paint was covered in hundreds of small, bloody handprints. They weren't smeared or chaotic. They were neatly placed, overlapping one another from the bottom edge of the trailer up to the midsection. In the red light of the moon, the blood didn't look black. It looked like it was still part of the sky, fresh and dripping, leaving long, dark streaks down the steel. My hand was shaking so badly the flashlight beam danced across the horror. I followed the trail of prints, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. They didn't lead toward the woods. They led directly toward the center of the truck, disappearing underneath the chassis between the rear axles. I felt a cold sweat break out across my forehead. I didn't want to look. Every survival instinct I had was screaming at me to get back in the cab and floor it, but the curiosity of the damned held me there. I knelt down on the cold gravel, my knees cracking in the silence, and shined the light into the darkness beneath the trailer. Buried deep between the dual tires, curled into a tight fetal position on top of the rear axle, was a man. He was completely naked, his skin caked in a layer of mountain dirt and what looked like dried clay, but it was the color that got me. His entire body was stained with the same deep, bruised crimson as the moon above. He was shivering with a violence that made the truck's frame rattle. That was the metallic ringing I'd heard. His teeth were chattering so hard I thought they'd shatter. As I moved the light closer, I saw that his lips were moving. He was whispering something over and over, a frantic, broken mantra that barely carried over the sound of his own trembling. "It didn't finish," he whispered. "It didn't finish. It didn't finish." I cleared my throat, the sound feeling like a violation of the dark. "Hey," I croaked. "Hey, buddy, are you okay? Do you need help?" The man snapped his head toward me with a speed that wasn't human. His eyes were wide, the whites completely gone, replaced by pupils that were the same deep, glowing red as the eclipse. He wasn't a threat. The moment our eyes met, I saw a level of terror that made my own blood run cold. He wasn't some feral mountain man looking for a fight. He was a survivor of something I couldn't even imagine. He reached out a hand covered in the same blood that was on my trailer, and pointed past me toward the dark tree line at the edge of the rest area. I slowly turned the flashlight toward the woods. The beam hit the first row of hemlocks, and for a second, I saw nothing but bark and needles. Then, one by one, the eyes began to reflect. At first, I thought it was a pack of coyotes or maybe a group of deer, but as I adjusted the focus on the light, I realized the height was all wrong. These eyes were at waist level, then shoulder level, then higher. Dozens of pairs of eyes, all of them glowing with that same sickly, lunar red, were peering out from the shadows. They weren't retreating. They were creeping forward, a slow, coordinated movement that was utterly silent. I could see the outlines of figures, tall, lanky, and moving with a stiff, jerky grace. They were the ones who hadn't finished. The man under the truck let out a low, whimpering moan and tried to wedge himself deeper into the steel. "The moon," he hissed. The moon opened the door. It didn't finish the closing. I didn't ask questions. I didn't offer my hand. The air around the truck began to hum, a low-frequency vibration that made my skin itch and my ears ring. The figures at the edge of the woods were no longer hiding. They were stepping into the gravel loop, their pale, elongated limbs catching the red light. They looked like people, but they moved like insects, their joints bending at angles that made my stomach turn. They were closing the distance, their eyes fixed not on me, but on the man hiding under my axles. I scrambled backward, falling over my own feet before catching myself on the cab door. I didn't look back at the man. I could hear his whispers turning into a high-pitched, frantic whistling as he realized I was leaving him. I jumped into the driver's seat, jammed the key into the ignition, and prayed to a God I hadn't spoken to in years. The diesel engine roared to life, a beautiful mechanical scream that shattered the mountain silence. I didn't check my mirrors. I didn't wait for the air pressure to build. I threw the rig into gear and buried the gas pedal, the tires spinning on the gravel, spitting stones back toward the things in the dark. As I tore out of that rest area, the red moon hanging heavy over the windshield, I heard it. Above the roar of the engine and the whine of the turbo, a scream erupted from the darkness behind me. It wasn't just a human scream. It was a sound of absolute, soul-shattering realization. It faded into the distance as I pushed the truck harder than I ever had, the trailer swaying dangerously on the mountain curves. I didn't stop, I didn't slow down, and I didn't look back until the first sliver of white light began to bite into the edge of the moon. I drove until I hit a well-lit service plaza on the interstate, nearly 80 miles away. I sat in the cab, the heater cranked to full, but I couldn't stop shaking. When the sun finally began to gray the horizon, I walked around to the back of the truck. The blood on the trailer had dried into a dark, rusty brown. The handprints were still there, hundreds of them, a map of someone's desperate attempt to find a way inside. But when I looked under the chassis, the axle was clean. There was no dirt, no clay, and no sign that a man had ever been curled there. The only thing I found was a single, long, multi-jointed fingernail wedged into the grease of the fifth wheel. It was a pale, translucent white, and it felt cold to the touch. I've talked to a few old-timers in the North Georgia hills since then, men who have spent their lives in the timber trade and seen things that don't make it into the newspapers. Most of them just shake their heads and look away when I mention the Red Moon. But one old man, a retired ranger who lived in a cabin near the Tallulah Gorge, didn't laugh. He told me that there are nights when the mountains thin out, especially during eclipses. He said that the things that live in the deep hollers have been trying to get back into the light for a long time, and sometimes the moon gives them a key. He asked me if I'd heard the whistling. When I told him about the man under the truck, he just sighed and said, "He was probably one of ours once, before the mountain took his name." I never went back to that rest area. I'll take a 3-hour detour through the lowlands before I ever set foot in that part of the forest again. I still drive for a living, but I don't sleep in the mountains anymore. I wait until I see the lights of a city or a major truck stop. But every time the moon starts to turn that sickly shade of crimson, I find myself checking the security cameras, even though I know they won't show me the truth. I find myself listening for the rhythmic ting-ting-ting of a hammer against the steel. And I find myself wondering about that man, about what it was that didn't finish with him, and what happened when the red shadows finally swallowed the rest area. The worst part isn't the memory of the eyes or the blood. It's the guilt. It's the sound of that scream fading away in my rearview mirror. I know I couldn't have saved him. I know that if I'd stayed, I would have just been another set of eyes reflecting the red light. But that doesn't make the silence any easier to live with. The Appalachians have a way of making you complicit in their darkness. They show you things you can't unsee, and then they leave you to carry the weight of it alone. I'm just a driver, a man who moves things from point A to point B, but I realized that night that there are some loads you can never truly unload. I still have the truck, but I had the trailer repainted a deep, flat black. I couldn't stand looking at the white paint and seeing the ghosts of those handprints every time the sun hit the metal. The mechanic who did the job asked me why I wanted to change the color. I just told him I was tired of the stains and let it go at that. But even now, under the fresh paint, I know they're there. I can feel them whenever I walk past the back of the rig. It's a lingering sense of sorrow, a realization that there are gaps in the world out there, places where the rules of physics and biology don't apply, and if you're unlucky enough to be in the right place at the wrong time, you might just find out what's waiting on the other side. The next time you're driving through the Georgia mountains and the sky starts to turn a bruised, ugly red, don't stop. Don't look for a place to sleep. Just keep driving until the world turns white again. Because the mountains are patient and they have a very long memory, and they don't like it when things don't finish. I'm still out here, still hauling, but I'm always looking at the shadows in the trees, waiting for the eyes to return. And I always keep a heavy iron bar in the cab, though I know it won't do a damn bit of good against a shadow. Some stories don't have endings. They just have pauses, and I'm terrified that my pause is almost up.